Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not a mirage, I promise you. For the 87th time on a Friday. Nope, it's a Saturday. How about that? It is time for the Jeranism Show, number 87. And what is the topic tonight? Well, it's kind of a summary of what's been going on this last week, but it is the moon landing hoax for dummies, which many people, I assume, are. Tons of people are. It's February 3rd, 2024. Let's bring on quickly sponsors for the show. We want to say thank you to them, as always. We've got a couple of them. How about jjcbdrub.com? That's jjscbdrub.com. He's got his Back to Eden no-till gardening method there. He's at his own farm in Wisconsin, growing it himself. He may even be in the chat. I haven't looked yet. But that is JJ Hempcrete Bear. Check him out and hook yourself up with some of this high-potency, natural CBD rub. There you go. Get that on the screen. Took me a second. And to find that website, JJS CBD Rub. There he is. Look at JJ. He's hidden in these, what kind of plants are these? I don't know. Look like barley, I think. Barley. Anyway, this is a great website, so check it out, jjcbdrub.com. We also have thcshow.live. I'm wearing one of their shirts right now. I'm wearing the High Vibrations Bong Loads shirt. I don't know. And if you want to go there, come here, click Shop THC Merchandise, and then you can see I've got this shirt on, but I look a lot better than she does. And, yeah, you can use coupon code JERN420 to get 10% off. And you can get the very cool LED hat that I have, or the LED backpack. Very cool items there. Help Mike out at thcshow.live. We've also got the Tinfoil Hat Factory. Thank you very much to them. Just go to the Tinfoil Hat Factory. And I believe if they still have them in here, I think they've got some nice products for... I'll have to check that next time. I like this. Are you a conspiracy theorist? Nah, I'm a realist. The EMF stuff that they have is pretty cool. This is EMF protection hats and things like that. You know, heaven forbid. Tinfoil, can you imagine? Yes. Tinfoil hats may in fact protect you, believe it or not. Anyway, let's get on with the show. I want to check in with the chat, see how everybody's doing. Check in over at Rockfin and see how everyone there is. Let's bring this on and see who's in chat. Say hello to the fine folks on a Saturday night. Let me see here. We want to go to Pop Out Chat and see what we see. See who be here. We've got Melodome in the house. If you're not checking out Melodome, doing awesome work over there in the dome. And we've got Emily Dishman. There's got to be better viewership considering all the dummies. Could you believe today? I mean, I cannot believe we just got done with a debate. Did you hear how many? Maybe I'll ask Melodome. Did you hear how many members FTFE has? I almost like broke my computer when I heard it. I couldn't believe it. First of all, I have to hear that guy tell me that he sold 1,800 interesting shirts that just said interesting. Yeah, sold 1,800 of those. So you can how many did I sell? None. And then you've got his members. He said, now I don't even remember the number. I want to say it was like 1,500 members. Anybody hear that? Was that what it was? Was it 1,500? Something like that? 1,800? Maybe it was 1,500. Yeah. I don't want to know either, dude. It just, I don't know. We won't get into that tonight. I have a lot of comments on that, but what are we going to do? We're fighting an uphill battle, not only against the perpetrators of hoaxes and frauds and lies and deception and enslavement. Yeah, Goober, you might be right. It might be about the money, but nobody wants to get rich. Nobody's trying to get rich. That's what you don't realize here, is that to get by would be great, to not struggle. So when you just hear somebody like that basically is, what is he doing? Reading from NASA's website? I mean, give me a break. Is already making, what's that, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a month just with his memberships. That's it. So again, nobody's trying to even get rich, but that's just shows you where the, I don't know. I don't even know how to say it really, but 1,400 of them in a mental home. Well, I'll take 1,400 in a mental home. That's the thing. He's being pumped up by Al Gore rhythms. That's nice. I like that. It's profitable to be a pro ball and pro pigs. It is profitable. I've told many people that before. Well, the globe has a larger population base. Absolutely. Good point. That is true. But that's what I mean. We're fighting an uphill battle. right? Pretty sure that Vietnam had a smaller army than the United States in the Vietnam War. But anyway, hello everybody to the Greg Trans Bay Metal Detectors. You might think of changing your company's name, maybe. I don't know. Myself, I would be. His mother bought them all. Might be. Big bucks pushing propaganda. I've sold people before. I mean, if you want to make money at YouTube, you can just go and start a Globe channel, post videos of the ISS, post videos of views from space, and you'll do just fine. Flat Earth is growing. I think that there is more and more and more people all the time. All the time. I do not think it's going away. And I think that there's evidence of that. Obviously, they have to block us as far as searches go. That's by design. And we know that. And put the little box next to the videos that says this, and we're not recommended, and we're not suggested next. And that's what happens, is that it gets very difficult to get new views. But we do the best we can. NASA probably bought all FTFU shirts. Sadly, I think that all his fans did, to be honest with you. So all his fans did. So let's see. If you want to become a member, join me. I don't know how many there's been so far. I think I've got less than 100. I'll have to check again. But 1/18 of what Fight the Fat shirt has. So that's, maybe we'll get up to 2/18, which would be 1/9 if you can do fraction reducing, which I can. People say I don't know math. I know 5 + 7 is 11. I know it like everybody else. All right. So I can do math. That's obvious. Let me get started. So what is the point of tonight? Well, the point is there's so much evidence that it's like backing up my computer. My computer is overloaded with evidence of the moon landing hoax. Okay, let's erase everything else and just look at that tonight, because it's obvious as could be. And so when you hear people like the simp, which of course stands for sucker who idolizes moon propaganda, when you hear about the simp Matt Barnes, why do I always want to call him that? Matt Walsh. Coming out on his show and just saying something, really ridiculous. And we're going to watch that. We'll start with that, actually, because I think it highlights some of the issues with people who can't see the deception. And we'll go through a lot of things. We're going to look at Bill Casing's book. I don't know if you've ever seen that. We're going to look at Linguistics tonight. I don't remember what show I played that on. This is always my problem. What show did I do this on? Recently this week, I showed you the Linguistics tape, and I'm going to show you it in full. Because we're going to look at Neil Armstrong, who clearly, that's why I wore this hat, because I think I'm going to start cursing pretty soon. He clearly did not go to the moon. Okay, and this is not just the linguistics expert, and the reason that I'm like, oh, it's because he said it. No, because hearing the linguistics expert, understanding what they look for in a conversation, and then going and looking at Neil Armstrong's interviews, the man did not go to the moon. And some of those things are clear. Why wouldn't you ever say I? Why won't he say I? I went there, I did this, I saw that. Anybody who was a unique observer to something. Let's say you went and you saw, I don't know, a rocket launch at Cape Canaveral. And you came back and you were talking to me, and I said, so what was it like? What did you see? And you said, well, one sees this, and this, and one sees this. And, we all saw this, and one sees this. And well, where's the word I? So if you keep probing, like I get in these interviews where people are saying, and you did this and you did that, they never say the word I. There's a reason for that. So we're going to look into that. We're going to look at, what does it say? This was too hilarious. Matt Walsh going up against Jatine on the moon landing. Not sure what that is. But if you are somebody who sides with Matt Walsh, I feel bad for you, because it just means that you haven't looked into it at all. And that's the problem with Matt Walsh. That's the problem with most people, is that it's too big of a conspiracy for them to even think about. And it's because people think about, oh, you need 4,000 people or 400,000 people involved in a lie. No, you don't. And I'll just show you something here that I was looking at earlier, and we can get into the details. But we're going to look at Google Earth real quick. I just want to show you where it is assumed. Hey, Andrew B. gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much. All right, what do we got on the screen? What did I say? Let's see what I did. Thank you very much. That is Andrew B., who is a new member. All right, we'll take it. Or is that because you added 10 memberships? Now people will start grabbing and they'll show up on the screen. See if I learn this thing. Oh, look at the rockets blow up. Oh, NASA must be launching them. SpaceX launching them. Is it just going to keep saying Andrew B. because you gave away a bunch of memberships and people aren't picking them up? One day I'll learn this alert system, but I think it just keeps saying the same name. All right, well, it's only 2. Here's another one. Is it going to say Andrew B again? Oh, there's Angela Baby Carson. She picked it up. Angela, what's up? How are you? Hope you are well. Hope you are well indeed. What did I say we're starting out with? Oh, yeah, Google Earth. Let me show you this. Get this open and see if this will show it. Who else we got? We got Kevin Douglas in the house. Kevin, thank you for joining. You might want to thank Andrew for that. And let's see here. We've got this browser. Sorry, I got to add this on here or else it won't work. There we go. Who else we got? Brian Cash. Nice name. I like that name. Brian Cash in the house. All right, so here's what we're going to look at real quick. Stop, I'm not measuring anything. All right. So we're going down here. I'm just going to show you where most people will assume that this happened. If you've never heard of, and who else we got? Zetetic. We're going to go to Mercury. Not Mercury, the planet, but Mercury, Nevada. Have you ever heard of it? Probably not. It is probably the place where this moon hoax nonsense took place. Whoa, that looked cool. Melissa Schultz, thank you for joining. So this is a city called Mercury in Nevada. Now, as people know, you can grab this little guy and you can go down to Street View, except for you cannot go down anywhere here. Okay, this is just a place that you can't actually look at. Greg Trans Bay Metal Detectors, thank you. We can zoom out here and we can see, where are we? We're here in Mercury. Let's try here. Where can I stand here? Nowhere. Not down here? Nope. And if you don't know how it works, let me show you what happens actually. So you know I'm not just pulling your chain. If we go to somewhere where you are allowed to go and look at things, let's go down in here. Okay, if you go down here and you just pull this guy, you can see as soon as you pull this guy out, all the places that you can go down light up in blue. Okay. Flat Earth Baller, what's up? Is he the one? Flat Earth Baller might be his birthday. Happy birthday if so. So you can just go to anywhere here. You're going to pull this guy out. And you can see that anywhere where there's a blue, you can go and drop and put yourself there. Gary Wybenga, McToon's favorite viewer, I believe. So then you can drop down to Street View and check out Street View. But some places will not let you do that for whatever reason. They're protected. They're highly governmental secret. So we're going back to Mercury, Nevada, just to show you this. Okay, we're going to go over here. And this is a city that was populated around the time of the moon landings. A lot of things going on here, and it's completely closed off. And Bill Casing talks a lot about it. That look at the only way into this city is to come here. You put basically a guard here and a guard here, and this whole city can never be accessed. Okay, you're not going to come over these hills. You're not going to come over these hills. You're not going to go walking. Any car that comes from any direction is going to kick up a cloud of smoke or dust. Would be easily seen, easily to manage. And if you don't know where this is, by the way, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit here. And we're going to notice a couple things here. Let's put in for first. We're going to put in Area 51. Oops. Just so you can see where that is if you want to kind of get an idea of where we're at. So Area 51, very close to where we just were, right? Close to Mercury. Now, when you get to Area 51, you'll notice that if we come back here, we're going to see if we can find, we'll probably have to search it. I'm not going to see it off the top of my head. Oh, there it is. Wait, is this it? And that's Mercury? Yeah, so we're talking about a very close proximity. Richard B., thank you for becoming a new member. And if we go down this way, you'll notice this is weird. This is benches for the atomic launches. Legends are us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So these were the atomic launches were. So I was kind of looking in this area for where were these atomic launches. I was kind of coming up here, just checking, seeing what I could find. And then this is, let me go back here and go Sugar Hill. Just pay attention to where we're at here. We're now looking for, oops. No. What did I do? I said not there. Sorry. Sugar Hill. Isn't it called Sugar Hill? What am I thinking of? Sugar Hill. No. I thought Sugar Hill. Why is there no Sugar Hill in Nevada? Oh, wait. Nevada. That's what I need to do. Sugar Hill NV. There we go. Just trying to take me elsewhere, wasn't it? Where is Sugar Hill? All right, we'll find it this way. Because it was right next to Mercury. All right, it's Mercury here. Let's go back to Mercury. Maybe it's not Sugar Hill. What's the name of it? I can't think of it. All right, anyway, Sugar Hill, Mercury. Let's go here. Stop flying away. Go to Mercury. Mercury. It will eventually, I'm sure. Mercury. Fly here. There we go. That's what I want to do. All right, so up north of that area. So we just saw 51. Area 51 was up north of there. We're going to come up here a little bit north, and we're going to see if we can find any area. It's not going to let us go down here. We can't look at anything down here. We're not allowed to do street view. But they think that, oh, here we go. Is this it? What is this called? Sorry, I'm looking for something that I thought I'd be able to find easily, but now I don't see it. I thought it was right north of there. So what I'm looking for is all the, let me go. No, that's not good either. What's the name of it? Something Flats. No, I can't remember the name of it. Something Flats. Let me look up the Bill Casing book real quick, and it'll help me. I just can't remember the name of it. This one. And Bill Casing book. Yes. So, why don't I see it now? Come on, where is it at? And then fake news, skeptics. Well, I'm looking for Kasig's book. I don't even remember the name of it off the top of my head. Nobody went to the moon. We didn't go to the moon. Bill Kasig. No, Bill Kasing? I don't even know how you spell his name now. Bill Kasing. Thank you. That's better. All right. And what is the name of his book? We Never Went to the Moon. That's what it was. Bill Kasing. We Never Went to the Moon. Bill Kasing. Kaysing. Yeah. We never went to the moon. We're going to look at this book, this PDF in detail shortly. Let me find. Stuff was a lot easier to find earlier. PDF. I'll just look at the Google one for now. That will be fine. It's a great book that I think enough people don't talk about because he actually lays out exactly how they did it. And people are always asking that question, well, how did they do it? How did they do it? Well, he laid it out for us. And being a employee for Rocketdyne, he might have some experience here. So let's see if I can find where that is. I just want to see the name of that. It's like Apollo, or something, not Apollo. What's the name of that? Something Flats. I'll find it 1 second. Here we go. Okay, so it's right above this, I believe. All right, here we go. Another secret installation, probably related to isolation, has always been key. A strictly resemblance of, yes, although termed Area 6 by the AEC. This could be the headquarters of ASP near Mercury. Note the airstrips and the dry land facility. Yep, but I'm looking for the name. Oh, there we go. Yucca Flat. Idiot. I don't know how I would remember that. Yucca Flat. Oops. And remember, we're right here by okay. Oh, it's way north, more further north than I thought. So now, if you look at this, this is Yucca Flat, and if we kind of back out here, you're going to see. Do you notice anything weird? Oh, look at all these holes in the ground. These are everywhere that the United States government has bombed, supposedly nuclear weapons. But this is that area where everything takes place. Bill Kasich tends to think that this took place, the moonwalking stuff, a lot of it out in here in these fields. And then the stuff that needed to be done, say, well, like them traversing the ground or whatever, so they had to be on balloons or wires, would have been done inside of an underground hangar below here, which there's tons. We know that in Area 51, there's actually several layers below, several floors. Many people have already admitted going down there, so we know that that's not a conspiracy theory or something like that. That is actual truth. So that means that there's these under. Here's a good picture of the AEC helicopters monitoring the radiation around Sedan Crater. And if people don't remember, and this is something that Casey points out, I'm going to point it out as well, that the problem becomes people don't understand how compartmentalized our government can be and how there was only 6 people that knew about the so-called atomic bomb. But yet they had 300,000 people working on it. But only 8 people knew what they were working on. So that just tells you how easy it is for them to pull something like this off, okay? And so, yeah, it just happens to be really close in proximity. Let me go back and show you where Mercury is, just so you can get an idea of what we're looking at here. It's all kind of that same area. Wouldn't surprise me if there was underground levels, many levels, and it wouldn't surprise me if they had a hangar that would, because I think that even after looking at the stuff, hello, Mercury, Nevada, even looking at the stuff that we're going to look at as far as the driving of the go-kart goes and the non-moving background, I've kind of thought about it like, well, how big of an area would you need? And I kind of thought about it like, yeah, you need about a football field or even more. And now to make, see that they were probably underground, you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. You could build a huge underground hangar where this would take place. So I keep losing my place with this. Is where I'm going to drop this so I don't lose it again. This is where Mercury is. And then where did we see the... Okay, and then the test spot was up here. Okay, I should have gone up higher and seen that. So it's all kind of in this same corridor, and I guess the reason that they say this is the big place to do all this stuff is because you can't get in there. Okay, there's no way in. It's very protected. This is your main streets here. If you don't know where Vegas is, let me show you where Vegas is so you can get an idea. By the way, there's also pictures of these astronauts in places in Vegas. Their wives would have preferred that they hoax it in Vegas. It would have been, part of the requirement. Hey, let's be close to Vegas so we can go there. There's also a story of a stripper or a hooker who claims that she was with two gentlemen, engineers, who said that the moon landings were faked and that they were out there doing it in basically that same time period in Vegas. And then Bill Casing got word of it, and he reached out to her and called her by her real name, not by her hooker name. So she was kind of shocked. Who are you? What are you talking about? So he said, I heard the story that you told about these guys. So can I come talk to you about it? And she said, yeah, you can come to my house. Come talk to me. I'll tell you the whole story. So by the time he got to the house and he says, okay, so here's the story. Da, 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 she said, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea. So he said, no, that's why I'm here. You said we'd talk about it. No, I don't know who you're talking about. I've never even met those guys. So this is the kind of thing that happens in this world when money rules the world. Money makes the world go round. They can quickly shut up anybody that they want. They killed Thomas Ronald Barron, and I've done an interview with Gary. I forgot his last name now, but he is like one of the head researchers of that particular case. And what happened was Thomas Ronald Barron submitted a 500-page report about all the issues with NASA, went and gave his presentation at the Senate, and then from there found out some, within a week he was dead. And the rumor is that he committed suicide and that he drove his car into a train that just happened to be owned by NASA. It happened to leave a NASA switchyard. And he was killed. His wife was killed. One daughter was killed, and the other daughter survived. And she specifically remembers the story. She was young. I don't know how old. I think her name was Penny. She was like 6, 7, 8, something in there. And she remembers getting in the car, and the very first thing that her dad said was he wasn't going to leave till they put on the seatbelt. And so they were sitting in the driveway waiting for the kid. They were going to go out and eat, and they were waiting for the kids to put on their seatbelts. Which is funny. If you're going to go commit suicide, you don't think you'd really care much about whether your kids are in seatbelts or not. You're about to go kill them by getting hit by a train randomly. So that doesn't seem very right. And then you've got only 2 witnesses that saw this train hit his car. And one of them refused to ever speak to anybody. They never spoken to a soul. And the other person worked for North American, who is the company that works directly with NASA that was involved in that document. So pretty strange. But anyway, there's lots to go into that story. But Thomas Ronald Barron was basically killed for his testimony. And this is something that seems to be a NASA regular. We saw what happened with the Apollo 1 astronauts, and they didn't fare too well. And of course, if you don't know, that was supposed to be who landed on the moon. Originally, it was supposed to be Gus Grissom. He was young, he was attractive, they were going to go with him. And then ultimately that didn't take place as they were lit on fire. And then they didn't even have firefighters to the pad until 10 or 11 minutes, and they didn't have any doctors till 14 or 15 minutes. They didn't open the door into the cockpit or into the unit until like 6 minutes. So they were, of course, fried to a crisp. I just had this picture up over. I'll just show you real quick. I don't know if you've ever seen this. This is the room that when you go to the Cape and some people go up that ladder and they go ready to go get on the rocket, you can also take a slide. When you take the slide, you come down into this room where you sit in these chairs, and there's a fire blanket, and I don't know why you would need to do that, but I guess in case the rocket ever lit on fire and you're about to take off, then you could get out of the craft and go down the slide and then sit here for the fire. Yeah, you got me. Seems a little bit crazy. What is this? This is yes, a nice book that's for those still sleeping. The moon landing hoax for dummies. It's time you wake up and face the obvious. The Apollo missions were fake, fake, fake with added fake. For fun, simply pay attention. Right. Let's get over here again. So that's basically the area where I think a lot of this took place. I think that they did it in different ways. I think that most of the time, though, when you hear, especially we're going to be talking about the Rover, when that Rover was driving around, those are actors that are the astronauts are basically in a studio. And this is without question. So Bill Casing describes it perfectly. It wasn't tough for them to film all this stuff because, or talking about the stuff on the ground, because none of it needed audio. So all the audio that was ever done was all piped in after, which makes all the sense in the world. That's why what they're saying doesn't match up, and they're just kind of, you know, you hear them fall, you don't hear them grunt. When the guys fall, they don't make noise like they would have fallen. They just sounds like nothing. And we'll get to look at that tonight as well. So let me get this here. I'm going to put this document in. If you're looking for these documents, t.me/jeranism links. T.me/jeranism links will be all the show links. I'm putting there right now the PDF for the book, We Didn't Go to the Moon by Bill Casing. It's a great one. And then I've got a whole bunch of other articles that we're going to look at. And let's start with, what do I want to start with? Let me see here. Let me look at this. I think the linguistics is really important to start with, maybe. But let's start with this because it's funny. This is from Old World, Florida. He found this video. Let me bring it up for you. Let's start with this. Go ahead. Hey, thank you. Welcome. Run Boston Bear.
On the dark night of December 7th, 1972, over 500,000 people gathered near Merritt Island, Florida, to watch the launch of the Saturn V rocket. Apollo 17, the final manned mission to the so-called Moon, was strangely the only Apollo mission to be significantly delayed, as well as their only nighttime rocket launch. The launch went ahead smoothly, however. In attendance on this debatably historic night was one very special man. Charlie Smith of Central Florida, at the then recognized age of 130, had been formally invited to view the rocket launch as the oldest living American, and perhaps the oldest living human. But after the launch, Charlie was asked to comment. What followed is perhaps the most savage thing I have ever seen broadcast.
Savage, all right.
Communications with the spacecraft have been perfect. Here is Bruce Hall.
I mean, talk about how times have changed. How did this ever end up on TV is the question. So you got this guy 130 years old or whatever he is. You've got this reporter, Walter Cronkite, back at the desk about to get his opinion on what he just saw. The great man, the great hero has gone to the moon.
Charles Smith. He's a 130-year-old former slave who came to this country 118 years ago. He's here for the launch of Apollo 17. Bruce Hall, come in.
We have here among the VIPs one very unusual man. He's at least 130 years old. His name is Charles Smith. And do you believe it really happened? You said they would never go to the moon.
No, they ain't going there. I'll tell them that. And nobody's going to believe it. No, ain't nobody going to the moon. No. What they going to stop up there? What going to hold that plane up in the air? What is going to hold it up there? The moon ain't going to hold it.
Oh, they've been before.
Money, of course, I don't bring forgetting it. Just like when.
They brought back rocks last time when they made a trip.
They brought back.
You believe that?
They brought back rocks.
Nope, ain't nobody been there.
Now you understand the title of today's show, I think it's in the title, right? Where it says, "Ain't nobody." What did I say? Wait, ain't nobody gone no moon?
You don't believe they've been to the moon?
No. Ain't nobody been to no moon.
Ain't nobody been to no moon.
Well, Walter, that's the view of a 130-year-old man. Now back to you.
Uh-oh.
Well, Bruce, Charlie Smith is not the only fellow who doesn't believe that man has gone to the moon. It's not as ridiculous a thought as you might think, or any of us might think. Seems a little bit odd now, but I've talked to a lot of people around the world, and some rather intelligent ones, who somehow or other just cannot accept the fact and believe that man really hasn't done it, that somehow or other it's a big hoax. I've found them many places. I don't know, maybe you have as well, Wally. And it really isn't anything that unusual. Right at this moment, we're about to get the word.
I just have a big smile on my face. It's so funny. Because, again, all the people acting like we're crazy for thinking that. It's just thought a lot at the same time. I've got this paperwork here. Let me show you what I've got under here. This is a newspaper article from, I think 1970, 1969, right around there. Basically saying giant step taken in Arizona. Some skeptics feel the moon explorer Neil Armstrong took his giant step for mankind somewhere in Arizona. There is wide support for a theory that the government and the news media conspired to hoodwink the public with a fake telecast of the moon landing. Others feel that man in space is infringing on God's territory. Man can get so wise he'll destroy himself, said a maid in Miami. That's what he's doing now. If it's God's moon, he better stay off of it. There were some of the observations drawn from a survey conducted by a night newspaper in Miami, Philadelphia, Akron, Ohio, Detroit, Washington, and Macomb, Georgia, and several rural communities in North and South Carolina. A total of 1,721 persons were asked, do you really completely believe that the United States has actually landed men on the moon and returned them to Earth again? The question elicited frequent snorts of derision and disbelief. I'll never believe that they walked on the moon, said Mrs. Ann Dix, a mother of 7 interviewed in a West Philadelphia supermarket. Not the moon I see shining up in the sky at night. Douglas Bentley, a construction worker at Miami, said he watched the moon landing on television, but I don't believe that none of it. Negroes appeared to be more skeptical than whites, said a report of the survey appearing in yesterday's Miami Herald. In a Negro ghetto of Washington, D.C., 86 of 160 people interviewed, 54% said they doubted the moon coverage had taken, or the moon voyage had taken place. At Charlotte, North Carolina, 20 out of 67 Negroes interviewed expressed doubts, while only 15 out of 172 whites indicated skepticism, which now means that white people are dumber than blacks. All right, great. Skeptics numbered only 2% at Detroit, 4% at Akron, 5% at Miami, 9% in Philadelphia, and 19% in Macomb. The survey made no attempt to reach a scientific cross-section of the population and communities. Mrs. Emma Holmes, a 60-year-old Philadelphia grandmother, was among those who felt the moon telecast was staged in the Arizona desert, and a Macomb man in his 60s said the setting was a petrified forest in Arizona. I've heard that they took place somewhere that looks like the moon, said a 20-year-old woman out of Charlotte, an inspector in a hosiery mill. A woman at Macomb said she knows she couldn't watch a telecast from the moon because her set wouldn't even pick up the New York stations. Okay, so just showing you that this is not new, that people questioned this event. And there's good reason. It's because this United States government is very guilty of tons of lies. And these all started really 1961 or so, with the Gary Powers shot down craft, the CIA craft. If you don't know that story, you look into that. Basically what happened, this is the very first time the United States really knew that their president lied to them. Before that, it wouldn't have been something that the citizens would have really recognized or known. But we had President Truman, who signed off on CIA espionage flights above Russia. And in 1961, I believe, I don't remember the exact date, maybe it was 60, Gary Powers, who was flying a espionage flight, a reconnaissance flight, basically over the top of air-restricted Russia, had his plane shot down. So Khrushchev went on TV and said, hey, we shot down this spy plane, and it shouldn't have been flying in our area, so we shot it down. So then Truman, I believe it's Truman, yeah, went on the air and said, yes, we had a flight that was checking weather. It was a weather flight, and the person passed out, and the craft veered into their airspace. Well, then Khrushchev reported, actually, we have the pilot. So they had actually captured the pilot, but didn't tell the world. So everybody in the United States thought that Gary Powers was dead. So they came out with this big lie. And then they had to take it all back because now they captured the pilot who told the truth to the Russians about what he was doing, what he was flying, what the reconnaissance mission was. Well, now you've got Truman, who's a liar, and he had to come out and admit that he was lying. So that was the first time that really the Americans noticed, oh, wait, we've got government who lies. And what did they do? Just so you know, to tell you that NASA is implicit in these lies, is they then took a photo of the plane and faked it by putting a NASA logo on it and then had NASA come out and say, oh, that was just one of our weather checking planes. But it wasn't. It was clearly a lie. And we can look at that in a little bit as well. But that was the beginning of it. And then we noticed this huge concerted effort towards the lies, towards NASA. We even have the final report from the Apollo 1 fire that is ended with Walter Mondale, I believe. Let me see if I have this here. Because Walter Mondale left a... let's see here if I've got this anywhere. Oh, I do. I finally found it. I found that case in text. Weird. Yeah, this is Apollo 204 accident report. Yes, good. So we're just going to be looking at this basically real quick here. And really, yeah, this is going to be a lot of information, but what it's meant to show you is that this is something that is clearly a problem with NASA, clearly a problem with our American government. Why would they lie? How would they lie? Would it be easy? Would it be hard? Would there be 400,000 people involved, or would there be less than that? You know, we're going to go through all those things. So you'll notice here, this is the appendix that's attached to the end of the report, and we're going to start it right here because it's additional views of Mr. Mondale. Let me see, I'm a little bit hard to see here. Let me get closer. All right. So he's basically talking about he's in general agreement with the committee that is now stands. However, one issue which arose during the committee's investigation into the Apollo 204, that's Apollo 1, tragedy is the so-called Phillips report. It's something I just learned recently, that there was a Phillips report that supposedly was saying NASA was up to no good and that they didn't have anything ready. They wouldn't be going to the moon. It was a report that had been put out there, and it was brought up during one of these committee meetings. And then, see if I can find where it talks about it. What about in here? See here. So nonetheless, in response to such questions about the Phillips report, both NASA officials and representatives of the NASA contractor attempted to mislead the committee and evaded giving frank answers. When I first asked about the Phillips report on February 27, 1967, NASA officials responded with puzzlement in such statements as, I know of no such general Phillips report. I don't know of a specific report such as that, and I cannot identify the report Senator Mondale was talking about. Representatives of the NASA contractor North American Aviation, who the guy I said worked for that saw the accident of Thomas Ronald Barron, responded in a similar vein in testimony before the House Subcommittee on NASA's Oversight on April 11th when asked about the Phillips report. NAA President Atwood replied, the Phillips report to whom? I have heard it mentioned, but General Phillips has not given us a copy of any report. A month later, on May 4th, the same North American officials were talking knowledgeably before the Senate committee about the review and report of the General Phillips Task Force. Mr. Atwood described the review as a very comprehensive and very complete review and performance assessment, and said that he personally put a tremendous amount of emphasis on it, and that NAA formed a section group consisting of top corporate executives to carry out the recommendations. Similarly, the same NASA officials who knew of no unusual General Phillips report in February were calling it a high-level review and an extraordinary effort in testimony before the Senate committee on May 9th. These eventual admissions of the importance of the Phillips report did not come until after the existence of the document was an established fact. Unfortunately, and despite repeated requests to NASA, the Phillips report was first made available to the committee and Congress through sources other than official NASA channels, and throughout the hearings, Congress was dependent upon an unofficial, surreptitious source for the most significant single document involved in the Apollo 204 investigation. Even when the facts of the Phillips report became known, NASA and NAA officials attempted to mislead members of the committee by engaging it in a semantic waltz as to whether there was in fact a report or merely just some informational notes made by a general and his associates. The Phillips report is entitled NASA Review Team Report, and it's called a report no less than 10 times in the text. NASA's performance, the evasiveness, the lack of candor, the patronizing attitude exhibited towards Congress, the refusal to respond fully and forthrightly to legitimate congressional inquiries, and the solicitous concern for corporate sensitivities at the time of a national tragedy can only produce a loss of comprehension and public confidence in NASA programs, and neither NASA nor the nation can afford such a loss. At the very least, this situation warrants is a thorough review of reassessment of NASA and its policies, its practices regarding congressional inquiries, and its responsibilities to keep the appropriate committees of the Congress fully appraised in all basic aspects, good and bad, of NASA programs. Unfortunately, there has been no indication, to my knowledge, that NASA intends to review or change the policies and practices brought to light in the Phillips report. Instead, they have been indications from the highest level of NASA management that such policies and practices will continue, which is crazy. They're basically saying, we're going to continue to lie to you. We're going to continue to skirt things and lie about the reports that are done, because the whole system at NASA is a scam. At the highest levels, there's a sham going on. Now, do the lower level people know? No. And we'll explain how that works here shortly. But this is a great, well, this is not a great document. I thought I was talking about something else. This is just the report from the Apollo 1 fire. But I mean, here's one of the things that should catch you off guard too, or should call it into question. We need to establish a review board, right? I mean, it's like ridiculous. Imagine if somebody said, oh, FE Corps is up to no good. FE Corps, they're doing all this bad stuff. We need to get an independent investigation group to really look into what happened here. And then they picked Mike Kavanaugh and Karen B. and Bob Nodell as the people in charge of that committee. Well, there's a problem there. You've got a conflict of interest. How are they going to look into it? They're on FE Corps. So this is the same thing here. If you look at on January 27, 1967, the administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration established the Apollo 204 Review Board, appointing as chairman Dr. Floyd L. Thompson, director of Langley Research Center. 7 additional members were named to the board, 5 from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and 1 from the U.S. Air Force and 1 from the U.S. Bureau of Mines. The board was heavily weighted with a NASA personnel because in the judgment of the administrator, the complexity of the Apollo program required board members thoroughly familiar with the Apollo system and with NASA management procedures to make an orderly and accurate investigation of the accident and determine the cause. So we even have NASA investigating themselves. They killed people and they had to investigate themselves. Oh, go check out. Oh, everything turned out fine, boss. We changed all these policies. We're going to be great now. And again, they just continue to lie. They are one of the biggest lie organizations. Actually, space is one of the biggest lie categories that I've ever seen. You can literally say anything, and it will actually make the news. You can say we're going to build a habitat there. We're going to build a blow-up room. We're going to build a hotel in space. We're going to, whatever it is, the press will run with it. And you get lied to every single time. There's going to be hotels in space. So this is happening in space. But then it just never happens. And let's go to, let's see, I'm going to put this, just in case anybody wants it, that's the accident report from Apollo 1. Basically, it says, oh, yeah, there was some problems with the way NASA was running things. And they were, but I mean, here's the even crazier part, is that they say they were pumping those capsules with full oxygen the whole time. So basically, it could have blown up at any time if that's the real reason that it blew up. I tend to think that this was a purposeful event. But basically, they are now saying after this, they determined that the 100% oxygen environment was dangerous. But before that, they were doing it in every test. So again, why would just one test cause an entire fire when all the rest of them didn't? And then they had to change that whole rule about having pure oxygen pumped into that capsule. But I wanted to see where it says here, just so you can see that they basically, let's see if we go up here a little bit, 100% pure oxygen environment. So this is where it talks about that. And should be continue to be 100%. Okay. All tests taking place in 10% oxygen environments are now defined as hazardous. Right. So before that, they were not, and they were just taking place all the time. Let me see here in component analysis of the entire problem. NASA responds to findings. Principal aspects of the accident did not conclusively. Oh, well, this is basically it. The review board did not conclusively identify a single ignition source for the fire. However, it identified the most probable initiator as an electrical arc occurring near the floor, near the Lord Ford section of the left-hand equipment bay, where environmental control system instrumentation power wiring led to an area being the environmental control unit and the oxygen panel. The spacecraft design objective was to eliminate all sources of ignition. Basically, they just had open wires that were sparked and then ignited. And then, like I said, it took 6 minutes to even get in the craft, so they were long gone by then. See here, operational test procedures. So there was a lot of reports written about their lack of cares, their lack of, these guys had no chance of going to the moon in 1969. You have John Kennedy, who's, talking with them with Webb in his meeting, saying the same thing. Okay, what do we do then if we can't get there? What should we do? And NASA had this desire to make sure that no matter what, they were there by the end of the, even after this fire, which again killed people in 1967. They said we're going to stick to our same schedule, and even they eliminated a couple flights, made them more test flights, and then it's okay. We're still going ahead with Apollo 11. What you have to realize is that the chances that something happens like that for the first time, sending a craft 240,000 miles away, you have way too much hope and bravado and American pride, if you think that's possible, that we just sent this craft out there, it landed on the moon, had never been tested on Earth, it took off from the moon. Think about what Elon Musk does right now. Elon Musk is sending up his little starship. It goes maybe 20 miles in the sky and comes back down and supposedly lands. Now, how many accidents did it have before it landed? Several. Okay, it just kept not being able to land. Now, finally, they've landed it. It blew up after a while being on. Now you have to remember that 50 years ago, people were put inside those crafts and sent with no testing to the moon. Okay? And yet Elon Musk can barely land his Starship now after 5 years of trying, and he's never put a person in it. Do you understand the impossibility of in 1969, after a fire and a murder in 67, being able to get all this stuff together perfectly in time for a moon launch that goes up there, lands on the moon, sends its little craft down there. You've got Michael Collins orbiting around it. Then they connect back with it. I mean, we don't have anything like a rocket that lands and then takes off again. We don't even have that. We don't have that. They can take off again months later, but this happened on the moon. The craft landed there. They got out, walked around, and then they got back in and flew home. That's insanity to believe. And again, we'll go through lots of this stuff, but one of the biggest things for me is still what would have happened on the moon. Let's just think real quick. There is no 14.7 PSI on the moon. Now, that's going to be just less pressure on you, meaning you're going to be able to move freely. I'm just trying, if you move quickly, if you went to throw a pitch or throw a ball, your arm would move faster. There's no impedance. There's no pressure against your arm. There's no technically gravity, right? They say you weigh 1/6. So what you have to really think about is that alone. Let's think about that. You weigh 1/6 what you do on the Earth. Okay, so if you are a 200-pound man and you wear a 100-pound backpack, on the Earth you weigh 300 pounds. Okay, on the moon that same person weighs 50 pounds. Now that person who weighs 50 pounds, which is very light, that person is then free because they've got less impedance. There's no supposedly 1/6 gravity, right? So think about, and it's hard for us to think about, especially if you're in my place where you don't believe in gravity like that. But I can see in my head, okay, well, let's say somebody weighs less, okay, but they have the same muscle mass that they have, meaning that you have the same muscle ability and strength that you have on Earth, but you're now in a place that you weigh 50 pounds, and you would then be able to do things like jump 10 feet in the air. Okay, if we search the intranets here, we're just going to go, how high could I jump on the moon? Okay, let's see what it says here, and you'll see there's an answer for you right there, which should cause questions. 9.8 feet. 9.8 feet. That's as high as an NBA basketball hoop. That's how high you should be able to jump your feet. Should be 10 feet in the air, because you don't have any impedance. On the moon, you'd be able to jump 6 times higher than you can right now. If you can manage 23.6 inches on Earth, then you could clear over 9.8 feet on the moon, smashing the current world high jump record. The next likely destination for humans is Mars. Yeah, sure. But again, this is a problem in the fact that you saw nobody do such a thing. Okay, you saw one guy jump, and you can even tell by like the hang time that he's on a balloon or he's on wires. He does a little salute, but he probably got 1.5 feet off the ground, maybe a foot. Okay, he did not jump 10 feet. You should have seen guys jumping over the lunar rover, back and forth. It would have been a party. You would have seen feats that you don't see anywhere else, like throwing footballs to each other from far distances. There'd be a lot of things you could do that we didn't see any of. And if you think about how they acted on the moon, why were they in slow motion? Think about it. If you're on the moon, there's no atmospheric pressure. You weigh 50 pounds, but there's no longer gravity really tugging at you. So therefore, why in the world would you move slower? Really think about that. It doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. There was no way that you would ever walk slower. Now, who was it the other day that was trying to tell me, on Alex's show, somebody was saying, it's because of the suits. The suits are what causes them to move slower. The suit wouldn't cause you to move lumbering slowly along. It doesn't really work that way. Let me see if I have a video here for you, or we can wait till we get to those videos later. Let me see what I've got here. If I've got any of these footages now, I'll just show it to you now so you can get an idea of what I'm talking about. Let me see this real quick. And okay. NASA, thank you. I have so many videos here. Is this video clips? Yeah. So we're going to see Apollo full EVAs launches. We've got some down here. Yes, we're going to look at some of these. I'm just going to find, I've got them falling on the moon all over the place. Here's a bunch of Apollo 16. Can I look at it first? Nope. Not going to give me a view. Let me see what we got here.
Okay.
I know you can't see yet. I'm just trying to find the right one here. 1 second. I've got all these videos.
Charlie, I'll look.
Let's see this one.
Okay. You know, John, with all these rocks here.
Okay, I'm going to show you this one. Let me bring this over. And let's go with the pop player. Okay. So we're just going to turn this down. It's a little loud. There we go. Let's watch this.
I'm not sure we get in Descartes. That's right, I'm not either. We ought to go down our crater without any rocks.
So this looks to me entirely in slow motion. It's not, like I said, it should be in quick motion.
And Charlie, on the big eye, we're watching. Okay, the
You saw there the difficulty he had bending over and picking something up. Now, many people have postulated that this could be as simple. I mean, again, why not just get down on your knees and grab it? Well, if he's hung by ropes, wires, balloons, then it's going to be very difficult for him to get lower than he is.
And Charlie, on the big eye, we're watching. Okay, the two tits.
Okay.
You see that? The two tits.
Another thing there, if you listen, you've got a problem with the delay. He says, you're on the big eye, we see you, we're watching. And he says, okay, well, he starts talking. He forgot to wait for the delay. Then you hear the delay voice come through, but it's too late. He's already answered the question. Listen again.
And Charlie, on the big eye, we're watching. Okay, the two tits. You see that? The two tits went all the way in. We understand. Can you tell how far it stroked up on the pressure? Do you think it reached the hill?
They get Descartes. We're suggesting
No, it's very light. It was very light pressure. Frankly.
A big rocky rim crater.
Right, look at how slow he's lumbering around. Look at how slow he. Why would it be? Why would it be that he's slower? What would cause you to be slower if you weigh less? Remember, this guy now weighs 50 pounds. He's got the muscles that he's got on Earth. Why would he be moving slower? There's no atmospheric pressure on him. There's no air. There's no column of air above you with 14.7 or whatever it is pounds per square inch. You should be moving faster. You should be running faster, moving more freely, not jumping around and lumbering like a slow motion person. Let's go a little bit further here. I mean, things like this are hilarious, just these distances of the horizon. Again, this is done probably outdoors. Or in that, I'm sorry, in the hangar that I was talking about, the underground hangar, not outdoors, but underground. Because these guys are probably on wires or helium balloons. They even mention it that they say, oh, we had an apparatus where we could get in this contraption, and then they just keep taking weight off you until you weigh 1/6. Then when you weigh 1/6, now you can practice jumping around in these holsters or whatever. They could have done the same thing easily with balloons. Or with wires and harnesses as well. Now, a lot of people have said, and I'll show you this real quick. A lot of people have said, but Jaron, there's no such thing as green screen technology back then. And I'll show you this document, and then from there, I'm going to show you something else too. So this document that I'm looking at is a CIA document from, did I put it in T.me yesterday? I think I did. Let me look at T.me, jeranism links. I believe I put it there yesterday. I don't want to find it again. I did. So in this jeranism links, you've got the CIA reading room document. Let me bring this over here. Okay, and you can, oh, you can't see that because I'm on this thing. Hold on. Let me bring this back. Let you see this. Okay. So this is a document published. Oops. Okay, I guess I can't. Oh, I can make it bigger. Let's go like this. Thank you. All right, so you've got about the visit of the USSR of a group of American cine specialists. Basically, they had some event in Moscow where a bunch of the high-level studio TV executives went, and it talks about everything that they saw there. So let's read here. This is kind of very interesting. So among the equipment which drew attention, by the way, the date of this document is, where does it say here? Should be 19, oh, here we go. What's up here? Can you see up there? 1964. Okay. Published in Technika Kino Televidia, whatever, that's Russian. 1964. Okay. So down here we go. Among equipment which drew attention, the new camera Mir with Mir shutter, which was considerably lighter than the Mitchell by more than 20 kilograms. The line of cameras for wide format exposures, the series of camera lenses, light filters, and then we got this part. Combination camera TKS, which guarantees complete absence of outlines. Equipment for de-amorphizing widescreen films of the possibility of panoramic. Okay, so we're just going to look at this again. Combination photography by the traveling matte method, infrared screen, and camera TKS. Camera TKS is camera timekeeping system. Infrared screening would be, again, you're only letting certain light get into the sensor. And let's look at what combination photography by the traveling matte method. What does that mean? So we're going combination photography, traveling matte method. See what comes up here? And we see here the ranked traveling method process enabled separate foreground and background shots to be combined both in color and in black and white, and was acknowledged to be superior to rival American processes. The traveling matte process was widely used in filmmaking and was an important technique in special effects. So everybody who says there was no such thing as green screen in the age of Apollo is wrong by many years. As we just saw in '64, they were saying that there was this method that would guarantee the elimination of all outlines. So now we can see where you could take a indoor place like the astronauts going in this underground hangar doing little things on the ground, and you could put a background to it that was different, outdoors, something else, and you would get a composite, basically a green screen or a chroma keyed video. So they definitely had the ability. They definitely knew what they were doing. They knew how. If we look at some of these images, I believe it just shows you kind of some of these work being done. It shows here where they take different, it's kind of like with an infrared, you take different ones and then you can block out, as you see here, the subject, and then you can put whatever background you want in. So it started like this, ended with this guy walking here. And they've used it for years. It is green screening. Of course, that's what it is used as. Hey, here we go. Oh, fake NASA. What do we got? A new subscriber. Thank you, J. Keith Garner. Welcome to the club. Let's see here if I've got anything else here that I want to show you. This down there, traveling matte method. This kind of talks about it here. Let's see, traveling matte. Nope, I don't like that. Nope. Get out of there. We don't need that privacy error. I thought there was another one I just saw. Oh, this one maybe. Career portrait of a master in the maths and visual effects of Albert Whitlock. Let's see, this is a traveling matte method. I don't know how that is. Maybe they added the electrical bolts there. Looks like. So anyway, we now know that there was the ability to do green screening before, and I'm going to show you a video now that I thought was weird. I have this in my archive, and I've never said anything about it because of the fact that I thought that there wasn't green screen. So I said, well, I don't know what that could be, but it's probably nothing because they have no green screen. Now, when I heard this, I'm like, oh, I got to go find that video. And I did find it, thank goodness. This is, we're going to look at this for several reasons, but this is the Apollo module.
Okay, Neil's OPS
an inspection.
about 57, 5800.
Let me get this up here.
And mine's about 5800 also. Copy.
Footage corrected to real speed. What do you mean? Why? Okay, so this is supposedly the Apollo. And I want you to notice something, because we're going to talk about it later. This craft, there's no seats. There's no seat belts. The men stand in here. Okay, that's how they stand and land on the moon. And yeah, you're going to ask, didn't it go upside down? Didn't it turn sideways? Didn't it? Yeah, they just got on top of each other, I guess, or something. Okay. So it says Aldrin inspects the lunar module. Collins is filming with a handheld.
Portable life support systems, which used on the moon's surface.
Now, I kept thinking here when I was watching this a long time ago, I said, man, this looks like green screen to me. And I'll show you what I mean. I start to see like the suit disappearing. Like, what's going on here? Where's his ass? And it gets worse. It's as if this is a very ancient green screen. As you'll notice that as he passes in front, this sometimes is see-through through his body. Watch. Which is what you would expect, what you would see with like poor original green screen footage. I'll show you how bad this gets in a second. Look at that. Look at it. Look at the problems here. That he keeps going. He keeps disappearing. Look at. Look at. And occasionally you'll actually see. Look at. Now it's moving with him. Look at this. And I saw this before. I'm like, well, I don't know what that could be because it's not green screen. Because there's look at. Everything you can see through his hand. Watch. It's as if it's look at that. What happened to his hand? Rewind that a little bit. There. Watch again. Now, of course, moon landing proponents are going to just make up excuses. It's artifacts and this. But right here we can see this is his hand. His hand has now become see-through. You can see directly through it and see this panel. So I don't even believe he was in this craft. I don't believe they were in an airplane. They're in doing parabolic flights. And then it was superimposed into here. And that's why you see all these things disappearing. The white does a pretty good job, but his body is not doing a good job. And even the white isn't doing great. You'll see here in a second.
Television transmission has now been running about 42 minutes. Spacecraft now about 176,000 miles from Earth.
I mean, it's 176,000 miles. This is the window. If it's 176,000 miles from Earth, then it's still 60,000 miles away from the moon. What is so bright in the fucking windows?
Apollo 11, Houston. Buzz, it appears that you attempting to put on the sun filter and viewing the sun through the AOT, over.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like it's down a little bit more towards what I can be able to see in the AOT.
Huh?
Roger.
Again, I don't know how that happens, how you can have see-through stuff. Watch again. Things morphing, his hand disappearing, the craft behind it. To me, evidence of green screen that has now been proven to exist several years before. And again, look at the craft that they're in. Again, when they're driving, there's no seats here, so they're just standing here. And we'll see when they take off and when they're landing that they would be on top of each other or be sideways or be upside down. Be very weird if you're not in a seat to where you can actually not have this person fall on top of you. Remember, there still is some gravity, even according to them. So there is a direction down, meaning that you would fall that way. So if you tilted the craft to the right here, then both men would fall onto each other, onto the right side of the craft. Regardless of if they still weigh 50 pounds, 50 pounds still goes the direction of down. Okay. It's not like you're 50 pounds, you just float around all day. No, that's not how it works. And when they are in this craft landing or taking off, you would have definitely been directly affected by it. Okay, so let me see what else we got here for you. I know I'm all over the place, but it's still pretty good. We're going in the right direction here. We've got a lot to look at. Okay, so we looked at that. We looked at America's oldest person, who was a moon landing denier. We're going to listen to the linguistics expert first, or do I want to listen to this? Well, just because I want to get this out of the way. This is a 4-minute. Is it 4 minutes? I don't remember now. Let's see. 60 minutes episode.
So how often do you come back here?
Oh, not often.
Okay, so I want you to notice that when we get to the linguistics expert, one thing he's going to keep bringing up is that with Aldrin, with Armstrong, we are missing something, and that is the word "I." Okay, when you are asked something, and you can watch this in your life, if you go through your life, ask somebody tomorrow, hey, when you were at blankety blank, what did you see? What was it like? And you'll notice that the very first word out of their mouth is "I." oh, I saw this, this, and this. I was over there. I did this. I picked up so-and-so at this time. Would we have a problem if the Apollo astronauts have an inability to say the word I? Let's check out this short interview.
I always enjoy getting up here. And
so he did say I there. I always enjoy being up here.
This view along this beach and down here with all these launch pads.
That was your launch
my
pad?
old launch pad there for Apollo.
Must have been a lot of force on that rocket. What did it feel like?
Well, when you first get off the pad,
So you'll notice this is a problem with Armstrong. He, whenever addressed with a question, he always says, well, you would. Well, you would feel this. You would go here. You would understand this. You would see this. Well, we're asking you, dipshit. You're the only one who's been there. So in any kind of a singled out experience like that, if you're the only person who's ever been to New Zealand, when you say, hey, what's it like when you go to New Zealand? You would not start that out with, well, one would do this and one would see this. It would be, I saw this, I saw this.
A lot of fuel weight. So an acceleration is very low. But in the case of the Saturn rocket, the big Saturn rocket, it had a lot of shaking. It felt like a train on a bad railroad track.
Again, a lot of shaking here. And if you've seen my video of, I think it was the first one I redid when I redid my channel. I went back and forth because you've got Buzz Aldrin saying that it was the smoothest ride he's ever been. He didn't know it was moving. You've got this guy saying it was so shaky it was like a bad train track. Well, which one is it? It can't be both. You both were shaking violently and not shaking at all? Doesn't seem right to me. Seems like something's wrong there. That is a weird account from two different people who were supposedly on the same exact craft. 1 second, I need to see what this is. Yeah. I was just going to see if I have that video quickly. Can you reorganize by reverse order? Let me see. Visibility, date. Let's go this way. Reverse. There we go. The ride of the Saturn V. How about that, Jaron? You're quick. I like that. Let's just watch a little bit of this to compare. Ah, ha, 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 ha.
Ignition sequence start.
Let's go past that a little bit.
Landing on the moon would have been extremely noisy considering Buzz and Neil were basically sitting on top of the engines. I mean, it wasn't but, 8 feet below them. But listening to the audio, it seems completely silent. So let's start there. Let's listen to that first. Here we go. We're going to listen to...
Go a little bit past that there.
We copy you down, Eagle. Listen, Tranquility Base here.
Now remember what is supposed to be happening here, that there's no atmosphere.
So this picture is a good picture of... I'll make sure. Okay, good. Remember, they're in this craft. Remember, the two men are standing. And when it was coming in sideways. So they were laying on top of each other, and then he turns it upside down. Then they were what? Upside down on their heads? Doesn't even make sense.
Here. And this thing, it's coming down hot. The engine has to be blazing. It's got to stop them. And 8 feet from their butts, and there is zero audible difference with the engine on or off. Wow. Very peculiar, to say the least. Equally funny, however, maybe you saw it earlier, maybe you didn't, is the acting job by both Walter Cronkite and Wally Schirra. Did you see Wally fake cry? It's absolutely golden. And it's edited, of course, it always is. You can sometimes find the original, but they had to edit it because it's painfully obvious.
Okay, engine stop.
Let's watch.
APA at a descent. Mode control, both auto, descent, engine command, over. Engine arm on.
We're home.
That was the weirdest. That was the most real cry I've ever seen. The most real wipe of tear that I've ever seen in my life. Right there. That's so heartfelt.
Obvious.
Okay, engine stop.
Let's watch.
APA at a descent. Mode control, both auto, descent,
Oh my
engine
God.
command, override off. Engine arm on.
We're home.
413 is in.
Man on the moon.
Man on the moon.
We copy you down, Eagle.
They like to make it seem like he had something in his eye in these recent edits, but if you find the original, it's actually when Walter Cronkite asks him to say something because he's speechless, and he pretends he's crying.
Nearly half of the country's 57 million TVs were tuned to CBS.
And they all saw this on the screen, by the way. It was a lie. This is just a nothing. They didn't see anything from Apollo 11 on the screen.
Half of the country's 57 million TVs were tuned to CBS, to Walter Cronkite.
In just 50 minutes from now.
In just 50 minutes, a man will reach his destiny.
From another planet.
Former astronaut Wally Schirra at his side.
Man on the moon.
That moment, without Walter, inconceivable.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy! Wow. Ugh. What do you think, huh?
Wally, say something. I'm speechless.
He can't say anything right now. He's crying. Tears of joy. Anyway, back to the point of this video, back to the point at hand. The takeoff of Apollo 11, July 16th, 1969, was it smooth? Was it shaky?
Yeah, that's an easy question.
And should I mention that Stanley Kubrick, who died before Eyes Wide Shut ever was released, however, in his contract he had it written that Eyes Wide Shut would be released on July 16th, 1999. 30 years exactly to the day that Apollo 11 launched. Coincidence? Yeah, you know.
I think
Kubrick
not.
just loved July 16th, I guess. I don't know. So, how was the ride on the Apollo 11 Saturn V? Had to be bumpy, I assume, right? Luckily, Neil is going to be watching here, and this way he can recall. But don't pay any attention, please, to his twitching as he watches and remembers this historic day. And then he'll tell us all how the ride was. Let's listen.
Neil Armstrong reported back when he received the good wishes. Thank you very much. We know it will be a good flight. Hey, from the Apollo 11 liftoff. All the second stage tanks now pressurized.
Look at that poor man.
Tell me, in relation to the noise of all that's going on, particularly from ground to the next hit, what sort of noise are we talking?
The noise at liftoff from the pad is extremely loud, and you get not only the noise of the engine, but the reflected noise that's coming up off the ground. And so consequently, until you fly out of that reflection after about 30 seconds, it's very difficult to hear anything, even with our special helmets and earphones and so on. But after you get out of the reflected sound, it gets pretty reasonable. A very shaky ride in that particular rocket, the Saturn V. Saturn V was a 3,000-ton machine, and that's with an energy enough to more than that to lift you off the pad. It's an environment that's interesting. Very shaky ride in the early part of the launch through the first stage. The second and third stages are just as smooth as the first stage is shaky. A very shaky ride in that particular rocket, the Saturn V.
All right, I get it. I believe it. So very shaky, a very shaky ride. Very loud engine noise, the ground noise, you can't hear anything, not even in their helmets. But the takeoff itself, very shaky ride. That particular rocket, Saturn V, extremely shaky. How could he forget? Right, couldn't forget that. Alrighty, and to verify, let's just hear Buzz Aldrin, right? He's got to describe the same very shaky ride. One you could never forget. Remember, the Saturn V is still the most powerful rocket ever, as far as I know. I don't know if Elon's got a new one or something, but I'm pretty sure the Saturn V has never been topped. And they each only went on there once, so you couldn't forget it, right? All right, Buzz, tell us all about the shakiness of that Saturn V.
Here's a tweet for you from one of our viewers. What was it like during an Apollo liftoff from Earth? What did you see and feel during liftoff? And have you ever felt anything like it since?
No, before I had lifted off in a converted ICBM, a Titan, in the last mission of the Gemini program. I think a lot of people have seen movies taken of the shuttle people when they go up and they're shaking all over. The Saturn lifted off so smoothly. We had instruments that told us we were leaving the ground, and voice transmissions. But feel it leaving the ground? We both commented afterward, all three of us, that we felt somehow that we were not attached to the ground anymore, that there was sort of this hunting of guidance. But if you look at the movies of the liftoff, it was so smooth, and those engines weren't moving at all.
Ah, I got it. Totally believable, these guys.
So smooth.
So smooth, they couldn't even realize they were moving, but shaky, but smooth. The NASA fanboys are already searching for excuses.
Well, in science, you see, when they say smooth, it really means shaky. When they say shaky, it really means smooth, and they have more important things to be doing than worrying about whether it's shaky or smooth.
Very shaky ride in that particular rocket, the Saturn V.
Saturn lifted off so smoothly.
It's an environment that's interesting. Very shaky ride in the early part of the launch.
It was so smooth, and those engines weren't moving at all.
And now we get this interviewer. He brings up the moon hoax, but says that 800,000 people couldn't possibly keep a secret.
800,000?
Yeah, because the guy who makes the circuit breakers and the O-rings would definitely have to be told. You know, it's like, hey, we need you to make this little button for our Saturn V and this switch as well. And by the way, we're going to fake going to the moon and don't tell anybody, okay? Pinky swear. Yeah, that's how it went down. And then he goes one further, believe it or not. His proof that we definitely went to the moon is that the landing footage matches the craters.
We'll get to that.
On Google Moon.
Google Moon!
Well, it's because I'm hanging off every word you're saying there, you see, I remember. And it was around about the fact that 800,000 staff at NASA.
Okay, so if you now pay attention to what you just heard, you heard them describing it, but you also noticed that Armstrong didn't use the word I to associate with the moon landing, with himself. And this is something that would be required of you. So let's go to an actual linguistics expert. Okay, we're going to look at this linguistics expert who's going to talk to us about both Buzz and Neil. And let me bring it up for you here. We've got, oops, that's not the right one. We've got this one here. Where is it? Analyzing the astronauts, okay? Oh, I think we have to wait on this one, don't we? We had to do it yesterday. Let me see, or last time. Let me see if we are ready to play this yet. Okay, seems to be playing good. The moon. All right, so we're going to go into here. We're going to find, okay. So the expert's name is, I will get it for you. I can't remember it offhand, but he is that's his job, is a linguistics expert. He understands. This guy giving the presentation is not, I had somebody message me yesterday, that guy's, you said he wasn't biased. He is biased. No, this guy believes we didn't go to the moon. He's reading the assessment of this guy by the linguistics expert. But you can get the guy's name. He's an actual linguistic expert. He's got his website and everything. And he was paid to do a assessment of Neil Armstrong. And when he starts describing it, you can understand that this guy is a linguistics expert and what he's saying makes sense. Oh, this is the guy here. What's his name, though? Let's see if we get his name. Just so you have his name here. Let's see. Don't give me a hard time starting.
Same data repeatedly. The investigator can now know this person did it, when he did it,
Let's go a
how
little
he
further
did
back.
it.
I want to find the beginning of this guy just so we can get his name.
Content analysis.
Because this is what you're never going to see Globers address. They'll never address this.
Where the question and answer session, the subject matter is surely less important.
Yeah, exactly. It affects the human race in the ways that the Madeline McCann case doesn't.
We're talking about technology, technological cover-up.
Yeah. I chose a 7-minute long Neil Armstrong interview and I sent it to Peter Hyatt.
Peter Hyatt.
And I presented it in my lecture earlier this year. So I'm going to show you I think it's about 20 odd minutes long.
Now, if you've seen the Peter Hyatt video of his the Madeline McCann subject,
have you got a rough figure as to how many cases you've looked at?
Hundreds. Techniques used to discern deception, but also content analysis. So it goes well beyond just saying if someone is lying or not. What are they lying about? Why are they lying? They ought to sit down comfortably, choose their own words. They're given bottled water in a comfortable setting. There is no threats. There is no coercion. please tell us in your own words what happened. The person says, well, where do I begin? Wherever you feel comfortable beginning. So we don't introduce any language to them or any words. Person writes out what happened. If we then take that statement and properly analyze it in a scientific method, meaning we expect the same results, putting in the same data repeatedly, the investigator can now know this person did it, when he did it, how he did it, why he did it. Will tell us what happened and what happened next. Those are the two most powerful questions that we have. What happened? What happened next? It allows them to choose whatever they want to choose, and this is an important point. The average person has a vocabulary of about 20,000 words. When you ask someone what happened, they must go into that vocabulary, decide what words to use out of the 20,000, where to order them, what verb tenses to use, what pronouns to use, where to place each word next to each other to communicate in less than a microsecond of time. That is a process that when disrupted by deception, we catch. When someone uses an unnecessary word, unnecessary phrase, unnecessary detail, we deem it as doubly important. And when you ask them what happened, they must go into their memory, and when experiential memory speaks, it is very smooth and it goes in chronological order. A lie will disrupt that, and that causes internal stress. So people say, well, sociopaths don't feel stressed when they're lying. That's not true. They feel very stressed when they're lying because they don't want to be caught. So to disrupt that process is very stressful, and those that are really good at lying will use a substitute of words. So one of the things they'll do, instead of saying, I did not use performance-enhancing drugs, they say, I never used performance-enhancing drugs. I would never. And what they're doing is they're actually distancing themselves from an actual denial.
And what about qualifying words which change or weaken a statement? Tell us about that.
Sure. It can be used appropriately. It can be used inappropriately. If I said to you, I locked my keys in the car, you can be confident that I know where my keys are. They're locked in the car. If I said to you, I think I locked my keys in the car, that's called a weak assertion because I'm not certain if they're there. I did not shoot that man is very different from saying, I don't think I shot the man.
So I selected a 7-minute long Neil Armstrong
So
interview from
now he reads it, but he's reading the report of this guy that we just saw, Peter Hyatt. And Peter Hyatt went from believing in the moon landings to not after doing this assessment. And we'll see why as he goes through sentence by sentence. And you'll notice that he knows exactly what he's talking about. It's kind of scary to see how much they know about speaking. But the more that you listen to him, the more you realize he's absolutely right. That this man disassociates, disconnects himself with the event at all possible avenues. Let's listen.
1970, transcribed it, and I've asked Peter to analyze it, which he's done. It cost me $275 for the analysis. So that's what you've paid for, essentially, by coming here. So, so this interview aired on the Sky at Night on the 18th of November 1970, which is less than a year and a half after the moon landings. So everything should be pretty clear in Neil Armstrong's mind. So what you're going to see here is a very short clip of the interview, followed by Peter Hyatt's analysis, then another clip, and then more analysis. So although it's only a 7-minute long interview, probably take me 20, 25 minutes to get through the analysis. So here goes.
Mr. Armstrong, I do realize that when you were on the moon, you had very little time for gazing upwards. But could you tell us something about what the sky actually looks like from the moon, the sun, the earth, the stars, if any, and so on?
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
We note and as pauses in the answer and seek to determine if this is a habit of speech or if it is a signal that the subject needs more time to consider his answer. That he began with the sky is deep black indicates a willingness to answer the question directly. This is a somewhat lengthy answer which begins with 2 pauses for thought. The subject is presupposed to have been on the moon, something of great rarity at the time of this interview. The subject is intelligent and well trained. The expectation is that he will, according to the wording of the question, report what he himself saw. In any singular or exclusive event, there is an expectation of heightened importance, and when we speak from experiential memory, the structure of the sentence is reliable. Expected. Given the unique experience of being on the moon, we first note that the subject does not begin his answer with the pronoun I. In analysis, this reduces reliability. Given the context of unique experience, the pronoun I would have shown the psychological strength of experiential memory. Its absence is noted. Even with influence from the interviewer, the expectation is the experiential use of I saw in some part of the answer. Next, we note the use of passive voice with when viewed from the moon. Passive voice removes the subject himself personally from the statement. The use of passivity is found in concealing identity and/or responsibility in statements. For example, the gun went off is passive voice. If the subject was in a crowd and did not know who fired the gun, this would be appropriate. Here, the subject is describing a universal viewing and avoiding the singular experience that is expected. Next, when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the Moon. This is similar to the universal pronoun you that is used to describe a common experience. This leads to a question. Is viewing the space between the Earth and the Moon a common experience that listeners would readily relate to?
The Earth is the only visible object other than the sun that can be seen, although there have been some reports of seeing planets.
This is his second sentence after reporting in both passive and universal language. He tells us in general terms what you, universal unnamed, can know, similar to what would be reported in a textbook. Please note the inclusion of some reports. He has thus far avoided giving us personal experience that is highly expected in such an event. This is an indication of avoidance of the response. There is no linguistic connection here between the subject and experiential language at this point. The rule of the negative. Truthful people tell us what they saw, heard, and experienced. When one tells us what they did not see, a la part 1, or hear or experience, the analyst recognizes that this sentence increases in importance.
I myself did not see planets from the surface, but I suspect they might be visible.
Here we not only have the rule of the negative, but we have the unnecessary addition of the word myself. Since he experienced something highly unique, not only does he report what he did not see, but he feels it necessary to input himself into the sentence where no such imputation should be needed. Who else would be answering this question, or not seeing what he did not see? He offers a weak assertion, I suspect they might be visible, appropriately matching might with suspect. Being that he has thus far not told us what he has seen, it is interesting to note the inclusion of the word suspect. What other word might he have chosen? I think they might be visible would be an appropriately weak assertion where one lacks certainty. The word think is the most commonly chosen. Therefore, we note the use of suspect or suspicion within his vocabulary in context of his answer. We continue to wait to hear him tell us what he saw.
The Earth is quite beautiful from space and from the Moon. It looks quite small and quite remote, but it's very blue and covered with white lace and the clouds, and the continents are clearly seen, although they have very little color from that distance.
Okay, this is just an aside from myself. He said that from the Moon, the Earth looks very small and remote. Now, the Earth is 4 times the diameter of the Moon, and we're all used to seeing the Moon in the sky and how big it is. So if you were to see something that big in the sky, would you call it small and remote? Here we have more sensory description, but we have not heard him tell us what he himself saw. The description is strong, but is not yet connected to the subject. This could come from him, or it could come from a book, or another's opinion. With such a stupendous history-making event, we expect to hear up-close personal language. Thus far, we have not.
What about the sun? Do you see any trace of the corona?
No, the glare from the sun on the helmet visor was too difficult to pick out the corona.
Here he says no, which answers the question, but then continues to avoid personal linguistic connection, such as, no, the glare of the sun on my helmet visor was too difficult for me to pick out corona. This would have been a statement of personal connection, which he has not yet made. Remember, he was asked, did you? With the focus upon himself, he should answer for himself.
The only time we could see the corona was during an eclipse of the sun from the moon. That is, when we were flying through the moon's shadow and could observe the solar corona peeking out from behind the moon.
Even if he said the only time I could see was when we were flying, which would fulfill the personal, impactful event on self while sharing we when flying. Stronger is what I saw rather than we. The pronoun we could be produced if he and at least one other discussed this specific topic. Still, given the nature of a most unique and overwhelming event, the expectation remains. We should be using I and past tense verbs in correlation with sensory description. Please consider that given the spectacular and unique privilege of what he experienced, the pronoun me may be used in a desire not to claim any glory or credit for himself. This may be an indication of team over individual. Even with this accepted, we continue to expect him to at some point tell us what he experienced. Thus far, he has not. When the pronoun we is used consistently, we look for the first emergence of the pronoun I and conclude that the sentence containing it is very important.
Looking at the photographs that you brought back, the coloured photographs of the moon's surface, it seems that the colour of the surface actually varies according to the angle from which you see it. Is this so? Does it do this?
Yes, it certainly does.
The wording is appropriate given the structure of the question. Does it do this? Answered by it does. We do note the inclusion of certainly as an unnecessary emphasis.
It's a characteristic that we observe first while traveling around the moon in orbit. You could see that at the terminator,
rather than saying we saw and the stronger I saw, he only tells us what they could see at this point. What causes this weak assertion? Why does this historical and spectacularly unique event not yet produce a personal response from the subject?
At the boundary between the black part of the moon and the lighted part of the moon, it was as if you were looking at a television set with the contrast turned to full contrast.
Here he uses the universal you, second person, that is more likely used in commonly experienced issues, such as a television set contrast. Still, however, the lack of personal connection linguistically raises the question of personal impact upon the subject. What follows next is distancing language.
Very black and very white. As you moved further into the light, there were more and more shades of gray. But as you moved further, such the sun was higher above the horizon, you actually start to see the tans and browns appear, although at a very low level.
This is distancing language. You, but the event described is specific to him and exclusively astronauts. There is nothing universal about the movement described. Whereas the listener can be referred to with the use of a television, the same cannot be said of space travel. Description is in the language, but there is no justification for the distancing use of the pronoun you in a very highly specialized and dramatic personal experience.
Similarly, on the surface of the moon, the same characteristic is evident.
Here, there is no pronoun I and no past tense verb. The pronoun I used with the past tense verb is a signal of linguistic commitment. Here, no use of I is also in a sentence where the present tense description is given.
You can see browns if the sun is high enough. Apollo 12, for example, landed while the sun was only 5 degrees above the horizon. So when they arrived, they saw no browns or tans anywhere, only fairly high contrast grays.
He refers back to history and reports what is commonly and already known. The interviewer has asked him specifically for himself of his experiences. This general answer may have caused this next interruption.
But you did.
But, yes, I did. The sun was 11 degrees. And Apollo 12 did also the next day when they arose from their sleeping period and the sun was higher. Of course, then the browns were...
You notice he was forced there.
We finally have the...
Forced to basically say I. Because he said, you did. You did. You saw. Yeah, I saw. Yeah. But he's certainly not trying to say that.
Subject speaking for himself. Unfortunately, it is due to an interruption. When he said, yes, I did, we hold to an expectation that he would now include himself, I, and tell us the sensory descriptions that he holds within personal experiential memory. He does not. He went back to history from his previous answer. Therefore, we do not have the linguistic connection that remains expected.
When you were actually walking about on the moon's surface and kicking about a certain amount of dust, did you notice any local colour? And also, were you at all subconsciously worried about the possibility of unsafe areas?
The interviewer presumes he was walking on the moon. We have yet to hear Mr. Armstrong make this claim, or more expectedly, since there is no accusation to the contrary, spoken or unspoken, the linguistic connection.
Well, the color is a puzzling phenomenon on the moon, aside from the characteristics that I've already mentioned. You generally have the impression of being on a desert-like surface with rather light-colored hues. Yet when you look at the material at close range, as if in your hand, you find it's a charcoal gray, in fact, and we were never able to find any things that were very different from that color. I suspect that as we get more and more samples with future flights, we will see that there is, in fact, some color, but the optical properties on the moon are most peculiar.
The theme of distance continues in the description of color. First, he uses the self-reference that I've already mentioned, rather than engage in experiential memory. We note the first reference was also not first-person statement. Next, we note that he avoids telling us what he himself saw by using second-person universal you. You generally have the impression. It is impossible for anyone not there to have this impression, including the interviewer, who did not experience it. We prefer he state, without qualification, what he saw. When the pronoun I re-emerges, it is a weak assertion. I suspect that as we get, which is another disconnect from the formula of reliability. First person singular past tense with sensory description.
When you were actually walking about, did you have any difficulty in distance judging? Because I think I heard you say once that far things looked quite near.
Far things looked quite near. The topic is sight. The one being interviewed is singular. We look for him to answer with I saw in some form. Sensory is very individual. When it is discussed, one may then say the thoughts or perceptions of another. Here he is interviewed alone and is being asked for first-person eyewitness account. He does not give a first-person singular account.
Yes, we had some difficulties in perception of distance. For example, our television camera we judged to be from the cockpit of the lunar module only about 50 to 60 feet away, yet we knew that we had pulled it out to the full extension of a 100-foot cable. Similarly, we had difficulty guessing how far the hills out on the horizon might be. The peculiar phenomenon is the closeness of the horizon due to the greater curvature of the moon than we have here on Earth, of course 4 times greater, and the fact that it is an irregular surface with crater rims overlying other crater rims. You can't see the real horizon. You're seeing hills that are somewhat closer to you. There was a large crater which we overflew during our final approach, which had hills of the order of 100 feet in height, and we were only 1,100 feet west of that hill, and we couldn't see a 100-foot high hill from 1,100 to 1,200 feet away.
Perception. He does not speak for himself, including in the realm of perception.
And that's just ridiculous. I mean, not being able to see a 100-foot hill from 1,100 to 1,200 feet? What do you mean? That's 1/5 of a mile, and you're not able to see a 100-foot tall as a 10-story building.
This is to address the brain's interpretation of what was seen or experienced. He consistently in the interview tells us what we saw, we thought, we perceived, as well as what you saw, and so on. Although many of these topics were likely discussed, he should still be speaking for himself. This use of we is most unexpected. We must now consider that if he is not deceptive, why does he have a reason to join a crowd, even in personal experience and perception?
Did you notice any obvious difference between the far side and the near side as you went around it? I mean, apart from the obvious difference in topography.
No observable differences in color, but then the sun's angle was always somewhat different over there, so it would be difficult to make a general correlation. I would say the topography is the striking change. Of course, as all your viewers know, there are no seas on the far side of the moon, and it's all highlands and high mountains, big craters. So it's strikingly different from the...
The weakness continues. I would say the topography is future conditional tense. Even in this singular opinion, he does not give a reliable connection.
There's just one more thing I'd like to ask you. You're one of the very, very few people, I think, whose opinion on this is really worth having. In fact, there are only 4 of you. Do you think, from your knowledge of the moon, having been there, that it is going to be possible in the foreseeable future to set up scientific bases there on anything like a large scale?
Oh, I'm quite certain that we'll have such bases in our lifetime. Somewhat like the Antarctic stations and similar scientific outposts, continually manned. Although certainly there's the problem of the environment, the vacuum, and the high and low temperatures of day and night. Still in all, in many ways, it's more hospitable than Antarctica might be. There are no storms, no snow, no high winds, no unpredictable weather phenomena that we're yet aware of, and the gravity is a very pleasant kind of place to work in, better than here on Earth. And I think it would be quite a pleasant place to do scientific work, and quite practical.
Sir Armstrong, thank you very much. And again, let me say what a tremendous honor and privilege it's been to have you with us.
Thank you.
Here we have the use of 2 personal connections, I, with both qualified. The first is, oh, I'm quite certain that we'll have such bases in our lifetime. Here he is not only certain, but calls upon the reinforcement of being quite certain. The second use is with a slight stutter on the pronoun I, which suggests the possibility of increase of nervousness. In analysis, this is called the stuttering I and is used to measure anxiety. We use the pronoun I millions of times in life. The brain's efficiency is extreme in this regard. When a non-stutterer halts or stutters on the pronoun I, the commitment psychologically comes into question, with nervousness possibly moving into anxiety and tension. He moves the topic to Antarctica, which is similar to going to another Apollo mission above. Yet we ask, what topic produced the stutter on the pronoun I, the emotion produced regarding a space station? And I think it would be quite a pleasant place to do scientific work and quite practical. The emotion he relates to the future station is pleasant for a specific reason, to do scientific work. Why might this create nervousness or even stress? Okay, so Peter Hyatt now gives his conclusions. He says, Neil Armstrong does not linguistically connect himself to the lunar landing. This is evident in his consistent distancing language, including intuitive pronouns and passivity. What may have caused this? So Peter Hyatt now gives 4 possibilities. Remember, he's a professional analyst, so he's covering his bases here with these 4 possible reasons. You'll see in a moment why I'm saying that. So the first possibility is that there is a security mandate. So Neil Armstrong's been told, you're not allowed to tell anyone about what you saw, right? The second is that this is his baseline. So in other words, he talks like this all the time, even when he's talking to his wife. So say his wife said, Neil, did you enjoy yourself at the pub? He would say, when you go to the pub, you do enjoy yourself if you have a beer with your friends. He goes around talking like that, right? So I don't put much credibility in option 2. Option 3, he's a liar. He's deceptive. Lack of commitment mimics deceptive language. The lack of personal commitment in context is stark. Like I say, Peter Hyatt obviously didn't want to put all his eggs in one basket. The 4th is unknown. Okay, so he's hedging his bets a little bit. But I know where my belief lies there. Personally, I think it's number 3. I don't think Neil Armstrong walked on the lunar surface. And you've also got to bear in mind here that Peter Hyatt is an American who completely believed the Apollo story. He wasn't aware of any conspiracy stuff before he did this analysis. So this is a 100% believer. Okay? So in his emails with me after he did this analysis, this is what he said. This was so
very important here.
That I ran it by another analyst. I grew up at age 7 with his account.
So I mean, this again, you always get these people, and if you ask any Glober, well, what about the linguistics thing? They just will pass it off. Except for if it was the other way around, they would bank on it 100%. So This just tells you who the Globers are, what they look at as evidence. Anything that goes against their religious belief, they dismiss, and anything for it, they adopt wholeheartedly without even double checking or anything. They only care about the details of experiments when it's somebody else doing them. If it's anything on the science side, they accept without even looking at the papers. A paper was written about that. A paper was written about that. They don't even have to read them. They just accept it. It's the strangest religion I've ever seen.
There's a strong emotional connection with childhood national pride. The teachers repeatedly visited it, including newsreels. I did not expect this. I originally felt guilty wasting your money. Your money. But after the first few answers where he is linguistically nowhere to be found, I realized that there is more here than what is ridiculed. Heather too, that's his wife, who was also a trained analyst, is shocked. We both said the same thing. Things we dismissed as crazy years ago have been proven true more and more. We need to stay more open and explore. The analysis too, that's his wife, who was also...
Again, what a great statement there. She said, they both said the same thing. Things we dismissed as crazy years ago, which every one of us watching this, listening to this, dismissed flat Earth as crazy originally. But as time has gone on and we've seen governments work together, we've seen lies be passed off as truths, we've seen make-believe be turned into reality, we've seen the absolute level of deception that is everywhere. So no more can we just look at something and say, well, that seems crazy. No, things we dismissed as crazy years ago have been proven true more and more. We need to stay open and explore.
Trained analyst is shocked. We both said the same thing. Things we dismissed as crazy years ago have been proven true more and more. We need to stay more open and explore.
The analysis that I presented at that lecture was not the full analysis. There is more in this document from Peter Hyatt, and I am going to make this available as a download. Right, so this is quite extensive analysis.
And I believe I did find that it's Apollo. Let me see if I have that if you want to see that analysis, because I think the website on the screen is wrong. It's what did he say it was? Rich Planet TV, but it's richplanet or Rich Planet. Where is this at? Rich Planet Apollo interviews. I might have found it here for you. Yes. So this is I'll just show you the habit. So this is the entire interview here and assessment. So basically it just lists each person. He's told us that it's a deep black, but not that he saw it. When interviewed from cislunar space, right? So just basically what that guy just read, which I believe is Rich Planet, whatever, Richard something. But you can go down, you can also find him talk about Buzz Aldrin. If you remember, Buzz Aldrin had his interview with Bart Sibrel in his office, and you remember that was a big one, right? Why don't you talk to NASA? Why don't you talk to NASA? We're just passengers. And it's basically the same thing. If you go through this, I haven't watched it yet, I just read through this, but it is the same thing. You get to about this part here, and you get to, and by the way, the assessor says that Bart Sibrel ruined this interview. He ruined it as soon as he said he knows he didn't go to the moon, because he said he was giving himself up constantly. He shouldn't have done that, because then it shut down the conversation. But he says, where's he we're at now? So he says, well, actually, this is Sibrel talking. Well, actually, move it up here so you can see it. Well, actually, we found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you. Aldrin says, yeah. The subject only acknowledges this with yeah, offering no comment or question. He has told the IR that it is not news and it is not the anniversary. Oh, yeah. So that's funny that he says that. When asked about the interview, he says, well, this is not news and it's not an anniversary. So what am I doing here? Basically saying I'm only supposed to give interviews if it's something news happened, or it's an anniversary, which it's not news and it's not an anniversary. He reports in the negative what is not. This elevates the topic of importance. He tells us that this is not news and it's not an anniversary. We notice that news comes before anniversary. If he reported that it was not an anniversary, it may suggest that he does not see the need for an interview. We would wonder, however, why our subject would consider only an anniversary to be a reason to interview. This is not news in the negative. The subject affirms what the interview is not news. There are 2 points within the statement analysis that elevate the sentence. This is an unnecessary statement. It is given in the negative. With these two elements, the subject himself has led us to wonder, is it news? By asserting to a journalist or interviewer that this is not news, while not a result of a direct question, his statement is very important to the subject. Why? Because we've seen, researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement, this is not news and this is not anniversary. The subject indicates a reluctant and defensive posture. The interviewer recognizes this and compares it to what he has via the word actually. Well, actually, it is that we found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up for you, yeah? And it's from the mission. To our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before. It's 30 years old. Consider that the subject is reluctant to share information, which increases his defensive posture, and upon being given further information by the interviewer, thus showing him that it is in fact news, the subject responds to the statement with a question. And you want me to see this while you have me on camera? We have confirmation that the subject's concern is exposure of the information from him to the public. Note that while speaks to the element of time, not content. This suggests that the subject may have preferred being shown in private, that is, off camera. He was asked to tell us what it is, and he answered this with a question about being on camera. Therefore, being asked about something related to his work that he is not aware of has increased his sensitivity to the topic. It is important to consider that under general normal circumstances in any profession, the topic of what the footage is would elicit a question or comment rather than timing of such. Our subject is concerned about privacy, confidentiality. He has answered via a question, telling us that the topic is very sensitive to him. Cybro, well, and tell us what it is. This is an unnecessary statement. Aldrin, Cybro, I mean it's Aldrin. Well, I don't know why I should do that. Any professional who is free to talk about his profession would likely ask about the content of the footage, perhaps even with great interest, given how it was introduced. For the subject, it provoked a question about disclosure, and here it's produced an interruption, not about the material itself, but about the personal choice to comment. We must now consider that in light of this weak assertion, I guess, of the subject's choice to allow an interview. He reports in a statement what he does not know. He began with pause, well, and tells us what he does not know. He does not report ignorance to the topic, but his choice. This has caused considerable increase in tension of the subject to the unknown footage. The tension is not related to what the subject may or may not know. It is created to increase the tension regarding the reason why he would speak specifically on camera. We now have confirmation about the sensitivity of personal choice, as the subject indicates that he may not have personal choice to comment on what he has seen yet. Note the language that follows. Not only does he interrupt the interviewer, but specifically shows us indicators of tension. Cybrel, it's a very unique footage. What would be very unique would be only the public, not to an eyewitness who was there. Aldrin, well, it may be, but I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about it. What you're taking a picture of. Long pause. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see coughs, people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office? The subject begins with a pause, well, indicating a need to think deep before he answers. Okay, we'll read through some of this. But I need to sit down, and then we need to sit down and talk about it. And then is the passage of time. Nor does this choice of wording reveal his need to see it. But there will be a period of time for him to process the information. We sit down is to reveal tension, to demand the unity of we, and we talk about it is a repeat emphasis on unity. Question, what might be the pause of time here? Answer, the subject must be convinced that he himself has the cooperation unity of the interviewer. He did not say, and then we talk about it, but we sit down, tension, unity, and we, unnecessary emphasis on unity, talk about it. Before they talk about it, they will sit down. This slows down the pace, increases tension, and tells us that the subject will not disclose information or even continue the interview until the subject is convinced that there is unity between himself and the interviewer. And then we sit down and then we talk about it. Next we see why he only could guess about the personal choice. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. This breaks the unity of we and now goes back to the I, in which he reports that he does not see. He does not see the advantage. Then there's a pause, which signal increase in sensitivity and need for more consideration, where he adds, for me. The subject has turned his back to himself. Recall, he referenced the element of time, but not the topic. Now he introduces advantage for himself. He is there to share information, interview, which is for others. Question, is the subject disagreeing because he is not being paid? I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office? Here the subject acknowledges that he has knowledge that people have given access to somebody, unknown, singular, entity, authority, and context. That these people have managed suggests considerable effort and success. This may be due to various reasons, including 1, difficulty in identifying those in authority, B, managing through barriers to actually talk to one in authority. Not only does this sentence tell us that it is so challenging to get through to an authority, but that our subject wants to know the name of the official that the interviewer talked to. This now answers the question as to why there is reluctance. It is not due to restricted to money, professional advantageous, but requires somebody from our office to be notified. Our subject needs some form of permission to speak freely in the interview, even after a lengthy passage of time. I talked with Heather or tore bricks, but is this helping book promotion? Cybrel, no reply. The subject asked for a direct question that the interviewer did not answer regarding helping book promotion. The subject then asked another question that specifically called for an answer of what he himself would be marketing. The interviewer did not answer. Regardless of the topic, this is a breach of trust. The interviewer is seeking information but will not provide information. This will always put the interviewee in a defensive posture. Consider this the third element of the defensive posture of the subject. See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents book selling. Pause. He speaks directly about publicity and representation, but not about any permission or confidentiality issues. The refusal to answer has likely settled the subject into an already established defensive posture. It is a significant mistake in journalism. The subject, via answering questions, is vulnerable and now trust has been broken. Cybrel, I think you will see when you see the footage, you'll need to see that it's... Aldrin interrupts, why? Very extraordinary, one of a kind. Okay. Behind the scenes, yeah? Camera footage. Well, if it is, then why do you have access to something that no one else has access to? He now turns on the interviewer. Trust is broken, and he challenges the interviewer not with how, but why. This reduces sensitivity towards the footage shown, I think, and sensitivity personally towards the interviewer upward. Oh, it is down. Serendipity, I guess, and it was recorded on the 18th of what? Of July, 1969. Cybrel starts playing the footage on a screen, and I'm sure you've all seen this situation. It's just nice to see somebody address the way Buzz Aldrin acted. Aldrin, as the tape plays, Aldrin looks at the screen momentarily, but then stares at Cybrel in a cold way and does not show interest in the tape initially. Do you remember this? Aldrin, the 18th? Aldrin watches the footage. The footage shows the Earth filmed with the Apollo 11 spacecraft at a time when the mission was supposed to be halfway to the moon. The footage shows the astronauts filming the Earth from the back of a spacecraft through a circular window a number of feet away. It is claimed that they are using a crescent-shaped insert in front of the circular window in order to mimic the Earth's terminator, the line between day and night, and so that the Earth appears to be much further away than it actually was. The lights are turned out in the spacecraft, making the space within the spacecraft indistinguishable from the space outside the spacecraft. Cybrel believes Apollo 11 was in low Earth orbit and the duration of the mission, and these shots were being made by astronauts to be used to convince the public that Apollo 11 was on its journey to the moon. The final shot shows Michael Collins with the Earth outside the window, looking very large, indicating Apollo 11 probably was in low Earth orbit at the time. What is your opposition, that we didn't go to the moon? In effect, the interviewer ended when the interviewer betrayed the subject by his silence. It now turns into a challenge and the opportunity is lost. Cybrel, I know for a fact that you did not. This is a critical mistake on top of a critical mistake. Here he could have presented the topic as doubt, not as for fact. While technically it weakens the assertion while increasing the challenge personally to the subject, this challenge, which should have been avoided, was not expected by the subject. Journalists seek information by trade, not press narrative. This is how to lose the subject. Huh? I know for a fact that you did not. You know for a fact that we did not. The topic is very sensitive to the subject, parroting back the words with low effort. A subject retorts in question form, changes the pronoun you to we in the answer. This suggests that the defensive posture is not only high, but it is now something in which the subject does not wish to be alone psychologically with. The subject does not want to be accused of not going by himself, but as a team with others. That's correct, as you'll see the tape proves it. Foolishness compounded. The interviewer ended this interview, not the subject nor the topic. It's interesting to point out that I do agree with that I think Cybrel could have gone a different direction there, but he basically ended that interview. The subject didn't, Buzz Aldrin didn't end the interview, neither did the topic. It was because of the way he was acting. Aldrin then starts to remove his microphone and stands up in order to terminate the interview. Well, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did. This is an unexpected and weak assertion. He did not say, I'm not interested in satisfying your suppositions when we did, but instead goes to evidence. This is a subtle form of distancing language. I noticed this too. So he's basically saying we have all this evidence that we did go. So it's almost like they've been informed that they would put together enough evidence that it would seem like they went. So he's saying, but there's all this evidence that we did go, so it doesn't matter if you find evidence that we didn't. Cybrel, referring to the video, this proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were, Aldrin interrupts, speaking to the cameraman. Turn off the camera, please. Turn off the camera. You're full of shit. It is personal. This is why an interviewer must never break trust with a subject. He could have said, I would like to learn, or I would like to write the truth in a book, or I am open to learn about this footage. Instead, he presented it in the form of an accusation. Note that the subject had previously used the pronoun we to describe them. Even though it was in increased tension, it was still unity. The topic did not break the unity. The subject himself did not break the unity. Cybrel, it shows that you're in Earth orbit. Now, the moon is 3 days away, and this is late on the 18th. How could you possibly have walked on the moon 2 days later when this was shot on the 18th? Aldrin, do you want me to sit in front of a camera while you're taking pictures and you're showing this, and then you want to see my reaction? This is a challenge that could have been diffused with honesty. Yes, this way I can learn from you, or anything similar. By repeating the word fact, the interviewer only increases the resistance. I know for a fact that you didn't. Aldrin interrupts. That's slimy journalism, you realize that. Cybrel says, talking interrupts, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Cybrel hands Aldrin an envelope. If you read the document that I have in here, you'll find that it's not. But this is a personal plea to do what is right. Virtue signaling is also insulting, which also increases the resistance. This is very poor conducted interview. By using personal plea, however, he got the subject's attention, who turns back to his earlier offer. Well, we sit down and we talk about things ahead of time. Analytical interviewing 101. Do not interrupt the subject. It is likely that the lack of trust could have been repaired by reviewing the material off camera. This should have been agreed to as it was disarming and would have allowed the interviewer to get the information one way or another. The interviewer showed that he was not interested in the truth, but in pushing a narrative. Cybrel interrupts. These are the documents that you'll want to see. I know for a fact the interviewer's own weakness continues in his repetition of the word fact. Aldrin interrupts. But what is it that you're trying to do is unethical? You don't believe that. The subject asked the interviewer a question, and the interviewer refused to answer. The subject asked the interviewer a second question, which he refused. No, I did not. Well, then, we have a difference of opinion. This is where you're using the window of the spacecraft to appear to the Earth far away, yeah? We got that raw footage of it. We have an auxiliary track of someone prompting you when to speak. Do you believe in UFOs? No, I do not. Do you believe we've been visited by, well, why do you believe this stuff? This need to ridicule the interviewer suggests the sensitivity of the information. Unfortunately, the interviewer made sure that the sensitivity of the information would not be addressed. Cybrel, I know for a fact, I've had this analyzed. And this is the window. And you're in, and it's dated by an atomic clock at Goldstone tracking station, which is on tape. Aldrin is now opening drawers and busying himself with other things, as though the interview is finished. Aldrin says, well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator of NASA? We're passengers. We're just guys going on a flight. We're not. A question form is regarding authority. Sentence in the present tense is unreliable. What he was about to tell us in the negative, we're not, is elevated to importance to the subject and to us, but it is not known because the interviewer interrupted the subject. Cybrel, I know for a fact that you didn't go, and this tape would prove it in a court of law. Aldrin, no reply. Cybrel, it would. Then why don't you try? Why don't you put your money in a court of law and see how people laugh at you? You want it? At this point, Aldrin is concerned about the camera recording what he was about to say. He looks at the camera. No one has laughed. Is your camera working? The subject is concerned about how he will come off on camera. This is a result of not only sensitive information, but broken trust personally. And this makes you the real famous person that has discovered this and reveals all this stuff. What an ego you must have to want to propel yourself like this. The wording used by the subject here while attempting to insult reveals sensitivity towards the topic, not only the interviewer. This is why accusations should be made reluctantly, only when absolutely necessary and without morals. Cybrel, this is not why I'm doing it, and God knows that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it's wrong. The self-justification is another mistake for a journalist. This has set up disparity. The journalist knows right from wrong, and the subject is wrong. There is no unity in this, and the information now greatly hinders the, as it turns out, personal, to condemn the journalist and defend himself. It moves emotion, so you can see where the mistake was made there. I think there's enough info there. We're just passengers. Go talk to the administrator of NASA. Talk to them about us faking it. Okay. Oh, sorry. Cybrel, if you didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you this tape. Aldrin interrupts. Okay, we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody. This is not a strong assertion because, one, it is parroted language, which reduces the element of internal stress if he was being deceptive, and B, he did not use the pronoun I as expected in a most personal historic event. It is unreliable as it stands. Cybrel says, then how is this possible that this window, and it's shot to make it look like Look, you can manufacture all you want. This is a weak accusation, but we cannot conclude it is from the content. This is why making it personal, though through virtue signaling and condemning the subject, loses the opportunity for information, including information gleaned specifically through the lens of a statement analysis. This is straight. It isn't manufactured, and you know that it isn't. I believe this would prove in a court of law that you didn't go to the moon. Taken on the 18th, it proves when you remove the crescent. Here's the line. Can you give me your business card? Referring to the envelope. It's all in there. It's all in there. Pause. This proves that it's the window. You can see them removing the crescent insert, that you did create the Terminator line in front of the window. You're so full of shit, I can't believe it. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit, okay? Again, personal. Analysis conclusion. So, and one of the things that was weird is that he never did sue him when this movie came out. There was no suing by NASA of him being wrong about his movie. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. This one here, basically this guy, the reviewing of it says, for those looking to learn the truth as to whether or not the lunar landing took place, this was a lost opportunity. As you could say that, but I think that there was enough said there, no eyes used. It just kind of seemed like it went south quickly. So now we're going to show you that footage because I think it's important to see exactly. And then I put it in my editor. Let me bring my editor up again because I think that showed some elements of it that may have been missed. Let me go to, where is that thing at? Over here. Come on. What is the name of that? Yeah, there you go. All right, so I'm going to bring this up, and we are going to look at this. Hello. Okay, which one is it? Recently used project system? Okay. And let me grab this. We're going to go to D drive. Oh, I just did this yesterday too. Oh, it's in there. So JC, 1 second. Man, sometimes it takes a minute for my attached storage to show up. Come on. Get there, get there, get there. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Get there. There's the, okay, geez, took forever. All right, and it's in here, and it'll be this one. Okay. So I'm going to bring this over here. Oops, move this down here. All right. So we're now looking at the, let's see how large that is in your view. I need that bigger. Quite not. Okay, so we're just looking at it a bit. Oops. Let's grab this one. Just want to make this larger. No, this one larger. Okay, that's better. So now we're looking at, this is the footage from, not from Cybrell's movie, this is the actual footage from that 18th of July. I think that's what the sign says. If I, 115, 198, 198, 130. Don't know what it is. Okay, so number one, this is supposedly the Earth from the craft. And you'll notice that they do this zoom in. Okay, I'll kind of walk you through some of this. And they're looking at the Earth, supposedly from 130,000 miles away. Okay, and go past it. I mean, it doesn't look like the Earth at all to me. I mean, again, you might have guessed that. Let's keep going. Okay, so I'm just fast forwarding it here so I can show you when the part of the movie is where you can see them. Okay, basically turn on the lights here. So now, from this part forward, this is clear as could be to me. It's without a doubt. There's nothing else that can explain it. And if somebody thinks they can explain it, I'd love to hear it. So this is them supposedly looking at the Earth out the far window. But all of a sudden, we see this item here. Okay? What is this? This is a window or a reflection or a floodlight. They say it's a floodlight. But it's inside the craft. So how is it that you're zoomed in to the Earth far away through a window? And then as you zoom back out, all of a sudden you can see inside the craft. So that means that the camera is not in the window. We should all be in agreement there. Okay? Hopefully everybody agrees. You're right. This cannot be in the window, or else how are you seeing a reflection over there to the side? If your camera was up against the window, you could only see outside the spacecraft and you would only see space and the Earth. So we know that they're actually on the other side of the spacecraft. I described this yesterday just so you can see as an example of what this is. if you kind of picture you're in an airplane right now, and you're sitting in the window seat on the far left side of a plane, and now you turn to your right and you're looking across the aisle. So you got a person sitting in the middle seat next to you, a person sitting in the aisle seat next to him. You've got the aisleway, then you got the person sitting in the aisle seat, the middle seat, and somebody sitting over here in the window seat of the other side of the plane. That's how far away he is. Okay, so you're sitting in this side, you're looking across all the rows, so 6 seats in an aisle, and you're seeing a window on the other side. That's what they're using. Let's keep going. And we'll see here that as we're going through, now all of a sudden we see something move in front of it. Okay, let's go back and show that. If you were at the window, which is what they're claiming, how would you have something in front of it? And right here you can see there it goes. Something is in front of. Let me go. Can this go scene by scene or frame by frame? Yeah. You see there something's in front of the Earth. So clearly they're not looking out in space. They're in the craft looking across at a window. Okay. Now they're about to turn on the lights, and we're going to watch this very carefully and go into frame by frame here. You see something else in front of the Earth there getting in the way. So it means you're not looking out the window like you would have to see the Earth that big in the window. Okay, and then you've got all of a sudden, you're kind of losing what we're looking at here. Now it's back. Looks like they're doing something here, and then before you know it, you've got that again. It's kind of blocked. Now it comes back. Okay, keep watching that, because remember, that's the Earth ball, which doesn't look like the Earth at all. I mean, if you look at it, there's no continents. It just looks like white clouds all over it. Be easy to do. Now something's definitely in the way of it. It's being blocked. Kind of see it there. And now it comes through. Okay, so we can actually track that floodlight. Look where the floodlight is. That's correct. That is the floodlight that we see with the lights off. And there's the Earth ball right behind his shoulder. Okay, so that is the Earth. Now let's watch again. When they turn on the lights in the craft, we see that the floodlight is there, and we see pouring through behind his neck as he moves here and drops down. You're going to notice that that is certainly the window right there. This window with the light pouring into it was just the Earth. How is that possible? It's not. At 130,000 miles away, it is impossible that you would have the light of the Earth lighting up the craft. Now remember, they had the camera settings for it being extremely dark inside. Now, if you were extremely dark in there and you all of a sudden saw this bright light coming through the window, that might make a little sense, because you're like, oh no, it's just picking up any light. But you've now turned the lights on, and you turn the lights on and now the Earth's pouring through the window? Impossible. From 130,000 miles away, how is the Earth, and you can, oops, sorry, it's in the wrong screen. Here we go. So the Earth cannot be pouring through that window like that. Look at that. It was just the Earth ball at 130,000 miles. And now all of a sudden, it's a bright blue, almost, I don't know if that's a monitor. I don't know if it's a, it even shows like the window here, almost shows like it's got some sort of ball shape to it. If you look there, kind of looking at this part here, like this, okay, which is very strange, shining through here. Almost looks like something was put down. Oops. And I want you to hear, too, we're going to listen to the sound here, just to hear the kind of panic when they turn on the lights for everybody.
Okay, we'll reconfigure the TV for that. Roger.
Think about it. How could that ball Earth shine a bright blue light through the craft 130,000 miles away? Now right here, the mission control notices that the floodlight is being shown. So now it's, how could the light be looking outside? So he has to comment on it.
Apollo 11, Houston, appears to us that we're seeing a view from outside plus a little of the inside. It appears you've taken the camera away from the left window. Now, over.
That's correct. We're moving it back and reconfiguring for interior lighting.
Roger. We can still see the Earth through the left window, and it appears that we can see a floodlight.
Another thing I'm concerned about is that I was always told that because of the craft needing to equalize the amount of hot and cold on it, that it needed to always rotate. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that. Just funny that obviously it's not rotating here. If the Earth is out the window the whole time, I heard that the craft should be doing like a little spindle so that the sun side, then the cold side, then the sun side. Of course, this is just getting beat on one side of the craft by the sun, and the other side would be freezing cold.
Right, off to the left, either that or some sun shafting through the hatch window. It's a floodlight.
Now watch this as they realize now,
now
oh
we're
shit.
coming in. Can't quite make out who that is.
How could this possibly be the Earth? 130,000 miles away, and all of a sudden, we're getting a bright blue light here.
It's Big Mike Collins there.
Well, you got a little bit of... Yeah, hello there, sports fans. You got a little bit of me, plus Neil's in the center couch, and Buzz is doing the camera work this time.
Roger, it's a little dark now, 11. Maybe a bigger f-stop might help.
Yeah, that's in work.
Now, the Bart Seibel footage has a CIA voice, he says, that we don't get on this film. That twice says something, I forgot the second thing, but the first thing he says is talk. And he says it right there because they're being quiet. And he says talk. But we don't hear that on this tape.
It's getting a lot better now, 11. Mike, you coming in fine by. I got a good...
Well, I put on a coat and tie, but...
I mean, I'm still baffled by what is this? How is this, just moments ago, showing the Earth as a ball through... If this is a window, how would we have this all this light coming through now? Why is it blue when this is yellow? So you can't even say the craft rotated around and now the sun's out that window. No, why is it blue? And why is it different than this light?
I know about this ahead of time.
Is Buzz holding your cue cards for you, over?
You know, it says Buzz holding your cue cards for you.
Cue cards have a no. We have no intention of competing with the professionals, believe me.
No intention on competing with the professionals after he was just asked about cue cards. Who are the professionals that use cue cards? Oh, actors.
We are very comfortable up here, though. We do have a happy home. There's plenty of room for the three of us, and I think we're all learning to...
Now, many people feel that this piece of evidence, and I'm one of them, was given to Bart Seibel on purpose. Knowing that they would know that people would doubt the moon landings, it's better to lead the opposition, right? So what you do is you provide this footage, and if anybody doesn't believe in the moon landing, well, then they would use this as their evidence, like I'm doing. And then on top of that, it proves that they were in orbit, technically, right? Now, again, I don't think that that's true at all, but I think that it could be done through parabolic flights, or who knows what goes on up there that we don't know about or that they haven't told us. But what's clear is that that's not the Earth. What's clear is that they were lying about being 130,000 miles from the Earth. And there's nobody that has yet to provide me with any kind of an answer that would explain this, which should be simple. You should just explain how we're looking at an Earth ball out of a window of a craft. And it looks like that. There's the Earth ball. And then we turn on the light, and all of a sudden the Earth ball becomes a weird blue see-through looking thing. Or again, if this was a blacked out spacecraft and this blue light was there, if you were to put a cutout over it with like some white clouds on it, it would look like this. Let me get a little better picture here. There we go. Okay. So think about it. If that's the window and there's blue light coming through it, you just need to put a little transparency over it with a little dark area and some white clouds. And this is what you would get. And they can move around and they can shoot it, and they can shoot it from the other side of the craft. And then when the lights come on, why is it that we're seeing? That's definitely the window. I mean, look at the comparison, its location with the floodlight moving around, and then you can see that it is that window. There you go. Look at it there. Goes there, still there. Go there, still there. And then all of a sudden, the lights come on, and we look at the light pouring through this window. How is that the Earth? Just was. Went from this to this because the lights turned on. Okay, that is, to me, all the evidence I need that they clearly were not 130,000 miles from the Earth at this point here. And I tried to look and see if there's any more footage of that thing just so we could see what exactly is that. Here they're looking at the star charts. You'll notice that they're also looking out. That's basically a transparency there. So it's not like, oh, they didn't have any... No, this is what they use for like star charts, is a transparency over the window. And they were able to look... I don't know what good that would do if you're looking at the sun like they're doing here. But what was that right there? Let's see. We go back here a little bit. Oh, no. Just trying to see if I can see any more of whatever that window-looking thing is. But this is later in the trip. And I don't think I've ever seen that monitor again, or whatever that is. It's like light bright. That's what it looks like. Yeah, that's the end of this one. Okay, let me show you something else. Let me show you something else we got here. We've got the this one here. Where is it? Yeah, this one. Just, I've shown this before, something that I found that I think is quite telling. Let's go to the pop player. Okay. Oops. And we are going to slow down this footage as slow as we can get. Let's go with the, where's the settings? And speed slower. Okay, we're at 0.2 times speed. And again, this is just a view of the outside of the craft, and it certainly seems like somebody's moving out there. Again, another thing I've never really heard much about or got any info on. So what exactly is this that they're showing out the window here? I'll tell you when. Now, I think it's obvious every time that they are... Oh, there we go. That's a good spot. So, can you see my mouse? Yeah. See this right here. And I'm going to be drawing around... Oops. So, I'm going to draw around this person right here. This thing here. So, doing a circle around. Watch that thing as we go back just a hair. And you can see that the thing comes into view. Watch. Comes into view and then leaves. So how is that we have this item come into view and then leave? Again, into view and out. That's from the outside. Then there's aliens on the spacecraft as somebody's walking on the outside of the craft. Here it comes in and then gone. Again, into the view and gone. Doesn't seem like that should be the way it is. Let's go with another video. Well, let's actually, I want to read this article real quick. So let's go with, and then I want to show you some of the lunar rover stuff. What are we at here? 2.5 hours already? Okay, I'm a little behind. That's right. We're going to go with this one, and this is the, I think it's good to read these articles because, let's see here, this one. We're going to go with this article, which is called, Yes, the United States, oops. Hold on, I got to put this into the box, right? Oh, come on. Move. There we go. All right, let me turn this one over here. And I think we almost finished this, but again, you'll notice that Neil doesn't say the word I.
Shaking in every direction. And it was loud, really loud.
Did you have butterflies?
Sure. When you got
Here we go again. Did you have butterflies? Sure. When you've got this, this, and this, and you got this, this, and this, you get this, this, and where's the word I?
much liquid oxygen and hydrogen and other explosive materials underneath you're always aware that there's a certain apprehension is merited.
And what about after the liftoff? I mean, did you had to think at some point, before or after, that something could go wrong up there and maybe you couldn't get back? You might be stranded on the moon?
Well, I suppose you think about that sort of thing long before the...
I mean, I'm not a linguistics expert, but right away I can already hear that guy saying this is a weak assertion, right? I suppose you think about that sort of thing. So he's not even saying, again, that he thought about that. He's saying, I suppose you think about that sort of thing. He's not saying, I felt this. I suppose that you would.
I suppose you think about that sort of thing long before the flight goes in the months leading up. But once you're here and on the launch pad, ready to go, you put those thoughts behind you.
You put those thoughts behind you. You think positive all the time. That's not the question being asked of you. Think about yourselves. If anybody ever asked you questions about like this, would you go about answering the ways that he does, or would you be saying the word I? Right? No, I was scared. Oh, I was not thinking about that. Not keep telling us what we would feel. You would do this. You would feel this.
Be ready for everything that's going to happen.
You would be ready for everything that's going to happen.
Do you look at the...
Now he's saying, having been there, do you do? He's trying. I mean, these are like even attempts, desperate attempts to get an eye out of this guy.
Differently than you did before?
Do you look at the moon differently? Well, I do look at it,
Well, it's a little bit like if you look at a globe of the world in your home, and you see places on it. You see places you've been.
Why does he always turn to this third person, you, informal? That is this like he's a textbook, or I don't even know what it would be, that would keep telling us what we would do. We would feel this. We would see this. We would do this.
After having been to the moon, you see places.
After having been to the moon, you see places. No, after being to the moon, you need to say I. After being on the moon, I see places that not we.
You've been, and you remember flying by them at closer range.
That July morning in 1969, when you came out.
When you came out and you gave that thumbs up.
That thumbs up. I mean, that was a very confident view you put on.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a sham, I admit. We were confident in the equipment and our own readiness to go, but the reality is a lot of times you get up there and get in the cockpit and something goes wrong somewhere and you go back down. So when you actually lift off, it's really a big surprise.
So when you lift off on this thing, I mean, that must be, one, an incredible feeling of power underneath you. And what about the noise?
The noise is enormous. It's so loud that it's not just audible noise. You feel the vibration of the sound. And and not until you get up to about 1,000 feet altitude do you start to lose the reflection of the sound coming off the ground. At that point, it becomes manageable to hear the people talking to you over the radio, but that's about the first thing.
But in the beginning, it must be hard for you to hear ground control.
Very difficult to hear anything over the radio in that noise environment. There's an old saying in aviation that if it looks good, it flies good. And this has to be the exception to the rule, because it flew very well, but it is probably the ugliest flying machine that was ever been designed.
And it looks so large from the outside, and I've always heard how little room there was inside.
Yeah, there's not very much room inside. It looks large, but a lot of that volume is occupied by systems and tanks.
Does not look large.
And they work for you.
No use of the word I at all throughout that entire interview. Let's see about this one here.
Many people may not remember this, but Neil Armstrong was here from the very beginning. An experienced naval aviator and the youngest.
I have not watched this before. I'm just watching it real quick just to see, can we get an eye from this guy at some point?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Leon, and thank all of you. In the summer of 1958, the Congress wrote and the President signed the National Space Act, establishing the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. And I remember the time clearly. 50
He remembers the time clearly. Notice that. All of a sudden, we're not talking about the moon landing now. He's talking about the time before that, and he says the word I. No problem.
years ago this week, I was high above the California desert, piloting a B-29 carrier aircraft.
So when he's talking about being above the desert in a B-29 aircraft, he has no problem saying the word I.
And launching the X-1E, the latest and most advanced of the fabled X-1 research airplane series. NASA became an operating agency on October 1st, 1958. I found myself that Wednesday morning going to work at my same job, my same office, doing the same work that I'd been doing the previous day. It was a relatively easy transition. We were already riding on rockets and research aircraft. We already knew how to count backwards, 8, 7, 6, 5. We had merely to paint over the C in NACA and replace it with an S on our airplanes, our trucks, and vans. As the other principal components of the new agency, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the California Institute of Technology, and the Army's Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama, assumed they were deciding what the minimum amount of painting would be required at their installations and what new responsibilities they would face. In any case, I suspect there are some number of people here tonight who remember the birth of NASA and were a part of the early days. So I would like to ask those here tonight who were founding members of NASA, those from NACA, those from JPL, those from Redstone, and those who came from various other places to join NASA in the year 1958. I'd like those of you who are seated in that category to stand, and those of you who are standing to raise your hands and let me hear from you. A half century later, we look back on what has been accomplished. Our knowledge of the universe around us has increased 1,000-fold and more. We learned that Homo sapiens was not forever imprisoned by the gravitational field of Earth. Performance, efficiency, reliability, and safety of aircraft have improved remarkably. We've sent probes throughout the solar system and beyond. We've seen deeply into our universe and looked backward nearly to the beginning of time. We were a competitor in perhaps the greatest peacetime competition of all time, the space race, USA versus USSR. Like the war, it was expensive. Like the war, each side wanted intelligence on what the other side was doing. And I'll not assert that the space race was a diversion which prevented a war. Nevertheless, it was a diversion. It was intense. It did allow both sides to take the high road with the objectives of science and learning and exploration.
Eventually, it provided a mechanism for engendering cooperation between adversaries. In that sense,
I'll just admit that I think that he's going to say it here. Almost because I think it's impossible that he doesn't again. Impossible. Somebody would have told him at some point, like, dude, you have to start saying the word I. You can't keep leaving that out. It's getting obvious. We hear you say, I was in a plane. I was above Nevada in this B-52 bomber. I was doing this. And then it gets to the moon landing, and all of a sudden, it's we see deeply. We were competitors. USS was. We sent probes. It's no more I.
Among others, it was an exceptional national investment for each side. I submit that one of the most important roles of government is to inspire and motivate its citizens.
Here we go.
And particularly its young citizens, to love to learn, to strive to participate in and contribute to societal progress. By that measure, NASA will, without doubt, rank in the top tier of government enterprises.
Oh, yeah, because they inspire.
The goal is far more than just going faster and higher and further. Our goal, indeed, our responsibility, is to develop new options for future generations. Options in expanding human knowledge, exploration, human settlements, and resource development outside in the universe around us. Our highest and most important hope is that the human race will improve its intelligence, its character, and its wisdom, so that we'll be able to properly evaluate and choose among those options and the many others they will encounter in the years ahead. And I look forward to watching the progress and those exciting developments and hearing the status report when we gather again for NASA's 100th anniversary.
I think it becomes painfully obvious that it's embarrassing that anybody would believe this. With the linguistics help, with everything that we know about the impossibility of it all, that they're driving around on the moon with an umbrella getting signals. I watched the landing today of them landing on the moon, and as the craft is turning, they lose signal, they keep losing signal, oh, we got no signal. But then when they're driving around on a go-kart with an umbrella, all of a sudden, now they have, now they're just fine. Now they got a signal. It's insane. I gotta show you this too. I got a couple more documents I want to show you. Let me find this one. We got that one. That's the book. And yes, this one, I believe. What is this? Oh, this is that's that negative parallax. So that's also in, by the way, t.me/jeranism links if you've heard us talk about negative parallax. Now finding out from space audits that they say 46% of observations have negative parallax, which is impossible, by the way, in the globe model, in the heliocentric model. You cannot have negative parallax, but they just zero it out, pretend like they didn't see it, pretend like it's not negative. Let me find this here. I'm trying to find this. I know who sent it to me. It's on Facebook. 1 second. I want to show you this. Is it that one? No, let me see. I'm thinking I get lost on where I put documents. I think it's on Facebook. Yeah, I know. I feel the same. Oh, sorry. Answering somebody audibly. Where are you, Mr. By the way, I'm just looking. I've sent Cat Bobineau a bunch of messages on Facebook. She'll never respond to me. She'll never respond to me. Let's see what this is. Yeah, 1 moment. Okay. No, not that one. No. Okay, I'll wait on that one because I got to figure out where it is. I'm trying to think of where that document is. Okay. Because I also have somebody who commented on Let me check one place and see if I'm losing my mind. Who sent this to me? Here? No. 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 So there's a document that basically says that the lunar ranging experiments, there's basically a guy who wrote a report saying that they never happened. They never happened. And why am I not finding it on here? The complete discount. Apollo, let me find it 1 second. Minions, skeptics about the moon landing. You know that we went. Astronaut analysis. Pop up. What's that from? Solar interactive 3D animations. See Rover. SNL. Anyway, I will find that. It is good for you to see because it's basically somebody saying that they've done the analysis of the so-called, because that's their like go-to. They keep going back to this. Oh, well, we have reflectors on the moon. But again, you can go to the lunar laser ranging experiment. Oops. Let me look this up real quick. Are you on the right page? Yeah. If you go to here, lunar laser ranging experiments on Wikipedia. And again, I don't believe Wikipedia is the truth, but it is the mainstream belief. So usually you can go to it for that reason. And here you can see, let me get you a better view. How about that one? Okay, so everybody says, oh, we put these laser reflectors there and then we get a return. But if you'll notice here, the first successful lunar ranging tests were carried out in 1962 when Louis Simulin and Giorgio Fiocchio from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology succeeded in observing laser pulses reflected from the moon's surface using a laser with a 50J 0.5 whatever. Similar measurements were obtained later that same year by a Soviet team. So all these people were able to get bounces off the moon, supposedly. Okay. Now they tell us, oh, well, we do all these testing by shooting lasers off the reflectors. Well, what do you mean? You didn't need reflectors. You shot them off the moon directly. So your claim that we shoot it off the reflectors is not correct. And then when you look at the size of a beam, they've done the calculation. This beam would be like 5 miles big. And this is the little reflector supposed to reflect it back. The beam itself would be like 5 miles huge by the time it got to the moon. Again, craziness to think that. And they love to tell you that they know how far the moon is within a millimeter. Have you seen the newest thing that they say the moon is shrinking? I mean, it's just insane that these people keep pulling out there, and people will believe it. People will believe it. Oh, here we go. This is 4 miles. I lied. I'm a liar. At the moon's surface, the beam is about 6.5 kilometers, 4 miles wide. And scientists liken the task of aiming the beam to using a rifle to hit a moving dime 3 kilometers away. The reflected light is too weak to see with the human eye out of a pulse of 3 times 10 to the 17 photons. 3 times 10 to the 17. What is that number? Let me see if I go to big number calculator. Big number calculator. This one here usually gives me some good numbers. We got, what did that say? 10 to the, no, I forgot. Where are we at here? So 3 times 10 to the 17th. 3 times 10 to the 17th. Give me that answer. So, okay, so they sent million, billion, trillion, quadrillion. 300 quadrillion photons. Let's keep going. Out of a pulse of 3 times 10 to the 17th photons aimed at the reflector, only about 1 to 5 are received back on Earth, even under good conditions. Not 1 to 5 quadrillion. 1 to 5 out of this number. We sent 300 quadrillion and 1 to 5 photons comes back. And that's not even, I mean, again, I challenge people to go and have somebody do this for you. The next time somebody tells you in a debate that we bounce laser, say, please give me information of where I can go and watch this happen. And they'll never let you. They'll never show you because the actual truth of the matter is that they're just guesswork. It's just nonsense. It's just postulations and presuppositions. This is what I'm noticing with all these things. They don't ever show you. They'll never show you. Try and ask somebody to show you parallax of the stars. Try and ask somebody to show you them calculating for parallax. They'll never show you that. Okay. It would elicit the fraud. Okay. So we're not going to get that from them. So anyway, you can't say that the lunar, I want to read this section. Why does it say this anyway? Principle. The distance to the moon is calculated approximately using the equation distance equals speed of light times duration of delay due to reflection. Since the speed of light is a defined constant, conversion between distance and time of flight can be made without ambiguity. Okay. Since the speed of light is a defined constant, right? Conversion between distance and time of flight. Okay. To compute the lunar distance precisely, many factors must be considered in addition to the round-trip time of about 2.5 seconds. These factors include the location of the moon in the sky, the relative motion of the Earth and the moon, Earth's rotation, lunar libration, polar motion, weather, speed of light in various parts of air, propagation delay through Earth's atmosphere. Now, this is something I talked to space audits about the other night. I don't believe that there's any chance that what they tell us about beams of light from satellites 22,000 miles away can possibly be true. Let me explain. They say that, should I draw a picture? I know my drawing's terrible, but help me get my point across here. Let's just do this real quick, and you can help me with this one. And maybe I'm wrong. Hey, I'm always open to being wrong. That's a great thing. I don't claim to know facts about anything. I'm just saying, hey, you tell me what's wrong with this idea here. Okay, we're just going to use this drawing. Oh, racist. Okay, let's get rid of this. And I'm looking at a broken monitor, by the way, so I can't even really see what's going on here. I think it's this one. All right, so let's think about this real quick. If you believe what they tell us about GPS, we've got a satellite dish, which who knows what they look like because they don't really exist. So we'll just do like something with a panel here like this. All right, there's our satellite, our GPS satellite flying around in space. I believe it. They say this is 22,000 miles away. Okay, that's a far distance. 22,000 miles, okay? Now, you're down here on the globe Earth, and you are let's say that there's a house here, okay? And then let's say that there's your next door neighbor, and down the street you've got I don't know, a hill here. It's a park. You can go up here. There's trees. Okay, great. Let's make them green so you know it's trees. Trees. Beautiful. Okay, that's a park. Your next door neighbor. Great. Now, what they tell us is that there's a beam that is sent from this GPS satellite down to your phone. And let's say that you can be in one of three places. Either will make you blue. Either you're standing on the roof of your house, you're standing on the roof of your neighbor's house, or you're over here at the park. Okay. Now, what they tell us is that somehow this beam is sent from this satellite dish down to you. Your phone then determines, because this sends it out with a time that it sent it out. I sent it out at 11:50, 50 seconds and 55.555 nanoseconds. Okay, great. Your phone receives it, and from that data is able to determine where you are. Okay. Just think about that. So now, what is different about the pulse sent here versus the pulse sent here? Time? So you're talking about a minuscule, how small would that be? Think of the speed of light. And I always forget that exact number is. And what is the speed of light in miles per hour? None of us care about your stupid kilometers and all that bullshit. Speed of light, mph. Okay, so that's 6.706 to the 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3. Hold on, I gotta write this down. I can never figure that out in my head. So we got 6.7 times to the 8. 6.7. So we're gonna remove that decimal and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 670 million miles per hour. Sounds right. Okay, so just imagine something that's moving 670. Sorry, I'm putting this down so I don't forget. 670 million miles per hour. Okay, and if we divide that by 6, 7, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Oops, one more. Okay, 670 million. Let's divide that by 60 to get our miles per minute. Is 11,166,666 miles per minute. Yes. Okay, and I'm going to get seconds. We're going to divide by 60 again, and we get 186,111 miles per second. Okay, think about that. 186,000 miles per second. So this beam is shooting 22,000 miles. So we're talking about one tiny little fraction. Let's divide by 22,000. Oops, I put 20. 118, what is it? 186,111. We do it again. 186,111 divided by 22 equals, so 8,459th of a second, whatever that would be. Okay, but let's just think about it now. Back to here. So there's a difference between, enough of a difference between here and here, sorry, that this is able to determine where you're at. And then if you send the beam instead to here, and this phone picks it up, it determines where it's at. Okay. Now my contention is this: they just said in that we're just reading it, said all the things that go into account for that time. But why is it that the satellite doesn't ever have to ask any questions? What about if there's clouds here? What if it's raining? These things would all slow down the speed of light. So therefore, what about refraction? These guys love to say that the light bends, right? So you have layers of atmosphere. Here you would have very little atmosphere. Here would be a little bit more. Here would be a lot more. And here would be your most amount of atmosphere. So this beam being sent by the satellite would hit each individual layer and would, according to everybody in science, angle down, angle down, angle down, changing its path, changing its speed. And therefore, you're telling me that the clouds don't matter? The weather doesn't matter? This dish is always sending signals to your phone. It always knows exact. You could, if I looked it up right now, it would know, like, even close to where in my house I am. How does that make sense? It doesn't. Nobody would. Why would you believe that? Why would you believe that this thing's talking to things 22,000 miles away and it's able to determine your location like that? What about clouds? What about rain? What about sleet? What about snow? When it's snowing, that doesn't change the speed of light being sent from that satellite dish to my phone? How not? We just read here, and the reason I brought that up is it says here that these factors include to compute the lunar distance precisely, many factors must be considered in addition to the round trip time. So wouldn't that be true of any signal being sent from somewhere out in space to Earth? These factors include the location of the moon in the sky. Okay, that wouldn't be necessary for us, but hey, what do we got? Thank you. Hey, celebration. We've got Tyrone McLeod. Keep speaking the truth. Thank you very much for the $20 super chat. Much love. And you got the moon, Earth's rotation. So we never heard them mention that as far as what about the Earth's rotation in the beam that's coming 22,000 miles away from me. We have to take that into account. We got to take polar motion, weather. Why do you have to take weather into account? Weather? I thought weather doesn't matter for the GPS satellites, so why would it matter for this? Speed of light in various parts of the air. Well, that's impossible to determine. How would you know where I am first? You don't know if I'm on the roof or whether I'm on my neighbor's roof or whether I'm in the park. So how are you able to determine what the speed of light is in various parts of the air? You don't even know where I'm at. Propagation delay through Earth's atmosphere. Oh, now through Earth's atmosphere, there is delay. If there's delay, then there's no such thing as GPS. How would it know where I'm at to guesstimate the amount of it? Then it already knows where I'm at before it tells me where I'm at? Doesn't make any sense. The location of the observing station and its motion due to crustal motion and tides, all that's necessary? Is that included in the GPS knowing where I'm at? And relativistic effects, of course. The distance continually changes for a number of reasons, but averages 385 blah, 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 between the center of the Earth and the center of the moon, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, just think it's funny. I've always wondered. That just doesn't work for me. You know, I have a hard enough time believing in the ability for that thing to know where I'm at 1 mile away. But I think it does a pretty good job of that in the fact that it's basically making circles. It's doing trilateration, or whatever you want to call it, which I've shown many times before. That's what makes sense to me is if you, come on, let me go this way. Let's make this a little bigger. So when you're talking about what actually is done through cell stations, which is where it gets your location from. Now, some people are like, well, Jaron, how is it getting your location when there's no cell stations around? Well, I think it uses airplanes. I think Dave Weiss is exactly right. The airplanes create a mesh network, just like you can create a hotspot for your phone, and then you can piggyback off that to get internet from your car. Same thing is true for these people in low service areas. They basically are able to dial into a plane, and the planes that have no idea. It's just the plane creates a hotspot for these people, and then they call it satellite internet or whatever, or satellite whatever you want to call it, GPS from unknown locations. So let me show you what trilateration is. Again, you have a tower. What makes more sense? 22,000 miles away through weather and sleet and snow and all those propagation effects and relativistic motions and polar motion and weather? Or does it make more sense that we've got a telephone tower and all of a sudden you are standing right here, and you are sending a signal. You want a signal to know where you're at. So what happens is this beam sends out a signal, and then it immediately knows that you are within a circle of some type. Okay, so they say, ding, as it comes back as you are right. Oh, can I move this like this? Yeah. So it dings, and boom, it knows that you are somewhere. Now, it doesn't know you're here yet. It would just know that you're somewhere on this green circle, right? Because it's an equal distance in all directions. So that's all it knows. But then what it needs to do is it sends out from another tower, this one here, another locator, bing, and it locates again. And you've got another circle drawn that happens to pass through the other circle at 2 locations. This is going to be a little off on my size here. Let's go back this way. Oh, maybe go there. Okay. So when that, come on. Can I move this circle or what? Hey, what do we got here? We got it. Hey, we got it. Jaren, he's a jolly good fellow that nobody can deny. That nobody can deny. That nobody can deny. That he's a jolly good fellow. Thank you. Taking back Eden. Also a jolly good one. All right. So then you've got this crossing these 2 circles at this time, and then all you need is a third tower to send out another beam, and it's going to cross these locations at only one spot. And that, or it's going to cross at only one spot, has all 3 locations, is my way of putting that. And that's when you get to about there. And then you would know, come on, you would know where that person is, because that is the circle that crosses at 3 places, whereas this one only has 2, and you would know that that person stands there. So that makes sense to me. And from a mile away, 2 miles away, I could see that. What I can't see is 22,000 miles away, through weather, through sleet, through snow. How would you even know? You'd have to know those things ahead of time before you could send the signal and be, oh, there's snow, so the speed of light changes. Anyway, that's not really much to do with the moon, although I've always wondered that. And if somebody's got an answer for that, please let me know. You can write to me on Telegram, t.me/jeranism, and tell me I'm wrong and show me why, and then I'll admit to everybody, oh, I was wrong about it. This is how the GPS actually picks you up. But of course, nobody will even reach out, because they don't reach out about those things. They just want to say, but the moon, the sun rises at 90 degrees on the equinox. Oh. You know, like that. Okay. Hey, thank you very much. What do we got here? Hey. November says, just wanted to say thank you. You're doing God's work. Keep up the good work, brother. Thank you very much. 999 super chat from November. Very kind of you. Okay, let's get rid of my drawing. Do I need to draw anything else? I love to draw. Let me think. I like to draw on the pad better than using my mouse, but I don't think I have anything else to draw. Unfortunately, well, I mean, on top, and you know, somebody, I forgot whose video did this, but they laid out, oh, it was Bobby Thompson, Flat Earth and Coffee, who was talking about the impossibility of GPS, like the satellites are moving. So again, going back to our little house example, okay, so the satellite is moving. Let's go all the way out back here. There. So this satellite is moving at an incredible speed, right? This, or whatever direction, doesn't matter. It's moving. And then it's able to send a beam, okay, and it's moving, and pick it. But what if you're moving? So none of it makes any sense to me. So this is moving, and it sends a time that it's moving, and then if you're moving, it's like, oh, well, okay, I picked up, it's been this much time for that to travel, but did it go through any? It's such horseshit. And then they tell us that we know that the speed of light is an agreed upon average. So it's not even an actual known speed. There is no known speed of light. So how are you able to use an agreed upon average when it's being cut off by lights and clouds? And we just saw weather makes a difference. Propagation through the Earth's atmosphere makes a difference. But yet they're able to figure that out? No way. No way. Especially when there's different layers of atmosphere. For instance, above the poles is the lowest that it gets. At the equator is the highest that it gets as far as the stratosphere. So you've got more atmosphere to come through if you're at the equator than you do at the poles. So how would it ever know that? Again, I'm not claiming I know the answer. I'm just claiming I have questions, which you are allowed to ask. It is part of science, being skeptical. I know scientists and believers out there don't believe in being skeptical anymore. They simply eat up everything. You just listen to Craig today on his debate. How many times is he going to say, oh, well, we make this prediction and then we go outside and see it, and it must be then, because it matches the globe model. Again, Mindshock does one of the best jobs of just bearing this stupid opinion, and that is that, well, whoops, My phone cracked. Oh, luckily it's just a little cover. When did I drop it that cracked it that bad? Anyway, but Mindshock was saying it is the equivalent of saying, all right, so I'm going to make a hypothesis right now that, I keep finding the mail in my mailbox at 12:15 every day. So I'm guessing it probably maybe comes around noon. And I think that it's Bigfoot that brings my mail. So therefore, I'm going to make a prediction that tomorrow at 12:15 when I go out, the mail will be there. And then at 12:15 we go out and it matches my prediction that the definitely Bigfoot is the one delivering the mail. Then I can go out the next day again and we'll confirm my presupposition, my hypothesis, which is that Bigfoot brings the mail, and therefore if I go out at 12:15 it matches my prediction, and therefore my prediction is true. That's what globe earthers think is actual science. They think that because they've been handed all this evidence that they're like, oh, well, we just go out and then it matches what we think, and then that must mean that, no, that's not how science works. You guys are retarded. Sorry to tell you. It's a negative aspect of what's gone on in your lives. I understand you've been told you're smart and given some sort of degree. You're not smart, you're book smart, and you've been trained at the lie. I suspect when this comes out, many people will be not very happy with themselves and may not. I don't know. I don't want to make any assumptions, but many people will be very upset with themselves. How could they have been duped? How could flat earthers have seen this before they did? It's because we weren't indoctrinated like you were. Okay, we got out of school. We were the ones who spoke out, who went to the principal's office. We did not see the requirements or the need to do some of these things that school was telling us, whereas you guys did whatever school told you, right? And that's the problem. Because when you work for NASA, you do whatever NASA tells you. And because you're told you're important and you got this big project and you're going to send a satellite into space, you think that you're actually sending a satellite into space. We'll read that when we get to Kasig's letter or a book here in a second. So let's be done with this. We don't need that. But anyway, that's just talking about this. Yeah, that's crazy. At the moon's surface, the beam is about 6.54 miles wide, and scientists liken the task of aiming the beam to using a rifle to hit a moving dime 3 kilometers away. The reflected light is too weak to see with the human eye. Out of a pulse of 3 times 10 to the 17th photons, again 300 quadrillion, aimed at the reflector, only about 1 to 5 are received back on Earth, even under good conditions. They can be identified as originating from the laser because the laser is highly monochromatic. This is not true. Again, I have a document, a paper written by somebody talking about all this stuff who says that he claims that no laser reflector has ever been used by anything on Earth. Every single time it's simply the moon bouncing it back. As of 2009, the distance of the moon can be measured with millimeter precision. If you believe this, get out. It's the dumbest thing. You couldn't estimate a car down the fucking road at millimeter precision, let alone the fucking moon, retards. You cannot get the distance of the moon within a few millimeters. Do you know how far a millimeter is? I mean, give me a freaking break. How stupid do you think people are? How do people, and you know what? They're right because people believe it. People will argue with me. They'll laugh at me for saying that you can't figure that out. Of course we can, man. We just we can do whatever we want to. We could just do anything. We're just so, but then you tell them like, well, I think that they're using simulated cloud data for the Himalaya. That's impossible. Take a supercomputer. It's impossible to get the cloud data from balloons. No, it's not. That's much easier than pretending you know the distance to the moon within a millimeter. Give me a freaking break. I mean, 1 foot, right? Let's see. 1 foot is how many millimeters? 1 foot is 304 millimeters. Think about that. Think about it. This motherfucking assholes are telling us that as of 2009, the distance to the moon can be measured with millimeter precision. What millimeter? 10, 20, 50? 304 millimeters would be 1 foot. You couldn't look down a street and correctly estimate the distance of a car within a foot. Yet you're just like, and maybe you could, Jaron, we can do that. We could. Okay, so you can come within a foot on Earth of a car down the street. But you're telling me you can get within millimeter of the moon? You're dumb. I mean, think about the atmosphere. Think about what we're looking through. Think about refraction. What about refraction? Sometimes we see the fucking moon and it's behind the horizon, we're told. So how do you know when you're getting these laser pulses back? How can you estimate the moon's not even where you think it is? Such horseshit. Really horseshit. Here's the supposed observatory with the table below presents a list of active and inactive lunar laser ranging stations. Where does it say? Okay, so these ones are closed. McDonald was closed. Crimean was closed. This one here seems to have a 2010 to present. We've got Matera Laser Ranging Observatory in Italy, still open. Apache Point, still open in New Mexico. Geodetic Observatory in Wetzel, Germany, still open. And I believe that it's been said that nobody does this anymore. There's nobody bouncing lasers off the moon. Again, somebody could look out by calling these people and asking them if we can come see it. Is there a video of them doing it? Could we send a group there to come see it? I guarantee the answer is no, 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 and no, and no, and no. The lunar laser ranging data is collected in order to extract numerical values for a number of parameters. Analyzing the range data involves dynamics, terrestrial geophysics, and lunar geophysics. The modeling problem involves two aspects. There's no problem. You guys can come within a foot, within millimeters. An accurate computation on the lunar orbit and lunar orientation, and an accurate model of the time of flight from an observing station to a retroreflector and back to the station. Modern lunar laser ranging data can be fit with a 1 centimeter weighted residual. 1 centimeter? Okay. The center of Earth to the center of Moon distance is computed by a program that numerically integrates the lunar and planetary orbits, accounting for the gravitational attraction of the Sun, planets, and selection of asteroids. The same program integrates the 3-axis orientation of the Moon, called libration. The range model includes the position and ranging station, accounting for the motion due to plate tectonics, Earth rotation, precession. Why do we believe this? We should have just seen this years ago and laughed at these people who tried to tell us this shit. It is so fake. And yet, this is the world we live in. That these people, they're given like some paper that says that and then they're just allowed to make up whatever they want and nobody challenges it because you don't have a degree in that. You're not allowed to challenge that. Okay. The moon probably has a liquid core. Yeah, I'm sure they know the core. You know, they've dug, 4 feet deep in the moon if they've been there? Wow. You probably know it's 20% of the moon's radius. The radius of the lunar core mantle boundary is determined by whatever that is. The polar flattening, the free core nutation, whatever. Accurate locations for retroreflectors serve as reference points visible to orbiting spacecraft. Again, we always get to this point. Einstein's theory of gravity, the general theory of relativity, predicts the moon's orbit to it. I mean, it's so fucking stupid. You've measured gravity like is in the things that fall on Earth. You've measured the time it takes things to fall. And it's like, oh, but the theory of it predicts the moon's orbit. Yeah, I'm sure it does. Sure does. The likelihood of any Nordvik effect, a hypothetical differential acceleration of the moon and Earth towards the sun caused by different degrees of compactness, has been ruled out to high precision. Whatever you say. Anyway, all garbage, all nonsense. I don't believe in any lunar laser danger ranging experiments at all. And if I could find the, let me look here again. I'll find it eventually here in a second. But I want to show you that document that the guy says, no, in his mind, and he wrote a paper and had it peer-reviewed, that there's no chance that any of those have actually really used a retroreflector at all. Okay, so let me find where I left off. Here we go. So oh wait, I remember where it was, I think I searched this. Hold on a second, I need to search my bookmarks. That's the Thomas Ronald Barron. We're not going to go into that today, but I've done an interview. I've told you about it. Definitely a big point of issue there. Driving the Lunar Rover. This one. NASA Apollo 7 now. Apollo 8 onboard mag. NASA Freemasons. 1 second. I'm just looking for something. Denying Apollo 17 video library. Come on. No. What is this? Apollo TV and communications documentation. I don't know what that is. Oh yeah, I mean, so another article that we need to read. I just love these articles. They're so bad. I mean, this one here, Apollo landings footage would have been impossible to fake. A film expert explains why. Okay, explain to us why. We're going to look at some of these articles and see if they have any substance. These ones telling us we can prove for ourselves that it happened and blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's see. It's been a half century since the Magnificent. They love to talk about the Magnificent with the heroes. Yet many people still don't believe it actually happened. Conspiracy theories about the event dating back to the 70s are in fact more popular than ever. A common theory is that film director Stanley Kubrick helped NASA fake the historic footage of its 6 successful moon landings. But would it really have been possible to do that with the technology available at the time? I'm not a space travel expert, an engineer, or a scientist. I'm a filmmaker and lecturer in the film post-production. And while I can't say how we landed on the moon in 1969, I can say with some certainty that the footage would have been impossible to fake, really. Here are some of the most common beliefs and questions and why they don't hold up. Number 1, the moon landings were filmed in a TV studio. There are 2 different ways of capturing moving images. One is film, actual strips of photographic material onto which a series of images are exposed. Another is video, which is an electronic method of recording onto various mediums, such as moving magnetic tape. With video, you can also broadcast to a television receiver. A standard motion picture film records images at 24 frames per second, while broadcast television is typically 25 to 30, depending on where you are in the world. If we go along with the idea of the moon landings were taped in a TV studio, then we would expect them to be 30 frames per second video, which was the television standard at the time. However, we know that the video of the first moon landing was recorded at 10 frames per second with a special camera. So, what is that? That's the reason? That makes no sense. What do you mean? So you can record at different speeds and then adjust them. You know that. Right, you can record at 24 frames per second, then you would put it in your editor and you make it come out at 30 frames per second. Okay? Not difficult. They used Apollo's special camera in a studio and then slowed down the footage to make it look like there was less gravity. That's what it certainly seems like. Some people may contend that when you look at the people moving in slow motion, they appear to be in low gravity environment. Slowing down film requires more frames than usual. So you start with a camera capable of capturing more frames in a second than a normal one. This is called overcranking. When it is played back at the normal frame rate, the footage plays back for longer. If you can't overcrank your camera, but you record at a normal frame rate, you can instead artificially slow down the footage, but you need a way to store the frames and generate new extra frames to slow it down. Okay? At the time of this broadcast, magnetic disc recorders capable of storing slow motion footage could only capture 30 seconds in total for a playback of 90 seconds of slow motion video. What is he saying? If it was live? Nobody's saying that they recorded it live in slow motion. To capture 143 minutes in slow motion, you'd need to record and store 47 minutes of live action, which simply wasn't possible. What? What do you mean? Just look at the what do you mean it's not capable of recording and storing 47 minutes of live action? Why couldn't they record 47 minutes of live action? Okie dokie, guys. They could have had an advanced storage recorder to create slow motion footage easily. Everyone knows NASA gets the tech before the public, right? Well, maybe they did have super secret extra storage recorder, but one almost 3,000 times more advanced? Doubtful. So now, if he's saying you'd need to record and store 47 minutes of live action, and then claiming that to do that you would need a storage that is 3,000 times more advanced, so that's like saying that they didn't have the ability to do 47 minutes, so 1/3000th of 47 minutes is what they should have the ability to do, which is what, 4 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second? Oh, they barely had enough. The technology could only record 1 second of, what the hell is going on here? They shot it on film and slowed down the film instead. You can have as much film as you'd like to do this, then they converted the film to be shown on TV. That's a bit of logic at last, but shooting it on film would require thousands of feet of film. A typical reel of 35mm film at 24 frames per second lasts 11 minutes as it is 1,000 foot long. If we apply this to the 12 frames per second film, as close to 10 as we can get with a standard film running for 143 minutes, this is how long the Apollo 11 footage lasts, you would need 6.5 reels. Okay? These would then need to be put together. The splicing joins, transfer of negatives and printing, and potentially grains of specks of dust and hairs and scratches would give it away instantly. That's what we get! You tard. There are none of these artifacts present. Wow. Which means it wasn't shot on film. When you take into account that subsequent Apollo landings were shot at 30 frames per second, then to fake those would be 3 times harder. So the Apollo 11 mission would have been the easy one. This is so dumb it hurts. But the flag is blowing in the wind. There's no wind on the moon. It isn't. After the flag is let go, it settles gently and then doesn't move at all. Guys, in Apollo 14, I think it was, I'll find out exactly which one, we'll look at Wallace. The flag is blowing, and they claim that it's because of the gases being outskirted from the lunar module, or the LEM. That's their real answer. Now, these guys just all believe in what they hear on TV and hear Bill Nye say, And they're like, no, that's a lie. It's just because they're touched. Well, maybe they're not talking about that particular flag waving. Okay. There's wind in the desert. I'll accept that. But in July, the desert is also very hot, and you can normally see heat waves present in the footage recorded in hot places. There's no heat waves on the moon landing footage, so it wasn't filmed in the desert. Yeah, because the desert never gets cold at night. You stupid ass. What kind of nonsense are you even? How do you sleep at night when you make claims like this? So stupid. There's wind in the desert. I'll accept that. But in July, the desert is also very hot. Correct. And you can normally see heat waves present in footage recorded in hot places. What about 10 p.m.? There are no heat waves on moon landing footage, so it wasn't filmed in the desert. This is the intelligence of people we got here. You're right. There's no heat waves, therefore it couldn't have been filmed somewhere hot. Therefore it wasn't filmed in the desert. Okay, great. Because it never gets cold at night there. Claim number 6, the lighting in the footage clearly comes from a spotlight. The shadows look weird. Yes, it's a spotlight 93 million miles away. It's called the sun. Okay, we've known the distance of the sun for thousands of years. Look at the shadows in the footage. If the light source were a nearby spotlight, the shadows would originate from a central point, but because the light source is so far away, the shadows are parallel in most places rather than diverging from a single point. That said, the sun isn't the only source of illumination. Light is reflected. Oh, here we go, just making excuses. We all know Stanley Kubrick filmed it. Stanley Kubrick could have been asked to fake the moon landings, but as he was such a perfectionist, he would have insisted on shooting it on location. Oh, is that a joke? If the earth was flat, cats would have pushed everything off by now, is probably this guy's joke. And it's well documented he didn't like to fly, so that about wraps up that. Next. What? I mean, what a terrible, shitty article this is. Shitty. Did I mention it's shitty? There's not one thing of substance there. And we can go through each of these and we can find out that they're all like that. All these interviews. Of course we went. Have you ever searched Google for, what is this one here? Let me see what we got here. Oh, no, not found. There's a lot of things disappearing off the internet. I'll tell you that much. A lot of things disappearing off the internet. What do we got here? Hey, hello. We got Rocket's Justin Johnson. Wait, I don't think you're a new member. I think you gifted some memberships. I'll say thank you to how many in 1 second. As soon as we get over there, I'm looking for... Oh, this is good. I did want to show you the little...
The last thing anybody wants now is an emergency. But like everything else, they're ready for that too.
Once the crew are on board, if it looks as if they're in danger, they get out and head down this tube, specially insulated against fire, and zigzagging down not to some point out and away from the rocket, but to an escape room exactly where you'd think it shouldn't be.
So funny, if they're in danger, astronauts, you're in danger, the thing's about to blow up. Okay, we're going to go down a slide, and we're going to go camp out in this room.
3.5 minutes after they get the warning in the capsule, the crew could be down here in the blast escape room via that 200-foot escape tube, 40 feet below the base of the rocket. They find themselves in a totally rubber room, walls and floors, and they head for safety.
That's a rubber room? I think you're lying, sir.
They head for safety through a 6-inch steel door. Once they're behind that door, it doesn't matter what comes down this tube behind them.
Doesn't sound like a rubber floor, dipshit.
On this side of that door, the rarely seen blast escape room itself. It's totally isolated from everything around it by a series of 24 giant springs underneath the floor and shelves all round it of steel, concrete, and sand. It contains enough food, water, and air for 20 people for up to 24 hours, and...
What the fuck's a seatbelt for?
It's all around the edge. There are these foam rubber, shock-absorbing seats, as you can see. The room is built to withstand the simultaneous explosion of every...
Yeah, it really sounds like people would go down there during a launch. That'd be the only time you would be down there. The craft is about to launch. And you got people sitting down there in chairs shielded from the blast. Huh.
Every drop of fuel on a Saturn V. And in that event, strapped into your shock-absorbing seat, if your rocket did blow itself to bits 40 feet above your head, all you'd feel would be a mild rumble from somewhere up there.
I mean, that makes no sense. Makes no sense. What is this? You're going to be in the Apollo Moon thing? James Burke presented coverage of the space program for viewers in the UK. This video is a tribute to some of that coverage. Just want to see if he shows inside the... Oh, look at these pictures. I can't wait.
That's Jerry Carr making it.
Look at the way Australia is shaped. There's no way Australia is shaped like that. They can't even make anything work then if Australia is shaped wrong.
Call.
And BBC One have just joined us. I'd like to welcome their viewers. And with me in the studio, Patrick Moore, and at Jodrell Bank, Sir Bernard Lovery. Before we go any further, we'd like you to hear with us the tape that was recorded this morning at 11:23 after Apollo 8 had successfully gone round the far side of the moon and reappeared. And after 47 minutes of nail-biting silence, this is what we heard.
Yes, I know. Apollo Control, Houston. We've acquired signal, but no voice contact yet. We're standing by. Apollo Control, Houston. We're looking at engine data, and it looks good. Tank pressures look good. We have not talked yet with the crew, but we're standing by.
I just realized that entire piece of footage right there is fake. I watched very carefully at these three people's heads. Not one of them moves. So it's just a fake image.
No voice contact yet. We're standing by.
It's not real. Even the camera's moving around like it's real. Look at this guy's arm. Never moves.
Apollo Control, Houston. We're looking at engine data, and it looks good. Tank pressures look good.
Completely fake.
Have not talked yet with the crew, but we're standing by.
They just anything space. They just constantly fake shit the whole time. Look at this.
We've got it. We've got it. Apollo 8 now in
Apollo 8 that you can see now.
lunar orbit. There's a chair in this room.
This is the satellite picture that is now coming from Apollo 8.
Sure it is.
In its second orbit.
They're sending a satellite picture to the Earth from Apollo 8 in 19... I mean, it is such a joke. It's embarrassing that any of you believe
the
this.
moon, and there is the moon.
It's a little bit clearer.
What?
Roger, the moon is very bright and not too distinct in this area. I'll give you a shot of the horizon.
Roger.
Remember, when you hear them referring to TVE, it's Madrid that's receiving these pictures.
Apollo 8, this is Houston. It's a good picture of the horizon. We can't see many terrain features as yet.
Roger.
Apollo 8, Houston. We're beginning to pick up a few craters very dimly. The whole thing is pretty bright.
Roger, there's not much definition up here either on the horizon. We're now approaching the craters C and Bassett.
Roger.
And these pictures from the three loneliest men in the world, nearly 240,000 miles out in space, about 90 or 100 miles above the surface of the moon.
Absolutely incredible. Science fiction come
Roger,
true.
Bill.
Can you see enough details from here, Patrick Moore?
Oh, yes, I can indeed. Of course, one thing I think we should bring out, when they talk about new craters, this doesn't mean literally new. Even a new crater on the moon may be thousands or millions of years old. The definition is quite incredible.
Yeah, sure it is. They painted it that way.
Apollo 8, we're going to terminate our program for this pass and get on with preparations for LOI 2. Houston, here we go.
Apollo 8, this is Houston. Roger.
As you heard, they're signing off in order to get on with preparations for the second burn on the other side of the moon again to bring them into circular orbit and much closer to the moon. Well, Patrick Moore, what did you think of that?
Quite incredible.
Oh, quite incredible. We saw this white, barren surface for no reason. We could see better through a telescope.
People were actually seeing them direct for the first time. This is down to that, to our knowledge.
Sir Bernard, a comment from you? I'd like to ask both of you if you expect anything at all to come out of this flight that we couldn't have got from sending up an unmanned probe. But Patrick Moore.
I don't think the actual knowledge we're going to get is going to be of fundamental importance, because I'm quite sure it's going to back up what we already know. But if we're going to get men to the moon at all, if we're really going to explore space, then this kind of operation has got to be carried out. And that, I think, is the fundamental point of all this. It is probably the greatest technological triumph ever made by man.
And nobody would deny, presumably, that we will eventually leave the Earth and venture out into the universe.
Right, nobody would deny that ever.
And one thing I would like to make clear, if I may, there has been suggestions, I know, that this is a mere publicity stunt. This is part of scientific history, James. This is part
Yeah, it's scientific history, James. It's going to be a stunt. No, never. Come on. This track here is part of scientific history. We need this track here to go around this moon ball, see? We need that.
Now officially classified as a national treasure.
Oh, that's another paper I have. Another paper I have says that all 5 locations of the lunar landing spots all have had their rocks analyzed, and they're all identical. The rocks from every location are identical. Now imagine, look at the face of the Earth, and imagine that a alien craft came here and landed in 5 random spots. Would they return 5 identical rocks? How? What do you mean? They're different in different areas. We get basalt, sometimes we get lime, sometimes we get marble, sometimes we get gravel. It's all different. No, Apollo got everything the same except for one spot, and that's the spot that the Chinese went to. Why is it, or Japanese, whatever has been to the moon? They have found a rock that is completely different than the rocks that the United States has found. That makes no sense. It's just more garbage. What's this here? Let's see.
Why this giant steel door exists.
Oh, a steel door to protect us from the moon rocks.
And only 2 people know each of the combinations of those locks.
Mm-hmm.
So all it takes is 2 people to be away with flu or some other reason. And if you want to get the
Corona, COVID.
Behind that door is what's called the pristine sample vault.
Oh, pristine sample vault.
I've never had any contact whatsoever.
The pristine sample vault. Oh, look at this door open. I mean, it's just such pomp and circumstance. I mean, I need Alex Jones. Alex Jones, what do you think about all this?
It's all fake!
Okay, I'm just making sure. Just double checking. Look at the pristine room. This guy's in there with his hair and his hands and his dirt and everything. So pristine. Oh, we got to protect the moon rocks during hurricanes and everything like that. That's true.
Each room has a different air pressure, so that if the air leaks, it leaks out and never in from the dirty outside.
Right, never let the air from the dirty air from outside. Moon rocks in there, for God's sakes.
Like those microwave movement detectors.
Oh.
You may already have noticed one vital and interesting fact. There are no rocks here.
Oh.
That's because the place isn't finished.
Oh.
And it isn't finished for several reasons. One being money.
Oh, we're out of money.
It had to come from the Treasury, but Congress sat on that idea.
Oh.
So the money had to come from NASA's already reduced budget.
Right, it's already reduced.
Giving money to space isn't fashionable anymore.
Mm-mm.
And then back in 1968, when you would have thought they would have begun to build a place like this, they weren't really interested in sample return analysis. So much as whether or not the returning moon rocks would give us all a dose of lunar plague.
Stupid.
Look around the command module. Rather small for 3 men for nearly 10 days, isn't it? 3 couches with the one in the middle usually folded away for extra space. You flew the spacecraft, you sat here. With this control, how much power do you want? And with this one, which way do you want to go? Ahead of you, the control panel. Which way up are you? Computer? Engines? Fuel tank? And up here, the warning light. So, here you are in your spacecraft.
And by the way, that's not the LEM. That's not what I said earlier, has no seats. That's the command module.
Navigation. Most of the time, big tracking stations on Earth would work out how long it took a radio signal to get back to them from
Here we go.
and use that information to work out whereabouts in space the Apollo was. But in here...
It's such nonsense to even think about. So you would use the signal and the speed of light to determine where in space they were? No.
If anything goes wrong, you're on your own. And that's where this comes in. See how a gyro stays the same way up, whatever else moves?
Yeah, we know about gyros. They prove the shape of the Earth.
You put 3 gyros spinning and sitting still, like that, and like that. And they will sense the spacecraft moving around them and tell the computer. And so will 3 accelerometers that sense thrust, like the way you know your head jerks back when a car accelerates. Now the computer's got a clock, so it knows we're going in this direction, we're going this fast in this direction, and we've been doing it for X hours or minutes.
It knows how fast it's going in space? What is it basing that off of? Oh, we can feel the air going. Oh, no, we don't feel the air. Well, we're looking at the ground. Oh, there's no ground. Fuck. We can't figure out speed in space.
To work out where the spacecraft is, roughly. For the really fine detail, you use these things. A telescope and a sextant. You point the spacecraft so that through the sextant you see, say, Miami. Then you ask the computer to find you a particular star, and as it's hunting for the star...
Yeah, the computer hunts for stars in space, you stupid ass.
Little mirror back on the sextant at the same time. Okay, here's the star in the telescope. Center it up.
You haven't found that star. All right.
The star's also in the sextant's tilted mirror, and because of the optics, it's superimposed on Miami. The angle of the sextant's little mirror.
Oh my goodness. This is so bad. So bad. Let me see here.
Said that Luna's on a course different from any other Russian.
This is a good film. I gotta watch this. I want to watch it now, but
angle relationship.
I realize I'm doing a live stream.
The computer
Oops.
already knows approximately where you are. It knows which of those positions.
The computer knows where you're at. Sure. It's that easy. It's just a figure 8. I mean, come on.
Pedal, as it were, at the right moment, and you stay in orbit around the moon.
Of course you do.
Another touch, and you land. All you have to be able to do that is one of these.
It's that easy.
5. And that is your next major problem. How do you build one of these monsters safe enough and accurate enough?
You can't. That's the whole point.
You into a lower orbit, and lower orbits are faster, so you catch up.
Mm-hmm.
As you arrive alongside
So believable.
the module, you are of course below. Stafford and Cernan took the lunar module down to 50,000 feet.
Uh-huh. That's really the moon.
Right, Snoop, go ahead. Get going. We is down among them, Charlie. Right, I hear you weaving your way up the freeway.
It was on the way back up that the near disaster occurred. The backup autopilot on board was designed to cut in if the primary system failed.
So bad.
Take the ship's extravehicular mobility
Oh,
unit,
wait. Maybe I saw
better
this
known
one.
as a spacesuit. And the people who built it call it the astronaut's own personal...
Is this the one? I've seen a video before where somebody gets into a spacesuit. You can watch them from behind, and if you saw through the visor, the entire room is a sphere. I hope this is it, but I don't think it is because I haven't seen this video. No, he's already in there. So I saw somebody get in, and we got to see the view from the behind. He's getting in, and you look through the visor, and the room is a sphere. Just saying.
Good evening. When the first American astronaut steps out onto the surface of the moon, this is what he'll be wearing. It's called an extravehicular mobility unit, better known as a spacesuit.
What a bunch of propaganda bullshit.
Call it the to put it on and take it off. It takes me a lot longer than that without help. So to show you how it's made up, I'm going to get some help to, as it were, do a space undress. First off are the extravehicular gloves, the gloves that are worn when the astronauts outside the spacecraft. They unlock from a metallic ring on the sleeve and are covered with...
Okay, so who the fuck undid your gloves in space? You and Buzz get on the moon. Who took off your gloves? Who put them on? You obviously need somebody else to come do them with no gloves. So who is the person with no gloves that did this for you?
Layers of insulating material. Each glove is tailored to fit each astronaut's individual hand.
I believe it.
On his back, the emergency oxygen supply and backpack. Now that's what keeps him alive when he's out on the lunar surface or doing some extravehicular activity in space, walking between the two.
You'd blow up like a Michelin man and die.
Possibly during an emergency. That has enough.
By the way, I knew exactly what McToon would say. MC Toon, yesterday I messaged him and said, MC Toon, if we pay for it, would you get into a vacuum chamber in an astronaut suit? Followed by, and if you do agree to do that, Would you find it weird if you weren't allowed to? His answers, I knew exactly what his answers would be. Of course I would. Of course I would go in a vacuum chamber with an astronaut suit. And then the second question, would you be surprised if they didn't let you? No, I wouldn't be surprised because they don't let people do that. And it's too expensive. The suits are too expensive. They're not going to just let me do it. Like, of course. That's of course what the Glober answer is. Of course. So they can get away with anything. You see this, how you can get away with anything. Now nobody can ever even get in a vacuum chamber because the suits are too, they're never going to let me use a $12 million suit. So why don't they put a fucking astronaut in it? Just show us an astronaut going in there.
On his head, there are 3 basic sets of visors. The first one, going down now, is the visor that protects against meteorite impact. And the second one, going down now, gold-covered, protects against glare. And they are fitted onto a kind of over-helmet, which comes straight off, revealing underneath the basic plastic pressure helmet.
How would you get that off in space?
This is the seal that keeps the astronaut alive when he's inside the suit, and the seal is undone simply by unscrewing the pressure helmet.
That was it?
From the seal that keeps the astronaut alive when he's inside the suit, and the seal is undone simply by unscrewing the pressure helmet.
Where did you unscrew anything? You slid a little thing.
Helmet, which comes straight off, revealing
You just slide a little tab and the thing popped right off? Where did he unscrew it?
plastic pressure helmet. This is the seal that keeps the astronaut alive when he's inside the suit, and the seal is undone simply by unscrewing.
That's not unscrewing. He simply slid that over.
From the difficulty in work is from the top of the neck of the suit. Underneath the basic pressure helmet, the communications helmet with small microphones and earpieces in order to communicate with either the spacecraft or via the spacecraft mission control at Houston
Yeah.
up on Earth.
Do we have video of them getting ready for this? Do we have video of Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong? Oh, we don't, huh? There's no video of them putting on their suits at all. That's
Notice there
weird.
the change in noise as the pressure helmet came off. Now this air that's entering through the tube is venting itself up behind my head. On his feet, the astronaut has, as he's out on the lunar surface, lunar overboots. And these are popped on and strapped. And they go on over the top of the basic integral suit.
Why?
And as this one comes off, you'll see that the boot itself, the basic boot, is part of the leg of the spacesuit itself.
So why do you need booties?
And what's left is this, the integrated thermal meteoroid garment, which does exactly what it says. It keeps the astronaut warm, and it protects him from meteoric impact. It's covered all over with flaps and pockets and controls.
Yeah.
And
Why don't you show us? Can you shoot a 50,000 mile per hour bullet at that, please? And show me that it protects you?
And before we show you what's underneath, let's get some more help and get this nozzle, air nozzle, undone. And take out the communications link. And now you'll see just how difficult it is for those astronauts to get the garment off in space.
So how do they do it? In that tiny little craft. But just 2 people in the suits already. I guess they did this. Yeah. Did this with just 2 people with the 1 person in the suit already. It's very easy, really. That's hilarious. Yes, I'm laughing at you, dumbass. That's a hilarious thing.
If you can do that in a spacecraft, then you've got good reason.
Nice shirt, Sally.
The liquid cooling garment, as it's called. And it answers
Does that guy have a camel toe? Oh my god.
related to the fact that once in an extravehicular spaceship, an astronaut can get extremely...
What is going on?
This garment answers that problem.
Oh boy.
Cooling liquid is pumped in through these large tubes and then routed away.
Hey, I said stop it.
Lots of very small tubes.
Oh no, we don't want to see this.
Along next to the astronaut's skin and tacked on behind the net-like substance of this garment.
Oh, the net will definitely protect you from the meteoroids.
Describes the effect of this garment as being very pleasant.
Oh boy.
Like stepping into a cold shower. And from there, we're left with 2 understandably very basic problems. How do they deal with their waste product?
They shit in the diaper.
Liquid waste is piped away along a permanently attached tube. to a metallic reservoir that's set here on the stomach.
Permanently attached tube to the urethra?
By these underpants, filled with a highly absorbing material and acting rather like baby's nappies. So that's it, down to the skin. And after all that,
So for 10 days they shit in a fucking diaper?
it doesn't surprise me that all the astronauts want to do when they get back to Earth is head straight for the bath.
Oh my god. What is this world we live in? Is this just some sort of joke? This cannot be real world. Is this real life? It's my question. My goodness. Oh, now that he's done that, I definitely believe in it. I believe in moon landings now.
Lunar module.
Oh, here's the LM, right? Oh. Houston, we got a problem. I mean, shouldn't... They're like, oh, this shit blew up. I thought you guys were all monitoring. Shouldn't you know there's a problem first? Aren't you monitoring it? Oh, got to look at the 66 helicopter, of course. Let's see what this guy says.
Same aircraft when he recovered the astronauts from Apollo 12.
So you know the helicopter pretty well?
I feel I know it pretty well.
What is so special about helicopter 66 that it's always used to bring...
Yeah, what is so special about it?
...operation to conclusion?
I think helicopter 66 probably typifies this particular type of helicopter. Originally, the precedent was set on 66 by Commander Jones on Apollo 8, when it just happened to be what we in the Navy refer to as a go bird. It happened to be a particularly good flying aircraft. However, this particular type of aircraft is well suited for effecting Apollo recovery.
By the way, when you read Bill Kasig's book, he explains it simply, that this is always a show. Did you know that not once were these astronauts ever dropped in the location of the pickup craft? Meaning there's a boat that's supposed to be picking them up, and they're out in the ocean, out in the Pacific, looking for the craft, and every time they had to go and leave and go attempt to find... Well, that's because they drop it out of a fucking plane. So you can't have it be where you drop it out of a plane where they can see that. So you have to drop it out of a plane a ways away, a couple miles away. And of course, nobody ever sees the craft until... No one's ever seen... Where's the video footage of them coming through the atmosphere, burning up? It burns everything, but it doesn't burn the crafts that people are in. Oh boy.
...can be called a complete success. A great deal hangs on how good the crew themselves are.
I mean, that looks terrible.
Hopefully to bring back even more than the amount of rocks that Dave...
Yeah, bring back more rocks. We need more rocks. One batch of rocks is not enough. We need 7 batches of rocks.
Seconds to get up to full power. There's a very unusual view. You can see at the bottom right-hand side the top of the command module, and at the left-hand side the top of the gantry, the service gantry.
Who cares?
And you can see that gap between the two.
I'll watch the launch. Thank you.
The countdown is proceeding according to schedule.
Guidance release. 15, 14, 30.
I'm just going to take a guess here. It's going to go to some movie. It always shows the real view. And then when it comes to launch, then we get the slow motion views of the ropes breaking and the ice falling.
15, 12, 11, 10, 9. We have ignition sequence start.
I mean, those are movies.
Now building up to 7.7 million pounds of thrust.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have a launch commit, and we have a liftoff. The swing arms moving back. The Saturn V lifting off the tower. Alpha pad building up thrust. We clear the tower.
Houston is now controlling.
Oh, you have good thrust in all 5. Roger.
Pitch and roll program started.
Head for the ocean.
16 now maneuvering to its proper flight path attitude. Mark 27 seconds.
And the sound is just beginning to hit us.
It's a sound. It's hitting us down. I can't believe it. The great men, the heroes, are on the way to the moon. It's amazing. It's a technological defeat of the Americans. It's so special compared to the Russians.
Cabin pressure relieving, adjusting now from sea level to a space environment, 2 nautical miles in altitude.
Stand by. Hold 1 Bravo. Roger, 1 Bravo. Your feet wet now, 16. Roger.
The That call out from Capcom Gordon Fullerton says Apollo 16 now capable of water landing. Mark 1 minute 12 seconds, coming up on period of maximum aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle.
They're already over the speed of sound.
Wow! I can't believe it!
1 minute 22 seconds, 6 nautical miles in altitude, looking good. Mark 1 minute 30 seconds, 8 nautical miles in altitude.
Wow, what a good film.
Mark 1 minute 41 seconds. Pass through max Q, still looking good.
Through max Q, and everything looks good.
Everything's good.
It's a period of maximum pressure on the space.
Oh, max Q, maximum pressure. Oh. It's so great. I mean, look at this rocket going. Look at the fire. It's like a big bottle rocket. I can't believe it. Now, the men, they've already gone down the slide. See, they don't have to worry about it.
Seconds of status check and mission control by Flight Director Gene Kranz. A go, no-go for staging.
No, go, go. Fido, go.
Coming up on center engine shutdown.
Wow.
Center engine shutdown.
Yeah, thank you. We hit him.
Ready for staging any...
Yeah, we heard him.
2 minutes 28 seconds, 26 nautical miles in altitude, 32 nautical miles downrange.
10 seconds of shutdown. Separation.
What was with the edit there?
35 seconds.
Oh boy.
Coming up on
Just
center
switches
engine shutdown.
scenes like. How to go? Click.
Center engine shutdown.
Oh, center engine shutdown.
Ready for staging any...
Shutdown on time.
Yeah, any second. Switch camera views. Switch it quick.
2 minutes 28 seconds, 26
Switch it,
nautical
quick.
miles in altitude,
Quick.
32 nautical miles downrange.
Thank you.
10
I
seconds
need
to
you to
shutdown.
switch that.
Separation.
2 minutes 35 seconds.
Should really see it blow.
Yeah, blow right there. Blow it right there.
40 seconds coming up on staging.
And there she goes.
Oh wow, so
The
impressive.
crowd here cheering.
Oh, the crowd just going crazy.
Roger. 2 minutes
I'm so
52
unimpressed.
seconds. A normal staging. Young Duke Mattingly now riding on 5 good second stage engines.
Go on all 5 on the S2.
3 minutes 2 seconds. The giant first stage falling away now. It's a day's work completed. Apollo 16.
8 seconds to when the launch escape tower goes.
Nautical miles
Oh,
downrange.
now they're going down.
Up on skirt step and tower jettison.
Roger.
Definitely has proof.
The tower's gone.
Roger, and we confirm your skirt set.
Okay, so I think that this is going to need a part 2. We're going to do part 2 because I've got a lot more footage. But I do want to go to Bill Kasig's book and give you an idea of some things that he's had to say. And then I'll put some better... I've got a whole bunch of stuff to show, but I'm trying to think if there's anything I need to show right now. Armstrong clip showing dust behavior. I don't know what that's from. What is this one? Oh, this is great. Let me show this. Just to show you... Yeah, this is a great video. This is the only video I've seen that shows you a good job of how they did this. Let me show you. Okay, let me show you when we get to you. Actually, we can look at that too. We're going to look at this first because I want to show you this craft of them driving around, which I can't find all the footage I want to find of that anyway. And this does an excellent job of showing you how it was done. Okay, so you had these two guys sitting in a car like this, basically, and then driving. This is why you can see rocks close by go by you, but not the stuff in the background. I believe that this is how they did it too. And let's see, go a little bit further. So everything's done with miniatures. This is why you do see scenes of them get out of the cart, right, and walk around it, but that could be taped separately. Everything's done separately. And then this, when they're driving around, is just them talking, probably in a studio like that, where they're basically sitting there reenacting it. This is showing some miniature sets, just showing you how miniature sets look real. Like, showing you here. So see, these are just miniatures driving by. It looks real. And if you look at the moon landing stuff, the driving, it doesn't look real at all. I've showed you before, and we'll show you again here in a second, that you get no voice inflections. So these guys, you get no commenting on what they're actually driving over. At one point, we see a rain of rocks coming down on them. There's no mention of it. Like, rocks wouldn't affect the satellite dish that just got drenched in rocks. Not going to affect it at all. It's not even going to mention it. Let's see here. We're going to go here. And then, of course, we have this stuff in the background.
12 frames a second coming up. You got it.
Okay.
Okay, so let me get this a better view. I want you to be able to see the actual lower part of this film because it's like a square. Okay, right about there is good. Okay, so remember, if you're a thinking human being, okay, I know that's going to eliminate quite a few people. You just need to think for yourself. This is not hard to figure out things on our own. We're in a metal wheeled cart. Let's look at the, what is that thing called? The lunar Rover? I can't remember the name of it. Lunar Rover is called the LRV, okay? So we're going to get into a little image just so we can see what this thing looks like and understand it a little bit better. Okay, so here's a picture of it better. One thing you'll notice is that this craft does not have shocks, okay? Second thing you'll notice that it's metal tires. These are metal tires. They're not cushioned. They're metal, okay? Let me see if we go here. Let's see a better picture. Good. This thing, if you've ever driven in a go-kart in your life, then you understand how bumpy a go-kart is because you're down, you're close to the ground, the tires aren't great, you hit a little rock, it's going to bump your shit. If you're not buckled in, you could fly out of that go-kart. Now they're on the moon with 1/6 gravity, meaning at any turn, you would just go flying out, first of all. There's nothing holding the turn. That's, you know, it's the weight of the car that turns that holds this thing would just fly off. But anyway, how can I prove that? Can't probably. Okay, so you get this car here. These are metal tires. Look at it mowing through. Now imagine if these metal tires went over a rock. Okay? And I don't mean a tiny one. I mean a rock of significant size. You would think that that's going to cause some issues. Let's go watch now at these guys drive through the moon. And you tell me, is this even possible? Again, watch them drive through these rocks. Listen to them talking. Look at the rocks that they're driving through.
You're looking right at Cinco and...
They're just talking like it's nothing. They're mowing through huge rocks. These are all a foot big, at least. Maybe some are 6 inches. Regardless, you're mowing through them in metal tires. Your voice would be garbled. You'd be talking about it. You would try and steer away from them.
Tony, we doesn't feel like we're climbing, but we've been climbing for quite a while here.
They're just mowing through rocks.
Meter, and it was pegged out a minute ago.
Look at these jumps.
Wow.
We're climbing up about a 10-degree slope now.
Okay.
Okay, you don't know what a 10-degree slope is.
Let's see, 6 was at 000 at, Burley, where should we be heading for? Those craters up there? Don't tell me that. Okay, see that one? It's sort of a funny shape, looks like it's got a breach in the southeast side at 12 o'clock? Yeah. That's it. The one at 12 o'clock, huh? Yeah. Okay.
These guys are just in a studio. Look at them. Look at them go through these rocks. They almost crashed.
My assessment is it's not any worse than what we've been driving down.
Impossible.
I think this is one of our benches here, John.
Look at these rocks right over them.
Yeah, we're at 3-3, and 5 should be at 3-3. And, okay, Tony, we're on a flat area now at 355 at 3.3.
Look at these rocks.
And I think it apparently is a bench. It's about, we're passing Station 5, a little to the east.
Okay, glad you.
I mean, they steer right for that rock.
A little to the east. It's about, we're passing.
Look at this rock, right over it. Ba-dink, ba-dink.
Okay.
Look at these rocks.
There. That's great.
And it's
wow.
I tell you, it's just as blocky here. The black population is up again to about 40 to 50%.
Look at this.
You might look for a fresh crater that would punch through that array material in the Descartes.
Look at they're driving over.
For Station 5 when you come back.
We got lots of... Okay, most of the craters here are...
Again, they spoke too early. They always do this. They forget to wait for the delay. Watch the guy say something. They start to answer, then they remember the delay. The astronauts can't hear the guy talking until they're repeated. You know, until 2.5 seconds later. Listen.
Okay, most of the craters here are... there's another split one, but look at old South Ray, Charlie. That's beautiful. Just spectacular.
Oops, did I not rewind it?
Believe it.
Anyway.
And there's Baby Ray, John.
There's Baby Ray, John.
Yeah, you can see it. It's got black sides to it.
Uh-huh. Look at these jumps.
Okay, Tony. Remind us at 354 at 3.4, that's about 15 meters across and about 5 meters deep, and I bet you it punched through.
Oh, man, this... Okay, we'll keep that in mind.
And that should be a good enough for... And that should be a
Oh,
good
that was it right there.
Okay.
Man, we are really going up a hill, I'll tell you.
I'll tell you.
How about the traction? Flipping
I mean, that was a crash. I mean, look at this craft right here. Look at the dip to the right, like right here.
See, there seems to over here by...
Maybe right
see,
here.
there seems...
A little further. Watch this one.
See, there seems to over here by this oblong one...
I keep not rolling it far enough.
John, we go up a steep slope, but then it seems to level out right up on top. Yeah. Okay? Yeah. Look at that bench and crown. I know it. No, we can't see crown now. What is that thing?
Right over a huge ass rock.
The one with the V in it? Yeah.
The jump. Jump.
Okay, that's what
Jump.
I was thinking. See, it seems to be a steep slope
Jump.
going up to it, but it looks like a bench or a little ridge on top. Okay, we're at 354 at 3.6.
I mean, just imagine if you've ever been in a go-kart. It would be really helpful. If you haven't been in a go-kart, because a car, for the most part, can mow through things like that. But even if you've ever been to the dump in a truck, think of how much you shake when you're driving in a dirt road in today's truck. This is a little Jeep model frame that was able to be folded up and put in the craft that has no suspension, no shocks, and is driving on metal tires. It's a freaking joke.
And you ought to see that baby Ray, Tony. It's
Oh, that's a sweet baby Ray.
got a real good raised rim.
Nobody cares about your fucking craters, dipshit.
Lots of blocks around it that are hard to estimate the size. And we're going up a steep slope.
It's not steep. We can see what you're going up.
We believe you, Charlie.
I don't believe him.
You're not. And it's got black streaks coming out of it. Okay, our amps are now up to 60. Oh, well, wait a minute. That's volts. Yeah, Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie, wake up.
This is going to be spectacular. I can see wreck and trap and orange juice.
Yeah, right. He's like naming craters on the moon. Shut the fuck up. Golly.
Bench on up there a little bit more, John.
Golly, you know.
Yeah, we're getting up on a bench right now. And boy, this is going to be such a spectacular view. You can't believe it.
Can't believe it. Let's see. I can't wait to see that
Okay,
view.
we're at Cinco, Tony. We feel at 3.7 at 355.
Can't wait to see this view. It's going to be great.
See it anywhere, Charlie? What? Cinco? Yeah, this is it. Here's the one. There's one. And the big one is just to the left over there with the V in it.
They're just making shit up.
Charlie, you're probably at one of the lower Syncos, not D or E. You should have something like 4.0.
Look at this rock. Oh, my God. If that's not enough to tell you this is fake, then you're retarded. Watch this rock that they go over.
Okay, we're going up.
Wait till you see this rock.
Driving uphill and down.
And you're well ahead on the timeline. You've
Oh,
been
yeah,
making
yeah.
good time.
Back further.
Hey, we'll go.
Back further.
Charlie, you're probably at one
Okay.
of the lower Syncos, not...
You're driving here, as anybody who's ever driven a car. Oh, you can't really see over there. Move this a little bit. Oh! No. Okay.
D or E.
Hold on, I gotta scroll up here. Okay, look at this driving. Where would you not turn here? As a driver of a car, you've driven a car before. I would never turn towards this gigantic rock or this one. In a little go-kart that barely clears the ground by 6 inches, how are you going to go over that rock? Watch what they do.
You should have something like 4.0.
Watch what they do. Turns right towards it and mows directly over it. Nothing. Didn't adjust it. Didn't affect the craft at all.
Okay, we're going up.
That really happens. If you're somebody who believes this, McToon, FTFE, Mick West, all you fuckers are so retarded. I don't know how you expect any of us to talk to you as if you're real people. Until you face facts, like why don't you even say, that looks fake? You're right. This is weird that they are talking and no inflection in their voice. It is strange that they just drove directly over a fucking rock and metal tires and it didn't affect them at all. But you guys can't even have the balls to say that. That's the biggest pussy I've ever heard in my life.
You're driving uphill and down.
And you're well ahead on the timeline. You've been making good time.
All right, just mow over those rocks. We got metal tires. We can just go over rocks.
this big blocking crater. Man, that's really good. Where's that? Right up there. That's Crown.
Yeah, you really know that.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah, like they would be able to know where they're at. That's Crown Crater right there. I know that one. You're on the ground. How small would those craters be compared to what you'd see from the sky? I mean, it's just so stupid. So stupid. It's so frustrating. And again, this is important to me because if you can't get this much, then you'll never get flat Earth. Ever. If you can't look at the moon landings and realize we were lied to, for whatever reason, doesn't matter. I don't have to give you a reason for it. We were lied to. Period. End of story. Let's move on from there and let's talk about the next steps. But now you guys want to keep pretending like this is all legit and real. Let me show you this now. So like to me, at least, this is a real astronaut in a real suit, but they're probably in the desert like we just showed with those moon rocks. This is all a screen back here. You can see the partition. And then when they get in the cart, you'll notice that the thing changed. Did you notice that? It wasn't it's like a scene change. Click. Now this is a dummy. There's nobody in that cart. There's nobody in that suit. This is fake. Okay, this is all fake now.
Jim, you might want to start the camera.
Yeah, it's running, Joe.
Okay, so we're going to just take a look at this mountain back here. Let me see. I don't even know. This is Apollo 15. Yeah, that mountain there, that mountain. Okay, and see how long we keep facing towards it.
Let's see. Think we can get through up here?
Now remember, they're driving this direction. I don't care how retarded you are. This mountain is not far. I don't care what kind of, this is the only, by the way, I've already made this claim about these trips and that we can take screenshots right now. If we took a screenshot, is it going to take the black lines on my screen? Hold on 1 second. I've got a broken monitor, so I'm trying to see if, that wouldn't come up on the monitor, right? Let me try this real quick. I just want to see if I take a screenshot of this. New. On my screen, there's just lines all over it, but let me see if we get this. We'll go here to there. And good. Okay, so we've got that picture. We're going to save that to the desktop, and we'll call that AP1. Okay. Dot. Okay, so we got that one saved. Thank you. So now, this is not far. Now, could it be a mile away? Maybe. Could it be 2 miles away? Maybe. I don't know. I'm talking about it's not super far. But regardless of how far away it is, as you're driving towards something, what happens to all of us? We've all been on Earth for long enough to know what happens is you drive closer to a mountain, to a house, to anything. You move any direction, it's going to get larger. It's going to get closer to you. Watch what happens.
Seems to me we could. I think you should be able to. Maybe a little to the right. Yeah, I'll come right now.
Let's get closer to that mountain then. They turn back at it, don't they?
Yeah, we're in a little boulder field.
Same distance away.
About 6 inches. Yeah, it looks like a crater that hit on the rim of Dune. Yeah, it sure does.
I mean, you can see the backdrop, you fucking retards.
Yeah, it sure does.
Look at the backdrop.
Bearing a 350, range 3.3.
You can see it.
Okay, and we're on our tracks.
Roger.
And I don't think they ever show that mountain again.
And follow them home.
Let me see here. So we kind of saw it there at the last view.
Yeah, it sure does. Yeah, we're reading bearing a 350, range 3.3. Okay, and we're on our tracks.
Roger.
Raj. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's the last one. We see it there. But again, if you take a screenshot of this mountain, at any point in their trip, it will always be identical. It's impossible. Just, it doesn't, life doesn't work that way. Let me go back a little bit. And you can see that it just, let me see, down here you can watch this little box. Watch that mountain. Watch that little mountain as we go back. Look at that mountain. Look at that mountain. Look at that mountain. They're driving towards it. And it never gets bigger. Okay? Let's go and watch this part here. And again, I pointed this out. You've got this shaded mountain here. And popping out from behind it, you get this little hill. Okay? We all know that when we move in this direction, what will happen to this hill? We will see more of it. because we're going to get around this bend and we can reveal more of this mountain.
And we're on our tracks.
Let's watch as we reveal more of this mountain.
And follow them home.
Watch as we reveal more of this mountain as we're going to go around that corner there. And if you're smart enough to recognize, you now realize this is a backdrop. This does not change because it's not real.
That's a good deal. You'll hop off and work like mad for 10 minutes.
You'll never see more of that mountain because it's a screen. It's a fucking backdrop. You can see the line.
Then hop back down. So hop on and sit down, take a break.
You'll never see more of that mountain. You'll just keep driving to the same place on a black sheet. No change.
Yeah, I guess in a couple craters we remarked that we saw a boulder distribution.
So their excuse is, I've already had people message me and say, Jaron, what you're missing is those mountains are so far away. Go out and try it yourself. Go out and look at a mountain that's 50 miles away and start walking towards it and it won't change size. That's what I hear. Okay, so now we're supposed to believe that this mountain is 50 miles away. Okay, because we're too fucking stupid to tell with our eyes that that mountain is... I mean, imagine a person is standing right here. You would see them. You want me to believe this mountain right here is so far away that we wouldn't even see a human being? That'd be too small? What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You people will make any excuse and it's disgusting.
Like it was linear, like it was a ray pattern. Yeah, but we never did get a chance to really sample any of those.
Watch out for that rock.
There was one on the... we saw one on the south side of the dune. On the way down, yeah.
Oh, right
We could
into
probably
that.
save some time going back by not following the tracks, you know, because we get through the limb. You're right.
Can we see more of that mountain? Just still to see the same mountain there. It's always the same. Go around it. Let's go around this hill, guys. Go around the hill. Oh, you motherfuckers.
See the old limb sitting out there?
Yeah, who took this picture?
Start making out detail on it. Range 2.4.
And according to our data, you're heading right for the WIMP.
Yeah, way to go, guys. Way to lie. Way to lie to the world. I don't by any stretch of the imagination think these guys are the culprits behind the lie. I think that they were forced to lie. But, and they were probably told that this was doing their American duty and that they would be heroes and that it would, we'll eventually go to the moon. And so, you guys are just going kind of like get the ball rolling so that we get more money and get more people involved in the moon landing. And then we'll actually go and nobody will ever remember you guys because you were just the first ones to go, but you'll get a lot of prestige and a lot of pussy and it'll be fun for you. That's basically what they were told. And ended up being true. None of these astronauts ever stayed married to their wives. They all were philanderers and basically cheated a bunch, according to every report that I've ever seen. Now, let's see here. I was going to do the Bill Casing, but hold on, let me just finish this off. It's so obvious. I can't even fathom how anybody can't see it. I mean, what could possibly be your hang-up? It's simply what men tell you. It's simply being afraid of what others might say about you. That's the only reason that anybody would ever claim that this happened. Or, I'll give it to you, if you're one of the 300,000 people that worked on Apollo 11, I could see where you have a little bit of nationalistic pride and you're kind of like, all right. Also, I found this video from, is it still up? No, it's crossed out. Oh, yeah. This is also from the, I think it's Apollo 12 right here. It's Apollo 12. Apollo 12 or 13, I think, one or the other.
2, 1. Okay, we checked all 4 systems, and you go on modulation all 4, and keying with a go.
Oh boy, it's all been exposed. Oh no. Good night, astronauts. There is lots of examples of movies. I mean, you've seen the Moonraker scene. You've seen the Minions sing, anywhere that they can get this in. And the Moonraker one's funny because that one, oh no, that's not what it's called. Is it Moonraker? No, the one, the James Bond movie. Can't remember what it's called. But he like pops into and by the way, that is a scene in Nevada where he ends up at like a secret base, an underground, like I was talking about earlier, a hangar, and he pops out and they're faking the moon landing there. It's just put in the movie for God knows what reason because it's never even talked about. It's just he's running through the taping of the moon landing. And there's lots of movies I'm trying to think of other movies that it was in. That had Interstellar talks about it being fake. I'm sure you've heard that before. Right? He's basically going to see his daughter's teacher or something, and she mentions that they've changed the books to tell the truth about whatever was going on. But they say that, we didn't go to the moon. We did it to, I don't know, to boost prestige or something. Where is this right here? Oops. Trying to find something, and I can't find it. Where is it? I thought that I had that video. I thought I had Moonraker, but I don't see it. Is it not Moonraker? Maybe it's called something else. Or maybe it's spelled wrong that way. Oh, okay, we got this one. This is the Minions scene. And that's totally, by the way, what's his name? Come on. You know who that is? You guessed it. Well, at least it looks identical to him, and that's what he looked like towards the end there. So, Stanley Kubrick, by the way. But again, funny that they're just walking through. When they go through America, they see a fake moon landing. We've seen, what was it? Not Simpsons, but Family Guy. Right? Well, I thought you were supposed to be on the moon. Well, I smash him in the head, put him in the trunk, kill him. So there's lots of references to this being completely fake. Let me see here now if I've got more in here. So the Bill Kasich document is great because, like I said, it walks us through how it was done. I was going to read it, or at least most of it, but let me see. So we did that. I showed you the driving. We didn't show the mountains stay the same, but I think you can do it yourself, or you just saw what happened. The mountains don't change. You can go find any of the footage. I think that there needs to be some FOIA requests on some of the other footage because I can't find it. I really doubt that Apollo 17 didn't film any of the driving in that cart. Doesn't seem like it. You can't find any. Let me see here what I've got. This one here. So just to show you some articles that we were going to be covering. This is one here. Yes, the United States certainly did. I love when they have to prove things like this, They certainly did land humans on the moon. Just go back, you fucking dipshits. Go back. Moon landing deniers say space scholar and former NASA chief historian Roger Lianis are full of stuff and nonsense. My grandfather was a 75-year-old farmer from southern Illinois at the time of the first moon landing in 1969. He didn't believe that Americans had landed on the moon. In his estimation, such a technological feat was not possible. Caught up in the excitement of Apollo 11 that summer, I could not understand my grandfather's denial in his insular world. Change came grudgingly, however, and a moon landing was certainly a major change. At the time of his death in 1984, Jeff Linnaeus remained unconvinced. Yeah, as do many, many people. President Bill Clinton recalled in his autobiography, right? New York Times science reporter John Noble remarked in December 1969 that a few stool warmers in Chicago bars are on record suggesting that Apollo 11 last July was actually staged by Hollywood in the Nevada desert. The Atlanta Constitution led a story on June 15th. Many skeptics feel moon explorer Neil Armstrong took his giant step for mankind somewhere in Arizona. Talks about the poles. Historian Howard McCurdy opened to some, the thrill of space can't hold a candle to the thrill of conspiracy. No, none of us would even talk conspiracy if you fucking went to the moon. Do you understand? If you just went back, we wouldn't have a case to stand on. We are here because your lies have caught up to you. And now you can't go. So you're going to keep kicking the ball down the road. But you know what? More credit to you because you have a majority of people that still believe you. I don't know what kind of mind control you've used on them. I don't know what kind of pictures naked of them you have. But you don't have any of me. And if you do, release them. I don't care. Another common assertion has been in the later 1960s with the U.S. government in disarray. Because of the debacle of the Vietnam War, the racial crisis in the cities, and the social upheaval, the Apollo program proved an ideal positive distraction from the strife, a convenient conspiracy designed to obscure other issues. One story published in 1970 stated his belief, as expressed by an African-American preacher, it's all a deliberate effort to mask problems at home. Newsweek quoted him saying, the people are unhappy, and this takes their minds off their problems. Then it talks about Bill Kasich, a journalist who had been employed for a few years in public relations at Rocketdyne. His 1974 pamphlet, We Never Went to the Moon, laid out many of the major arguments that have been followed by conspiracy theorists since. His rationale offered poorly developed logic, sloppily analyzed data, and sophomorically argued assertions. Kasich believed that the failure to land on the moon sprang from the idea that NASA lacked the technical expertise to accomplish the task. Of course it did. Required the creation of a massive cover-up to hide that fact. He cited as evidence perceived optical anomalies in some imagery, questioned the physical features of certain objects in photographs, such as the lack of a star field in the background and a presumed U.S. waving of the flag, and challenged the possibility of NASA astronauts surviving a trip to the moon because of radiation. But then they go, oh no, but as this guy says, he says that they examined photos from the missions for signs of studio fakery and claimed to be able to tell that the American flag was waving in what's supposed to be a vacuum of space. They observe the health risks of traveling through they overstate the health risks traveling through the radiation belts that girdle our planet. They understate the technical prowess of the American space program and then cry murder behind every death in the program, linking them to an overall conspiracy. The professor of sociology at Rutgers, who has studied conspiracy theorists, that's who you want to go to, says there's similar kind of logic behind all of these groups. For the most part, he explained, they don't undertake to prove that their view is true so much as to find flaws in what the other side is saying. Yeah, if we say that what you're showing us is fake, then that we are not undertaking to prove that our view is true. Our view is that you faked it. We strive to show that our view is true. What do you want to show that's true that we're not claiming anything to happen? They don't undertake to prove that their view is true. Yes, we do undertake to prove that they didn't go to the moon. That's what we're talking about. So much as to find flaws in what the other side is saying. Yeah, there's tons of flaws. And so, he said, argument is a matter of accumulation instead of persuasion. They feel if they've got more facts than the other side, that proves they're right. That's true. What are you talking about? Why does this guy have a problem with that? What? They don't undertake to prove it is true so much as to find flaws in what the other side is saying. Yeah, if I say that in my house I've got a mermaid and I have sex with her every night, it's a mermaid. And you're like, oh, really? I don't think you have a mermaid. No, I do. I do have a mermaid. I've got photos of her. I can show you the photos. It's only me who's allowed in my house, though. Only me can come in here, but I'll show you photos of the mermaid. Imagine me having this argument to them. And they're like, no, we don't believe in the mermaid. Oh, yeah? You don't undertake to prove that your view is true so much as to find flaws in what I'm saying. And so the argument is a matter of accumulation instead of persuasion. You feel that you've got more facts than my other side, and that proves you're right. Well, yeah, if they come out with facts like no mermaids exist, we've never seen one, there's no pic, that is the way that you accumulate persuasion. You tards. Like, it's just everything goes out the window when it comes to moon landings and NASA. People lose their fucking minds, lose their balls, and they can't think straight anymore. Kasich insisted without evidence whatsoever that though the Soviet Union was watching the American effort closely, it was easier to successfully fake it than landing on the moon. That's funny, because we've been told by Bill Nye and these people it would be more expensive to fake it. It'd be harder to fake it than to just go. That makes a lot of sense. He even speculated that the chance of landing successfully on the moon stood at 0.017%. On what this I love this part. On what this calculation was based is a mystery and does not square with NASA estimates at the time, which stood at 87% for at least one successful landing before the end of the 1960s. Read your sentence, you stupid ass, that you just wrote. You just said, on what calculation was based is a mystery and does not square. So then you give us a new figure? 87%. Well, what calculation was this based off of is a mystery and does not square? I mean, give me a fucking break. You just said we can't listen to this guy who gives the number because we don't know how it came from, and then you gave us another number. Oh, we just assume, oh, it's NASA? Oh, NASA says it's, okay, NASA said it. That's fine. The group that we say is lying to us, it's better to take it from them. You're right. NASA says 87%, then there was an 87%. Of course, they're not going to lie to us. They're the ones lying to us. God. Some moon landing deniers concede that there were robotic missions to the moon, but that human Apollo landings were faked. Bart Cybrell has addressed that Apollo spacecraft crews had faked their orbit around the moon and their walk on the surface using trick photography, but he did accept Earth orbital missions. And you notice they put that in there because, like I told you, that's the point of Bart Cybrell's film, so that you accept Earth orbital missions. See, they have a contingency plan. They know people aren't going to believe it, so they want to make sure they push you into the, well, orbits exist, right? As a flat earther, you know the truth. Humans could not go to the moon. Cybrell and deniers of his ilk claim because going beyond the radiation belts, I'm not even worried about that. Again, while there is indeed radiation both in the Van Allen belts and beyond, and radiation's risks to human health are real, contentions that it would not be survivable are nonsense, and almost no papers in peer-reviewed journals make this claim. Yeah, and there's a guy, I just listened to this guy, author of this book, talk about government lies, and he even says, if you speak to the wrong person, if you give out more information than you're allowed to, then it's not like, oh, shoot, I got to look out in the future. He said it's immediate. Instantly, you can no longer talk to certain people. People know better. They'll be phoned, they'll be informed. You are not to be spoken to. You just outed yourself as basically a traitor to humanity, a traitor to the United States. That's how they look at you. If you've been entrusted with the truth of the moon landings, of probably the flat earth and everything else, and you speak to anybody, you will be immediately cut off from everything. It's immediate, he said. It's not a matter of time that needs to wait. It's not I can still get some jobs. No, you immediately will get cut off. Nobody will talk to you at all. Your jobs are gone. Your missions are gone. Everything. Then there are those who believe that the humans went to the moon, but did so with the assistance of nobody believes that. Where are we at here? Conspiracy theorist Richard Hoagland. We don't, he's out of his mind. While the various claims of the moon landing deniers have evolved over time, their reasons for making these claims have rested on several types of evidence. The most significant are anomalies found in photographs, or to a much lesser degree, movies taken on the missions. Imagery has played a critical role in the communication of experience, while Apollo imagery documented in graphic detail what took place on the moon. The use of that same imagery to raise questions about the entire enterprise is an irony too great to ignore. Whoever wrote this article is a retard. Again, going back to my house where I've got a mermaid, and I take pictures of this mermaid, and then I give them to the press and say, here, guys, you can see that these images are of my mermaid. And then you look at my images to determine whether they're real or not. According to this article, that's a problem. Because now, how funny is it, the irony of the situation, that you're using my pictures of this mermaid to actually raise questions about my mermaid? Yeah, that's what reviewing evidence is. That's what we have to do. What do you expect us to do if we're not allowed to look at the photos? That's all that we have. I mean, how are people this fucking dumb? And you know what? Brain dead people will read this article and they'll just be like, oh yeah, this is proof. We did go to the moon. This guy's got a great point. He's got a great point here. You're using the imagery of the moon landing to actually call into question the moon landing. Oh, the irony. Oh, the irony. I mean, you got to be kidding me. So stupid. Deniers of the moon landing also pinpoint anomalies in the historical record to cast doubt on NASA. And you can't look at the historical record. Oh, shut up. One of the persistent beliefs is that the blueprints for Apollo and space rocket have been lost, or perhaps they never existed. This is simply untrue. The National Archives and Records Administration maintains a regional federal records center at Ellenwood, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta, where the records from the Marshall Space Flight Center are housed. Do you think that this article guy, do you think he went and saw those? Do you think he verified? Or do you think he believed somebody who told him, oh, there's all these, we have everything available? Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Those records include more than 2,900 linear feet of Saturn V records, including drawings and schematics. A similar story about the loss of the broadcast original videotapes from Apollo 11 has been used to cast doubt on the whole endeavor, causing NASA to undertake an unprecedented search for the tapes, finding some, but not all, that were missing. Finally, he didn't even talk about that. Finally, in the same category of anomalies in the historical record, conspiracy theorists have scrutinized every word Apollo by Apollo astronauts over the years to try to catch them in some statement. Neil Armstrong, the first man to supposedly walk on the moon, refuses to give interviews to anyone on the subject. Yeah, what's wrong? That's not a problem? Ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies. Collins also refuses to be interviewed. Aldrin, who granted an interview, threatened to sue if we showed it to anyone. Cybrell's implication is the astronauts have something to hide. Yeah. Anybody who's ever done anything, who is then approached by somebody who says, swear on the Bible that you did said thing, and you'll get $5,000 to donate to charity. There is nobody who wouldn't swear on the Bible that they did something and then take that $5,000 and give it to charity. Nobody. Except for Neil Armstrong. Oh, so knowing you, Mr. Cybro, that's a fake Bible. No, knowing you. Oh, boy. Cybro has gone further, accosting astronauts and demanding that they swear on the Bible that they walked on the moon. Some have done so. Others refuse to engage him. In one incident in September, Cybro, you already know where this is going. Oh, he hit him. Look at, again, they all love to do this. While Cybro pressed charges, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office declined to pursue the incident. Most people who viewed the video of this altercation expressed concern that Aldrin might have hurt his hand. The hero who is questioned, don't question him. Let him be. In a truly bizarre turn of events, on August 31st, 2009, near the 40th anniversary, the satirical publication of The Onion, I remember when that happened, The Onion put out an article, everyone thought it was real. Throughout the latter third of the 20th century and into the 21st, with public confidence in the U.S. government declining because of Vietnam, Watergate, and everything else, it became somewhat easier for people to believe the worst. There has been considerable research on the parts of society that embrace conspiracy theories of all types, arguing that conspiracism writ large represents a fundamental part of political system. Legal scholar Mark Fenster argues that at some, denials of the moon landings bring to the fore a polarization so profound that people end up with an unshakable belief that those in power simply can't be trusted. It's because those in power are liars. When you lie, you cannot be trusted. See? That's the reason. Where you're making up other shit. During a fall 2009 trip to Russia, I gave 4 presentations about the moon landings to university students. In every case, the first question from the students was about challenges to the moon landing account made by conspiracy theorists. Thank you, Russia, for using their fucking heads. All of them channeled the standard criticisms of Apollo made by denialists over the year. A radio talk show host, Rob McConnell, declared that listeners to his show, The X Zone... Stop it. What the hell? I'm trying to pause that. I don't want to go to T-Mobile. Way to go. You got to click off me. You got to click. Are you happy? Go back. Okay. Do you believe in ghosts, and did American astronauts really walk on the moon? 77% of respondents said yes to belief in ghosts, and 93% said they did not believe the moon landings had actually occurred. What is our number at? Let me go see what we did on our poll. Hey, that's a tough one. We've got Neil Armstrong, 94%. He did not walk on the moon. Who are the 6% that voted yes? Who are the 6%? Please give me a... It's probably Slim Claw. He's always saying that we went and that I'm lying. Where are we at? On the other hand, you have uncorroborated testimony about noises in the attic. On the other hand, you have a decade of effort by tens of thousands of engineers and scientists, endless rocket hardware, thousands of photos, and 374 kilograms, 840 pounds of moon rock. Wow. Wow. Shostak was befuddled by this reality of modern American society. Apollo 17 astronaut Harrison Schmitt was more philosophical. If people decide they're going to deny the facts of history and the facts of science and technology, he said, there's not much you can do with them. For most of them, I just feel sorry we failed in their education. Harrison Schmitt, what happened to you? I forgot. Did you die in a motorcycle accident? Or is he still alive? Oh, he's still alive. Which one died in a motorcycle accident? I thought that was him. American geologist, politician. Politician? What? Was Harrison Schmitt a politician? Santa Rita, New Mexico, geologist, astronaut, and politician who was part. I didn't know he was in the Senate. Wow, that's weird. 77 to 83. Okay, had no idea. Learn something new all the time. All right, let's go back here. Where were we? Get out of there. We're out of there. Move back this one. Okay, finish this story here. There can be no question that February 2001 airing of the Fox special Conspiracy Theory Did We Land on the Moon changed the nature of the debate. In this instance, the major network presented a conspiracy scenario without any serious rebuttal that might have been offered. As USA Today report, yeah, because that's what you got to do. All the news, every time I've ever watched them talk shit about Trump or these kind of things, they always give us the actual other side, right? They always give you a chance to hear both sides of the story. They're never just one-sided. Only this moon landing conspiracy video. The U.S. grew so eager to defeat the Soviets in the immensely competitive 1960s that it faked all 6 Apollo missions purported to land on the moon. Instead of exploring the lunar surface, the American astronauts only tromped around a crude movie set that was created by the plotters in the legendary Area 51 Nevada desert. What's going on over there? Oh. While the program claimed to let the viewer decide about the validity of the claims of the denial of the moon landings, it made no attempt whatsoever to offer point and counterpoint, thereby giving the viewers seriously biased view of the issue and skewed evidence in favor of the hoax. So what about all the films of the moon landing? Do they ever tell us about the people who thought it was fake, or do they just give us their one biased side? I don't understand how people can be so unself-aware. Like, what are you talking about? The most egregious violation of propriety came in the Fox show when conspiracy theorists claimed that the 10 astronauts and 2 civilians had died under mysterious circumstances during Apollo. The 10 astronauts in question included the 3 who were killed in Apollo 1 when their capsule was consumed in a flash fire during ground tests. At one point, Scott Grissom, son of Apollo 1 mission commander Gus Grissom, who was killed in the incident, claimed, "My father's death was no accident. He was murdered." At another point, however, he retracted that statement and declared that NASA didn't murder anyone. I wonder why. So weird for you to come out with that. And then the next statement, no, never mind. Never mind, NASA didn't murder anyone. No question, shoddy workmanship and poor procedures led to the astronaut's death, and it was a tragic loss. But Grissom, White, and Chaffee were an accident, not a murder. You just made this claim. What are you talking about? Some moon landing deniers have claimed that NASA had them killed because Grissom was on the verge of exposing the Apollo program as a fraud. There is not one scintilla of evidence to support this accusation, even though he hung a lemon on the lem like the day before he died. The identity of the remaining 7 astronauts presumably murdered by NASA during Apollo is something of a mystery. What? What do you mean? To be sure, astronaut Ed Givens died in an automobile accident. Yes, astronauts Ted Freeman and C.C. Williams and Elliot C. and Charles Bassett died in aircraft accidents. Yes, we know. But these were far removed from the conduct of Project Apollo. Yeah, we think they were killed. This accounts for 8 astronauts, but those making this claim apparently count as astronauts 2 other pilots who had nothing to do with the moon landing program, X-15 pilot Mike Adams and Air Force manned orbiting laboratory pilot Robert Lawrence. Finally, they claim that NASA technician Thomas Barron and another NASA civilian who was unnamed were murdered to keep the secret of the moon hoax. None of these claims was founded by any credible evidence. Yeah, don't mention that Thomas Ronald Barron committed suicide running his car with his family in it into a train that was operated by NASA that came out of a NASA switchyard. Don't mention that. The Fox program fueled an explosion in conspiracy theories about the moon landings and the audience for them. I was inundated with questions from friends and acquaintances, many of whom I thought were smarter than that, asking me to explain why the photos show no stars or why the flag moved. It got to be tiring, and unfortunately it changed my opinion that most people are so easily duped. Yeah, yourself. Anyway, the last sentence here says, NASA has refrained from officially responding to these charges, avoiding anything that might dignify the claims. The Fox show required that it change its approach. After the Fox program aired, NASA released a 1-paragraph press release titled Apollo. Yes, we did. Great. Fantastic. So what you want to go to if you want to research this some more yourself, if you're still in the dark, if you're one of these 6% that are retarded, go to aulis.com. A-U-L-I-S. A-U-L-I-S. Okay. If we go to aulis.com, let me get this right. There we go. Okay. Aulis.com is, a couple people are great here, but there's a lot of PhD work. So if you go to Apollo Moon, again, I don't believe everything this site does. This site believes, I believe, that there's remote control cars on Mars. They're wrong. Okay. Scott Henderson, he's been on Globebusters before. And these are his photographic studies. And we've got, he worked with Paul on the plane as well. Go back to Apollo Moon. There is a good one. I want to see if I can find the Apollo 14 with the flag. Come on. Attempted deception by word of manipulation. Stanley Kubrick and Apollo Part 3, how it was done. Apollo 11 was in low Earth orbit. Did faking Apollo start as a joke? The rise and fall of the lunar module. Short Apollo astronauts. Apollo for Dummies Part 3. Right, they're showing that like the heights of the astronauts that we see on the screen, who were actors. They're not the actual astronauts doing the work of being on the moon. That's why you can't see through their visor. Where moon landings propaganda. Apollo for Dummies. Getting grip on the Apollo 11. Did the Saturn V get to the moon? So there's questions about the Saturn V. It's changing of its engines, and then it got down to like 3,000 tons. Supposed to take off with 300,000 tons. The Apollo myth, a hindrance, shadows in the lunar sky. I've seen that one before. It's great. There's shadows when you change the levels in the background of space. How is that possible? Scientific analysis of images. Apollo 17 anomalous ascent. So let's see what this says. So when humans visited the moon for the last time, December 1972, as part of the Apollo 17 mission, the ascent of the lunar module from the lunar surface was captured by a remotely operated camera that was left on the lunar roving vehicle, or lunar rover, and broadcast live across television networks worldwide. From the broadcast recording, we first reconstruct the elevation of the ascending LM ascent stage from the vantage point of the TV camera. As part of that reconstruction, we ascertained how NASA camera operator Ed Fendel operated the camera to be able to track the LM AS, whatever. We considered 2 types of vessels to reproduce the scene and find that for a rocket with the same propulsion as Apollo, its reactive control system has to be much quicker than that of Apollo, and the resulting orbit insertion trajectory cannot be performed without Apollo's guidance logic. A roller coaster comprising a jet-propelled cart sliding along tracks pitched so that they mimic the ascent trajectory can be reconstructed that reproduces the broadcast perfectly. The roller coaster also explains certain details of the trajectory that are inconsistent with rocket propulsion. Vessel acceleration increases with pitch, distance with vessel, and the camera later in the broadcast. In conclusion, we find that the television broadcast most likely comprised a staged, scaled-down ascent and not an actual LM ascent from the lunar surface. And this is by Julius A. Birch, Ph.D., since all you guys always say, what's your credentials? You're not a Ph.D., you're not allowed to say anything about the moon landing. Yeah, well, this guy is. So again, he received a Ph.D. in engineering physics, and he has claimed that we did not go to the moon, but I guess it's only dumb YouTube conspiracy theorists that believe that, never Ph.D. people. I did want to find that Apollo 14. Let me see if I can find it. Is there a search on the site? I think it searches Google. Where's Apollo 14? Apollo spacesuit. I want to see the flag. When you see this flag waving in the wind, and they've like gotten rid of all the footage, you cannot find it anywhere. I'll show you, and you guys can go look for it tonight. You have a homework assignment. Where's Apollo 14? Did this or anything about the flag? I don't see anything. Let's see. Main. All this bookshop, news items. All this. Let's see if we go here. Go flag. FL8G. Don't want to forget that L. You're going to get a different kind of thing. Moon hoax now, some shadows in the lunar sky, anomalies, inconsistencies in the Apollo photographs. Maybe this one? It's the one that's very hard to see because they just get out of the craft, and let's see if we can find it. So much good work here. I mean, it's just, you cannot believe in it after you've read this. You can't. Short history of space. I'm trying to see the first man in space, my neighbors. Okay, I wanted to find 14. Anyway, I'll have to find, I'm going to write myself a note because I want to show people that. For round 2, we'll do part 2 of the moon landing for dummies. Because still got a lot more to show. And let me just show you a little bit of K6's book, and then we'll be done. I promise. I know it's been a long show. I went way too long. Let's see. I talk too much. It's pretty obvious. All right, let's go with K6's book. This one. Okay, we're going to bring this over. This is his pamphlet that he tried to get released many times, and they would never do it. He had to shelve it for a couple years. It's not very long. It's a great read. Did I put it already? I don't know if I did or didn't. I'm going to put this in t.me/jeranism links. T.me/jeranism links. There it is. Let's drop this in there, and boom. Okay, it's there if anybody wants it. I think I already see 40 people grabbing. All right, I see you guys see that. That's nice. All right, We Never Went to the Moon by Bill Kasich and Randy Reed. It is a great read because, well, I'll just read a couple parts, and then maybe we'll read it in completion, and then I'll do the other part this week sometime. Maybe even next Friday for the Jeranism show. Let's see. It is estimated that about 30% of the adult population of the United States does not believe that this country has landed astronauts on the moon. That's quite a percentage of boosters for this book before it is even published. Perhaps after it has been circulated, there will be even more. And eventually, if Bill's theory is correct, 100% of the entire world will know about one of the biggest hoaxes in the world's history. While the moon swindle is gigantic, it actually takes lesser place to such monstrous hoaxes as the great $200 billion food swindle, the giant $300 billion tax swindle, plus swindles perpetrated by the U.S. government in areas of defense spending, drugs, medicine, price rigging, Social Security, Social Security, and on ad infinitum. So read on, enjoy, and be illuminated. As Cervantes said, patience, and shuffle the cards. Okay, so this goes through talking about, is this a real photo? NASA says it is, doesn't look like one. How this book came to be written. He talked about, I mean, there's so much good stuff in here. I kind of wanted to read it completely, but he says he decided he did not believe in arbitrary. He wouldn't pay attention. He didn't even want to pay attention to the moon landing. He had nothing to do with it because he knew that they were faking it. From whence did this odd idea come? I wondered. I had not really given the Apollo program much thought in the years since leaving Rocketdyne. I had followed it in a cursory fashion, becoming aware of it only through the more startling developments, the fire on Pad 34, for example. So, it is possible that I had simply lost interest in astronautics despite the prospect of a moon landing, but I didn't think so. There was more to it than mere diminishment of interest. Somehow, I seemed to have perceived that the Apollo project had become a gigantic hoax and that nobody was leaving Earth for the moon, certainly not in July of 1969. Call it a hunch, an intuition, information from some little understood and mysterious channel of communication, a metaphysical message. While tenuous and ephemeral at its source, it was strong and vivid in its form. In short, a true conviction. I watched none of the moon landings, nor did I pay much attention to print media presentations. Since summer of '69, the feeling and belief that man's journey to the moon is still in its future became stronger. I paid even less attention to the follow-up flights of Apollo and noticed that many others were equally neglectful. As the years passed, I found myself comparing the Apollo flights to many other incidents in American life. Watergate was an outstanding example and a striking point of comparison. Here was a case of leaders presenting one face to the public while another completely hidden, a Machiavellian duplicity that shocked many people and shattered their complacency. The energy crisis was another Apollo simulation. Here, an entire industry created an artificial shortage to ram the price increases down the throats of resisting but still gullible consumers. But, as Lincoln so wisely said, you cannot fool all the people all the time. Thus, in many places, the facade of the corporate state began to crack. However, instead of apologies and excuses, a vicious arrogance appeared. The attitudes of Handelman and Inchman reflect this. Even in the public relations type advertising, an attitude of take it or leave it emerged from the formerly velvet glove over the mailed fist corporations. Now was the time to ask some questions of NASA regarding their Apollo program. Questions that I found continually badgering my mind. Questions like, why didn't the astronauts make some visible signal from the moon? Right. It would have been relatively easy to touch off some sort of hypergolic chemicals, beam a laser to a mirror on Earth, create a pattern with a lightweight black dust, or to provide some sort of means of definitively proving that they were actually there. Relaying an easily simulated, now this is what people don't ever understand. They think that this is hard to do. Relying on a easily simulated picture on the TV was the last believable means of proof. Why did the Dutch papers since 1969 question the authenticity of the moon landing? And more importantly, why did the American press ignore the otherwise interesting sidelight? Why is it that NASA's Apollo records are not classified, but are not available to the general public? In a letter to me from the present head of the technical publications of Rocketdyne, there is this comment: Apollo material not classified but unavailable to the public. What the fuck does that mean? Why did so many astronauts end up serving as executives of large corporations? Have you noticed that? They all became huge members of different corporations where they made tons of money. Was this their real reward for the moon trip? Why did some astronauts die in accidents, others suffer brain damage, and still others have nervous breakdowns? Was this rate of attrition higher than it should be expected for this type of carefully selected and trained individual? It's another question. These guys are supposed to be the top of the top, the best of the best. I've never seen an astronaut that impresses me. Did it relate to high incidence of departure of witnesses to the Kennedy murder? What happened to the Barron report? A 500-page compilation of errors, instances of mismanagement. I don't know why that page ends. Maybe you don't get to see the rest of it. Why did the relatives of astronauts so often refer to the unreality of the events? Was it because the events in reality were unreal? Why was the fact that the astronauts were training in Las Vegas not publicized? Every other aspect of their lives was examined in close detail. Was it because a part of the Nevada desert, specifically the Mercury test site for AEC use, was being groomed as a moon set? Why were the first astronauts held in quarantine so long after their trip when most scientists agree that the moon is sterile and there was virtually no chance of disease transmission? Was it because the astronauts needed a period of reconditioning after their spurious trip? Was it because they simply could not bear the face hordes of cheering people so soon after playing roles in a show on Earth? Why was Apollo 6 a total fiasco, followed by 6 perfect moon missions, which in turn were followed by the manned orbiting lab debacle? Doesn't this cause a credibility gap amongst statisticians and laymen? Where are we at? I lost my place. Here. Why was there a rigid and unbending requirement that all data for public release be cleared through Public Relations Office of NASA? Why were all transmissions to be public via TV and radio, media and communications easily faked? Why was there nothing to see other than the launch and some fuzzy pictures allegedly coming from the moon? Is there any real assurance that the astronauts were actually aboard the Apollo vehicle? Also, is there any proof that it really flew with a full load of fuel? Or did it make it off the pad because it was lightly and safely loaded with engines running at reduced power? 8 astronauts died in non-space accidents. Were they all accidents? Why did Wernher von Braun leave NASA and become... Imagine this. We know about Wernher von Braun. He was all about rockets. It's all he cared about. It's all he did. But then he left NASA right at the time of Apollo, to become a Fairchild executive. His whole life until then was devoted to space travel. In fact, he was obsessed. Did he finally realize the folly of trying to reach the moon with equipment built by the lowest bidder and the firms with the most skilled lobbyists? What did Pat Collins mean in her remark on July 20th, 1969, 4:05 p.m., Houston time, when she declared, "It's about as real as anything about this whole thing is," when she was asked if a simulation docking, as seen on TV, was real? Why were the moon rocks rushed to Switzerland right after they landed? What proof do we have that they are actually rocks from the moon? Why did the landing of the Apollo return capsules take place out of sight of the public, and even out of sight of the pickup crew carriers, or the carrier's crew? Why was there never a mention of gold or silver or diamonds, or other precious metals on the moon? Wasn't this a viable consideration? Why was this fact never discussed in the press or by astronauts? Why was the fact that the moon mission was really a military project concealed from the public? Many military fiascos are hidden from the public to avoid loss of prestige. Many other questions similar to the above have never been satisfactorily answered by NASA, the press, or scientists involved. We invite an answer to these questions now. In fact, the entire book is an invitation to NASA or other groups of concerned individuals to review the concepts presented and refute it with some indisputable evidence that we have indeed landed on the moon, that we have indeed made good use of the $30 billion that allegedly went to fund Apollo. Photos, ticker tape parades, a bag of rocks, and other superficial items do not provide adequate answers to the questions posed above, and to those presented in the following chapters. Think about the moon rocks in and of themselves. Think of it. They have this room for them. They're all set aside. What has that brought humanity? What difference does it make? Oh, these rocks are from the moon. Cool. What did you figure out? Nothing. You didn't figure out anything? No, nothing. They ended up being the same as the ones on Earth. Oh, just a lot of money to spend for nothing. A lot of money. So he goes through about rocket propulsion and how we use liquid fuels. Shows a couple pictures of some former. This is actually a picture of. Is this on it? This is a picture of that. Propulsion field laboratory hidden in the Simi Hills in the San Fernando Valley. I thought that this was showing us the Mercury, which it'll show us here in a second. These are more test locations. This is an intercontinental ballistic missile, was at the Navajo, unknown to most Americans, but developed during the mid-50s. Okay, we got the ultra secret is about, yeah, that's actually a good, let me read part of this here. So it's saying here, a book revealed here last week about World War II and one of the greatest achievements of military intelligence in history. So I don't know if you guys noticed, do you know that the reason we won the war, supposedly, is we intercepted and deciphered their hidden messages, right? The book, The Ultra Secret, by retired Group Captain F.W. Winterbotham, one of the top British operating executives of the code-breaking operation, was authorized for publication by British authorities. Now, least of the miracles of the cracking of the German Enigma machine, cipher, and the dissemination of its several hundred daily messages. So there were messages, hundreds of them, going across this wire daily. The United States unencrypted it and could read it all flat out. In fact, the accomplishment has remained secret for 35 years. Several thousand Allied commanders and intelligence officers were aware of and the beneficiaries of deciphering operations. Several score Americans participated in the code-breaking analysis and instant dissemination from a huge headquarters in Bleckley, a dreary railroad town 50 miles northwest of London. All were sworn to secrecy and kept their oath. General Dwight D. Eisenhower. So think about, they're talking about thousands of people, commanders, that were all being given, and then none of that got out. But they want to tell us, like, oh, you could never fake the moon landing. Somebody would talk. Okay, if that's what you think. More pictures of the moon. More pictures. I don't know why this is here. Where are the stars? Of course, everybody has that question. Just saying, these pictures are hard to tell. It says you can't see any blast crater. You can't see anything at all. Yeah, I've questioned this one too. There's so many pictures that are like this here. You wouldn't ever have a dark spot. That's from a light. If the sun is here, then the whole moon is lit. You don't have this is lit and this is dark. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, the moon would light up the whole area. You can't have, the sun would light up the whole area. Okay, that's supposed to be the Earth over some limb. Okay, great. Yeah, I agree. So it says, what is the source of the light on the faceplate? This should be in deep shadow as the sun is behind the figure. Also, if the source of light is artificial, it should be reflected from the faceplate. Okay, this is Mercury, I believe. A test farm for radiation studies, not likely, more probably a cover for the moon set. We've got these guys practicing in little places. We've got them. It's talking about 2001, when 2001 was filmed. The way that its budget was increased. So here, the budget was increased from $6 million to $10.5 million. A total of 205 special effects shots encompassing a period of 1.5 years was ingenious cover utilized by the ASP, which is the Apollo stage performance or something. It is possible that more than $4.5 million was given to Kubrick's coalition to finance the most perfect space sequences ever shot. While 2001 was being filmed, While 2001 was being shot, Kubrick and his crew consulted with nearly 70 industrial and aeronautic and aerospace corporations, universities and observatories, weather bureaus, laboratories, and other institutions to ensure that the film would be technically accurate. Has this been done for ASP without the cover of 2001? Much suspicion would have been directed towards those making the inquiries, right? So if NASA would have gone and asked, or people would have asked around, could have got some people's minds piqued. But by having Stanley Kubrick ask, and it being for his movie, nobody asked any questions. It's talking about Russia. Russia is all about propaganda. They never were about actually space trips and space missions. They were all propaganda. It was meant to be for prestige. The United States and the Russians worked directly together. And we know that both countries told different stories to their citizens. Russia told the story that, hey, we were first in space, first woman, first animal, first orbit, first satellite, first ones to the moon. First, they did all these firsts. And then they said, but we're not going to go to the moon because the stupid Americans are going to go there and they're going to waste all their money because there's nothing to do there. And then the Americans got to tell the story of, yeah, they beat us at all these things, but because we put our ingenuity together and we got everybody together, we were able to get to the moon first. So both countries were able to tell different stories that boosted their own prestige to their own citizens. Okay, that's weird that would be just so happened to work perfectly that way. And I totally agree with this. He says, in other words, the U.S. became like a frantic gambler who sees ever-increasing losses threatening total disaster. Finally, he mortgages his house and children to make one last colossal bet. He must win or all is gone. That's how NASA felt, because they had done so much damage. They lied, they killed people. 67 comes, they have the death. Now they have to go to Congress. They lie at Congress, and they still have a 1969 deadline, and they felt like they would be done. All those people, all those hopes and dreams of all the rocket lovers, all the little phallic symbol worshippers, what would they do if we didn't make it to the moon? Then the country would have just dismissed the space program as a folly, so they needed to do it. They were like a person on their last leg of gambling. All right, I got this last $5,000. Let's put it all in on red. That's what they did. See here where we got. There's no question that the Russians have employed their efforts in rocketry as a propaganda tool. As London points out, the Soviets have used technology as an instrument of propaganda and power politics, as illustrated by their great and successful efforts at careful political timing in space exploration. They have sought constantly to present spectacular accomplishments in space as an index of national strength. The flight of Sputnik in 1957 was certainly no outstanding manifestation of this concept. It acted as a rigorous prod to U.S. peace efforts. As Lyndon Johnson said, it is true shit-kick fashion. I guess for the first time I started to realize that this country of mine might not be ahead in everything. Soon as the laissez-faire doctrine of Eisenhower was reversed by Johnson as Senate Minority Leader and later by President Kennedy, NASA, which had been given the assignment of manned spaceflight in space, was energized with personnel and money. The basis for the moon flight decision was now in existence. So he goes through, that's him, by the way, that's Bill, and talks about the different, I mean, this thing here is hilarious, is like, the complexity of the LEM is shown in this cutaway. Failure of one item could doom any mission. And most of the equipment was untried in space. Like, none of this was tried in space until they went there. And they're like, oh yeah, it works great. I believe it. It's funny, it's a flat earth map, kind of. Again, the pitch over, they're this way. Remember, the guys would be standing, they'd be laying on their backs, and then they'd turn and lay on each other. I mean, again, this tells you the odds of this happening perfectly are impossible. That we would have perfect liftoff, great. That after 2.5 minutes, the first stage would drop away and the second stage would ignite, sure. The second stage burns for 6.5 minutes, and the third stage achieves Earth orbit. Sure. After the checkout in orbit, the third stage fires again into lunar trajectory. I believe it. Then the adapter panels open, and the command service module begins its turn in space. In space, this thing came out and turned around. Okay? Doesn't all this seem a bit complicated? Wouldn't it have been possible to have the various modules in the proper sequence on Earth? After docking, the spacecraft separates from the Saturn V's third engine. The service module engine fires to slow the spacecraft into lunar orbit. Slow down, it fires. Right. One astronaut remains in the lunar orbit while two land on the moon in the lunar module. The two astronauts explore the moon, obtain samples, and place instruments. With the descent stage as a launch pad, the ascent stage fires for liftoff. Right where it stopped? Right. Astronauts in the lunar module, this shows you what they look like. I told you, if they lean this way, they would fall on each other. Perhaps Anatoly France could see into the future, for once he said all the historical books which contain no lies are extremely tedious. The lunar module is abandoned in orbit, and the astronauts head for Earth. With service module jettisoned, the command module makes its fiery re-entry. Slowed by the atmosphere, the spacecraft parachutes into the Pacific Ocean. Each of those steps, executing perfectly, becomes impossible as you flip a coin. Flip a coin tails, flip a coin heads. What are the chances that you flip 15 coins in a row? Heads? Impossible. Never going to happen. Okay. Talks about the Apollo fire. Talks about the Vegas Strip that shows these guys relaxing in Vegas. Secret oasis on the Mercury base with astronauts and their wives enjoying a cool swim. Few people know this aspect of Las Vegas. The finest buffet in the world is served on the 24th floor of the Dunn's Hotel and Casino. Another reason why astronauts and their managers chose the Vegas area. Right. Impressive peaks climb from the desert floor, but don't need that. About hiking. Clerks and secretaries for the ASP Control Center were recruited from Las Vegas casinos, which added to the general appeal of the location. This is showing somebody, which I've never seen before. This is an eye-opener to me. This is a casino, and the people up top looking through a hidden window. If you next time you go to a casino, look up, you'll see glass ceilings, and now you know somebody's standing up there watching you. Anyway, almost as secret as Los Alamos was during World War II, Mercury, Nevada is virtually unknown to most Americans. What deep secrets does this small city hold? If indeed it was the headquarters for Apollo simulation, guess what? You can't get there. I showed you I showed you Google Earth. I showed you Mercury, and there was no way you can get down there. And again, good luck. But I mean, Craig will just tell you, anybody can go there. Just get in your car and go there. There's no treaty saying you can't go there. Yeah, whatever you say. Mercury, Nevada. I don't know why it keeps, just, you know what I'm talking about now. Thank you. So again, you cannot put your man down here anywhere. I'm not going to let you look at any of this. You can get right here. That's it. It's as close as we're going to get to Mercury. And let me guess, there's a fence and a gate and all kinds of things I can't get through. Let's see. Up. Don't do that. Let's see. Oh, now we're already. Come on. This thing jacking up. Go up this way. And get up. Oh, thank you. We can kind of see it. What is that? Is that the gate? Hello? Can you see those pictures? Oh, I have to exit. Man, I am out of exit. Hold on, what's going on here? Why isn't this letting me? Oh, over here, cancel. There we go. Now let me see these pictures. Yep, it's Mercury Highway blocked completely. Nevada test site, no trespassing. By order of the United States. Test site, U.S. Department of Energy. Operated by the National Security. Operated by National Security Technologies. I've never even heard of that. By order of the United States Department of Energy, you're now entering the Nevada test site. No trespassing. So, I mean, good luck in ever exposing this. You'll never get in there. I mean, it's just ridiculous why people act like, no, it's impossible that they faked it. Somebody would have spoke by now. You can't even get in there. You can't get within miles. Let's go look at how far away this is even. Anyway, so this distance to Mercury is, that's a 4 mile. Oops, it said move. There you go, 4 miles. So, I mean, 4 miles, how would you ever get in there? You're not going to come over these hills. You're not going to come over these hills. What about this road? Is this a road? You're not even going to be able to go down there either. Let's see. Nope. We can't even see what's there. You could probably go down here. Oops. Yeah, we'll let us go to right here, but that's it. It's not going to let us go down that road. And there's like, I can't see those. Can I zoom in somehow? I'll use this, I think. Oh, because I'm on Street View. Clearly, that's like some blockade there. It's not letting you through. I can't figure out how we would see that. Yeah, something's blocked there. Well, I don't know if that's the blockage or maybe further down. I don't know. Who's up for a trip? I'm ready to go. It's not very far from here. Let's just go out there until we get turned away just for fun. I like to stir shit sometimes. Yeah, this is ridiculous. This is these buildings. I mean, I'm sure you've seen like that school building is down here, the one that they blew up with the, the tower and other things that are there from the missile launches, whatever they're called, bombs. Here's the airstrip. Oh, what is that? So again, they built this whole city out there, Mercury, Nevada. And again, why is there no whistleblowers? Well, because all these people were taken care of and they make money, and that's just how life goes. We should stop looking for whistleblowers all the time, because a lot of them never emerge simply because money rules the world. And to some, the idea of whistleblowing means no more money, no more prestige, no more fame. You are immediately discounted. You are immediately just and your family's probably threatened. It's not worth it to anybody. What is these over here? Oh, so this is all the area that they bombed. I think, isn't this the, yeah, so I mean, there's your shelter. You've got, that's where people were underneath watching. Another one of those concrete mounds where people were, I'm sure you've seen videos of them actually standing in there watching the bombs go off. Again, they call them nuclear weapons. They're not nuclear weapons. But, teach them. Is this Area 51 here still? Oh, that's the craters. I mean, look at the damage that they did. I protest that the United States government needs to go out here and rake this fucking thing. I want this all flat again. You can't just go bomb shit and leave it there. Look at all these holes in the ground. Look what they've done. Look at this mess. I mean, you really needed to light off all these fucking bombs. What's up here? Oh, I didn't even see this before. There's a bomb up here. Bomb everywhere. Gives a fuck. Oh yeah, we'll just throw some radiation all over the earth. We don't give a shit. Nevada National Security Site. What's that? What do you mean? Huh? Well, that's not it. No, this place there. NSS.gov. I don't know what that is. Let's see. NSS. Nevada National Security Sites. And, oh, here we go. We secure America's future. Yep. Premier national security resource. Multi-mission, high-hazard experimentation facilities delivering technical and service solutions in support of national security. I mean, look at these. This is probably underground. It's hard to read that. Where's your response capability? I can't even read it. Event students compete for Nevada Science Bowl championships. Yeah, boy. Compensation program. Let's go see. Can we get some money? If you expose the moon... No, I'm just kidding. Doesn't say that. All right, let's see if we... I'm not going to get anywhere on that, I guess. Oh, here we go. Occupational illness compensation. Oh, these are all the things you can make if you work for them. I bet they have everything. If you work for them, you can have dental, medical, 3 weeks vacation, bonus pay, all that. All that. Just keep your mouth shut. Don't go on YouTube. Never say anything to anybody. Mind your business. You'll be just fine. And that's true. Wait, an auction? I'm going to check out. Well, time out. We're going to check out the auction real quick. See if we can get some NASA footage. No, I doubt that's what it's about. So again, I mean, it's just, to me, it's so obvious. There's nothing more obvious than the moon landing hoax. It's what got me started into this area of research. I knew right away that there was a problem, and I said, if they can hide the moon landing, then they can hide anything. So I started there and realized they hid the moon landing. So then it's, okay, so big conspiracies do exist. Governments can lie to people for long periods of time. And then once you get that, then everything else is easy.
But the people who just want to hold on to, well, we couldn't even keep a blowjob a secret between two people at the White House. Yeah, but that was made up. Look up Mary Mahoney, who is the real intern who Bill messed with, and then they killed her. So, at a Starbucks, in a robbery, that there was $4,000 left in the register, and her and two of her employees were all shot in the head, except for she was shot 8 times, and that just happens all the time for robbers who leave without taking the money and lock the door on their way out. What is that? T1 training area. What did it say? T1 training area. What is going on here? Why is there a railroad track with no... What is that, a hole in the ground and it's going inside there? Isn't it like an underground tunnel that's a railroad track going through? Or what is the railroad track? Why does it end? Anyway, I don't have time for this. Go on, Jared. You now know how I research. I would be searching that now. I'd be searching that location, and it would just get to be a mess. Then I do the same thing all day. Okay. And I know I'm behind on Telegram. If you've been messaging me, I'm about 2 days back. So give me a day to get there. Usually now I put my phone down when I want to research some stuff, like this moon landing stuff. Otherwise, I'll just be bothered the whole time. So I put my phone down and I don't look at it. Or I check it to make sure there's no emergencies or whatever. But it seems like there's none of those. Just looking at this. What is it, a landing strip? RTI. Oh, we got something come up here. RITI, Government Office at Sugar Bunker. RITI, Government Office. Sorry, see, now you're getting a taste of what I do for fun here. Let's go to paste. Search Government Office. Our Aircraft Operational Test and Evaluation. RITI is a US-based business specialized in operation test and evaluation. Analyzing manned and unmanned aircraft. Remote Imagery Technologies Incorporated. Probably RITI, Military and Government. That's a different one. That's not the right name. Anyway, USDA Ethics Advisor Locator. Why is that on there? USDA, what's that? What is USDA? Isn't that meat? Department of Agriculture? Yeah, okay, sorry. Anyway, let's get out of here. It's be there forever. All right, we'll finish off Casey's book just real quick. Where is it? I love this one. Would have been impossible to fake. Yeah, boy. Impossible. I totally agree. Can you imagine somebody saying something would be impossible to fake? Just think about that sentence. That would be impossible to fake. What would be impossible to fake? I don't even get it. Well, there's nothing impossible to fake. That'd be impossible to fake. Okay, genius. You're right. That's definitely, if we see that happen, it definitely happened. There's no way anybody can fake that one. Yeah, right. Nevada Test Site Guide, published to the employees of the United Department of Energy. See, I get caught on this one. I want to read search this stuff. Let's see. Oh, it's going to take for a while. All right, we're going to check Super Chats in a second. I'm going to finish up Casey's book. I promise I'm going to be out of here by 12. It is 11:50. That's good. Where is my pen? Thank you. Is this going to open or what? It's going. It's going. Go, go, go. We'll come back to you. We are done with that one. We watched that one. We saw the Minions. Oh, this was the Apollo 11 crash that had the flat Earth in the back. Yes, we certainly did land on the moon. And crazy people are the only ones who think that we didn't. And this guy talking to Neil. And this, I mean, how is that even real? It's a hand being see-through. It's always fun. Lunar ranging experiments. I'm going to put that note down because I told you next time I will have the document that says that they didn't ever actually do that. Because that's their big one. You always see these articles, they all say, so I need the paper regarding moon laser. Okay. Let's see here. We got rid of that one. We've got that one done. Okay, don't know what that is. Don't care about that. Just closing out my stuff here. This is Nevada Test Site. Is this the one I just opened? Wow, does it really look like that? God, now it's got me thinking. That looks like they did that for to make it look like the moon. Huh. So I guess I'm confused. So all these were done underground, or I have to look into that whole. After several months of research, the guide to Frenchman Flat that's the name of it, Frenchman Flat. Nice. Was published to dispel some of the myths and factual errors that clouded the events that took place in the Frenchman Flat and to provide a standard reference to Nevada test site visitors to describe the artifacts remained from the 14 atmospheric tests conducted between 51 and 62. What do you mean atmospheric tests? These are on the ground. Located in Area 2, this gun turret was removed from a U.S. Navy heavy cruiser. It was developed by Lawrence Livermore Radiation Laboratory for line-of-sight diagnostics. Basically, the turret could be used on multiple atmospheric nuclear tests by rotating it, adjusting the elevation to aim at the tower. Oh, so they launched the bombs into the sky and then killed it and then shot it with that thing. Okay, I'm going to keep this. I don't know if anybody cares. I'll put that in the t.me/jeranism links too, just in case there's people out there like me that are psychopaths and like to research things. But I'm guessing I'm the only one. That's probably the truth. All right, let me go here. Jeranism links. There's that document. Oops. I accidentally hit a letter after that. It should still work. What does it say? Subcritical experiments, types of radiation, Yucca Lady, Lockheed XF-90, preparations for conduct of underground tests, substance craters, ice cap diagnostic model, drill yard technical facts, Bear reactor, atmospheric test bunkers, balloon tests, Yucca Flat Lake bed, test site area numbers, Nevada test site important dates, naming of nuclear tests, availability of historical films, film listing. Where can we get these films? Anyway, and they've already admitted a lot of those films are fake, obviously. People always ask the question, where was the fucking... Oh, wow, there's all kinds of pictures in this. Okay, I want to watch this. I want to read this. This is great. Wow, it does go underground there. Look at that. Interior view of a 90-foot square dual-purpose garage and mass shelter. Look at this. This is the kind of shit that pisses me off. Entrance to the underground garage. And you know this just goes under there, and then there's just tunnels for ever. Wow, that's a pretty good document here. All right, are we looking at this? Artist rendering of the Ponderosa Pine Grove prior to the Encore test. Oh, we don't have pictures of that, though. Oh, man, it's so terrible what they did to those pigs. You ever seen what they did to these pigs? They put these pigs in cages and then put them out at the test site and let them all die. Just to see how it burned up their skin. Yeah. The project director for the test was Lieutenant General McDonald, U.S. Army Medical Corps. For the Encore test, 55 pigs were used. 44 of the anesthetized? No, I can't say that word. Anesthetic. 44 of the anesthetized? Wow. Anesthesia. Anesthetized. Yes, that's it. Anesthetized? I don't know. Animals were dressed in clothing of various materials and exposed to 8 pens located 2, 3, 10, and 9,075 feet west-southwest of the ground zero. The remaining 11 pigs were placed at 3 stations in cylindrical aluminum containers with fabric-covered portholes. Wow. That is so ridiculous. How is this allowed? For the Priscilla test, medical personnel from Walter Reed Hospital used 719 pigs to investigate the effects of nuclear detonations on pigs in an attempt to define more specifically the effects on humans. The pigs were placed at 11 stations. They put them in this tub. A 25-pound shoat is removed from an aluminum barrel. The containers were positioned at various distances from the ground zero to... I mean, that's just ridiculous. I really do hope we're never judged by what our tax money went to. Wouldn't that be sad? We are all going straight to hell because we've all contributed to this. In fact, we probably should all go to hell anyway. I mean, if you think about it, I don't think anybody ever thinks about all the disgusting things they did in their life, and then they have to like face God and be like, "Oh yeah, I did do that to that one chick. Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, that one. Yeah, I kind of did. Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I was young though. Oh, that. Yeah, I didn't think you saw that. Oh, and that one. You know." I think we have cemented our ticket where we're going. If you say, "But I changed at the age of 30," God's gonna be like, "Well, what about this when you're 22?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's a problem." The family consists of a control building, facility. Anyway, atmospheric test relics. Stupid idiots. This world seems like it's like a movie. It cannot be real. That they've just been destroying the earth, destroying people, destroying history, destroying lies, destroying minds, destroying children, raping children. I mean, it's just disgusting. How do we stop it? We just have to stop it. What the hell is that? Are you fucking kidding me? Low-level radioactive waste that require more remote handling or contained highly mobile isotopes such as tritium were placed in deep boreholes 120 feet before the desert surface. However, since 1989, greater confinement disposal has not been practiced at the Nevada test site. The existing boreholes are being studied to determine the best method for closure. Oh, my goodness gracious. Can you imagine? How could you feel okay just putting garbage like this? These are metal tubs. And they're just going to bury them. I mean, give me a break. That is really... It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Unbelievable. News knob. Wow. This will be interesting to go through. All right, I'll check that out later. All right, let's get rid of that one. Did I put that in there? Yes, right? Or did I not? This is nss.gov WPDONV. Yeah, okay, got it. All right, let's get out of there before I find more stuff to look at. And get out of there before I find more stuff to look at. Didn't I just do that? Yes. This is the Apollo film we're done with that. Oh, James Burke. That was a good film. What is this one? More about Moors. What is this? Do we read this? Oh, Allis. I mean, Allis is worth going through everything. I mean, it's got just too much good information in there, and there's no way you can believe it after seeing that. But again, teach your own. You got to look at it yourself. That's allis.com. AULIS for the people of. I'll put this also. I think I already did, but in t.me/journalism links. This is the assessment by the Linguistic guy, which, I mean, to me is evidence enough. I mean, I can't imagine how you would ever have done that, and you can't say the word I in an interview. Just weird. We read that. It's a garbage article. This is the actual assessment. I think I did post that. Oh, did you do another one? Okay. We don't need that one open. Neil Armstrong, we saw him give that speech where he again couldn't say the word. Let's try one more. Let's just see. Is there any? I went to the moon. I did something. I did this.
A musical instrument.
No, I mean, this guy is just as obvious as could be. There's no excuse for this. You could not say, he's just shy. He doesn't like the limelight.
It is for me.
He wants to cry every time he's speaking.
Thank you, Piers, for your very generous, kind, and overly detailed remarks. Here in the city, and particular in this building, it's impossible not to think of the history of the bond between the fellowship in the Royal Society. He recalled he recognized for Benjamin Franklin and James Watt.
He's telling stories.
And doers. I believe they probably knew each other. Lunar Society.
Yeah, he doesn't. He's not going to say it. You can just tell the way he talks.
Remember this, but Neil Armstrong
stood up. Okay, and there was our combination photography, which did exist. We got that. It's a good example of how that works with the traveling map method. And we have this document by the USSR claiming that we did have traveling map method, infrared screen and camera TKS, which guarantees complete absence of outlines. How about that? We will close that one. All right, so we are on to just the KSIG document. Where are we at? What do with it? How high can we jump on the moon? We realize that 10 feet, they say. And we've got this. Where did I put KSIG's file? Lost it. Hold on. Where did you go? What did I just do with that? All right, hold on one second. I gotta drive over here again. There we go. I must have deleted it. Let's put this one back over there. Thank you. All right, so just to show you why this document's important, it goes through, does a great job of, but I think the best part, because this is the one part I think people don't realize, is how it was done. And if you go to the bottom of this document, by the way, he shows the test site, he shows the underground, he says there's underground bunkers at all these places, guarded barricades, and then he explains how it was done. And this is probably one of the better written things, talking about how you would do secret top-level organizations, how management works. It says, it was not easy in 1943 to locate the Manhattan District. No such organization was listed in the phone book. No one seemed to know anything about it. These are just quotes about other clandestine operations that people knew about, that no whistleblowers came out on. Since World War II, it has not been unusual for the United States to create special groups for clandestine political tasks. All are descended from the Office of Strategic Services, the brainchild of William J. Donovan. He convinced Roosevelt in 1942 that the United States needed a special organization to conduct secret intelligence operations, engage in special operations, wage psychological warfare, and use any means to undermine the enemy's morale and interests. One of the most sophisticated activities of the OSS was research on subjects of strategic interest. In this effort, they drew upon such high-level organization as Office of Scientific Research and Development, headed by a one-time Vannevar Bush. Oh, Vannevar. Bush was leading scientists associated with the Manhattan District. So it goes on to talk about how you would separate it. He even has pictures from the ASP Control Center near Mercury. Here, the top DIA simulation controllers directed the entire worldwide operations. Note maps on the then AEC base on the wall and the TV monitors of the moon set. Talks about these different areas where things would have happened in the test sites. Shows a picture of Mercury. Talks about how why it's so remote. How you would control different things from different places. You've got, here's a great one here. So although 300,000 people were directly involved in the building of the atomic bomb, no significant information whatsoever reached the public. Thus was established a viable precedent for ASP. The ASP managers could not only point to the Manhattan's successes in secrecy, but could use their methods, after all, in an America which had been sliding towards a police state for years, wiretaps, no-knocks, surveillance, it was a relatively simple matter to apply these techniques to cloak and dagger the ASP. Rigidly tight security develops itself a perfect position. Anyone can be excluded by principle of need to know. Since NASA has always been 75% military, and certainly ASP was in the category, preventing anyone high or low from seeing certain hardware, data, and locations was as easy as dropping a thick curtain. Further, anyone who comprised a threat or knew too much could be taken care of in a number of interesting ways, and all the measures were justified as being a protection of national interests. One of the first security measures undertaken by the ASP security staff was the establishment of a base of operations. Talks about Mercury being that base. Talks about how they would go about getting personnel. Talks about clandestine equipment design, manufacture, installation, operation. A complete set of the moon was built in an underground cavern at the ASP base. Every location that would be used for landings was created in exact detail. This elaborate soundstage was codenamed Copernicus, after one of the lunar craters. It soon earned the name Cuss because of the problems in lighting and sound. In addition, scale models of the Earth, Sun, Moon, and other bodies were carefully built and mounted within a planetarium-like device so that they could be positioned and photographed with accuracy, repeatability, and believability. The underground soundstage resembled those of a major Hollywood studio, complete with overhead catwalks for lighting, camera dolly tracks, and other basic film and TV equipment. In addition, there was a plethora of special effects tools, including high-intensity lighting to imitate the harsh glare of sunlight on an airless moonscape. All scenes of the lunar excursion module were filmed on this set with the astronauts as stars. There were no problems that would appear during the filming of Star Trek, 2001: Space Odyssey, or Silent Running. After all, the Hollywood grips and gaffers, cameramen and directors, had acquired long expertise in science fiction film production. A plus for the project was the advantage of filming silent. All voices and equipment were dubbed in by an elaborate sound creation and dubbing studio immediately adjacent to the moon set. Special note, in the film Diamonds Are Forever, that was it, with Sean Connery playing the role of the Agent 007 James Bond, there is a curious and unexplained scene. He enters a secret research facility in the Nevada desert. By ruse, suddenly he finds himself in a large room in which there is an authentic moon landing scape. Lumbering
about in their clumsy spacesuits are 2 would-be astronauts. Nothing happens, the scene is not explained, and the viewer is left to ponder its significance. Also installed at the CUS base was the master control, which was the so-called mission control, and the spacecraft center at Houston was merely a satellite or slave. Nobody would ever know that. This is how dumb people are. They think, well, they were getting data from the satellites. It had to be real. No, do you know those come in on wires? So all they need to do is intercept the wire, and then what you get is whatever they want you to see. Fucking people are idiots. Since all releases were by well-edited tape, there was no chance of a blooper. Again, the total control of news by the American corporate state set an effective precedent for the totality of controlled output at the Mascon, which is the mission control. From pre-launch countdown to the final descent into the ocean, all sound and video transmissions emanated from the flawless and mechanistic heart of a specially modified IBM 370C computer. The term heart, anyway, goes on and on. I said I'd be done at 12, and now it's 12:08, so that would be done. Anyway, this is a great book, pamphlet, whatever you want to say. It talks about the significance of the Apollo hoax. But again, to think that there's 300,000 people involved is not correct at all. They probably could have done it with 100 people involved. And you could have all these controllers, they all think that it's real, and the astronaut stuff has been pre-recorded, and from there it would be quite easy. Remember that it's just one person talking to the astronauts. It's not like all the controllers are talking, just one. So it doesn't matter what those people are saying, as long as the one person that's talking to them is in on it, then you're fine. He's only going to ask the things that they answered because they did it ahead of time. It's already been recorded. So I think without a shadow of a doubt, there is no question as to whether or not we went to the moon. The answer is we did not. We cannot. If we could, we would have already gone back. Why do they keep kicking the can down the road? What happened with these people from Moon Express? What happened with, oh, I'd like to go to the moon. I came to I'm from India with $5, and now I run a Moon Express. And in 2010, we're going to the moon. We're going to mine for helium-3. We're going to bring it back. Everybody get rich. It's 2024. Oh, I came from India with $5. Okay. But it's 2024. Just making sure you understand that. Google Lunar X Prize. Oh, we give a prize away of this many millions of dollars to the first group that gets to the moon. Nobody's gone to the moon. Nobody's gone to the moon. I can't wait. I've got a debate against a Space Force employee, I guess, or somebody, the head of a space, or one of the heads of space, whatever. I got a debate next week, or in 2 weeks. And I'm just simply going to say, sir, do you think space is real? And he's going to say, it is real. I'm going to say, okay, how many employees do you have there at Space Force? He's going to say, about 20,000. Great. And how many of them went to space? Sir. Hello. Sir, from Space Force. Where'd he go? Did he run away? Space Force guy. I'm asking you a question. It's very important. How many people are in Space Force? Isn't it about 20,000? Okay. Well, how many people of those 20,000 have gone to space? But it's real. It's very real. Just the employees of Space Force don't go to space, but it's very real. I'm sure we all go there. I mean, it's just everybody's up there. Oh boy, I don't know why people would ever fall for this level of hoaxery. Go look at the Apollo record. It's fake. Go look at pictures of Saturn. It's fake. Go look at pictures of space. It's fake. Where's the pictures of Earth? They don't exist. I mean, it's disgusting. Let me check our super chats. Say thank you to everybody, and I got to get there. Let's check them out. We got live chat. And we've got, what is it? Jaron, you got that link when you were on Alex Stein? I can't find the episode. It's yesterday's episode. Pretty easy to find. Thursday. Primetime with Alex Stein. And find yesterday's episode. It's right there under live. I don't have a link. Let's see here where we're at. Fan funding. That's a hard show to be on, too. I mean, that's just a tough show. I don't really promote it because it's tough to be on. Let's see. Tombs and Temples, $5. No honest person could look at into this, claim to be open-minded, and still say no fraud occurred. Absolutely true. Tombs and Temples. FE deniers are evil. Yes, evil. God bless you, Jaron. Well, and I don't even mind. Like I said, I don't mind if somebody says, I looked into flat Earth and I decided it's not true. Okay, that's fine. But what about the moon landings? Let's start there, because I understand that there's a lot that goes into flat Earth, and you have to you're going to really have to understand that there is the capability of people to lie, like through GPS, and how people can all be compartmentalized and not know about it. It takes a while to get there, but you have to start with the moon landing, because that
is the proof that long conspiracies full of tons of people, or I don't mean tons like thousands, I mean, maybe 1,000 people, who knows. But again, they could very easily just threaten your family and nobody's going to come forward. Where's the whistleblowers? Thank you, Justin Johnson, for the 5 memberships. We've got November says, just wanted to say thank you. You're doing God's work. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Jaron, he's a good, jolly good fellow that nobody can deny. Thank you. I think I read all these then. All right, we're good. And we got that's back to Eden. And we've got, what is this one? Keep speaking truth. All right, we're good. I think we went through those. Let me check up Rockafin. Where are you, Rockafin? There you are. And let's see, $25. Thank you very much. Let's go to tips. And we've got the Flat Earth Baller, $5. Says, love these moon landing debunks. And on my birthday, too. What a treat. All right, I was right. It was your birthday. See, I already wished you one. Adrian Mark, $10. Thank you very much. And Andrew Baker, $10. It's probably impossible, but it would be awesome if you would debate Matt Walsh on this moon landing nonsense. Yeah, that guy's not going to even address me, I'm sure. But yeah, there's just no way. I mean, I think a better thing to do than a debate, because again, people stand firm in a debate and they're like, no, this is my position now, is just if you would ever have a conversation, showing him that the mountains don't change in the background, showing him that those guys mow over rocks like they're nothing, showing him that their voices don't inflect, they don't change. Showing him the escape hatch in the tower. I mean, all these things, once you see them all, you're like, oh, okay. Explaining that you would be jumping 10 feet. Where are these feats of spectacularity? Where is the throwing a football mile? I'm trying to think, would that be the case that you could throw a ball 6 times further? I'm not sure if it equates like that, because it's more of a parabolic trajectory, but you'd certainly be able to throw it a lot further. And they've got videos of them like throwing things on the moon. It looks so bad. So bad. Some of them even appear like where they wouldn't even be. But anyway, that's stuff I'm going to look at next time. We'll call this part 1. I'll probably change it to part 1, and we will do part 2 by finishing some of Kasey's book and then showing more footage that I have. I've got tons of stuff all over the place. What is this movie with? I was going to show this. Oh, I mean, clearly what they showed of the Earth is a model. I mean, we know that. They did have the ability to do CGI or whatever you call it, green screen. But let me show you this real quick, and then here, player. Hey, thank you very much. All right, New Moon. What's up, New Moon? How are you? Here we go. Oh, it's in slow motion. That's why it's weird. Back this up and go to default. There we go. Again, I mean, what is this for? We're painting this Earth ball with clouds and there's stars behind it, and we got to really look at us do this. I mean, it's just so. All right, this is the Earth. See, we're gonna spin this, and then we'll put this over here, and we're gonna fake everybody. All right, okay. Yeah, see. Just gonna add some. Oh, and what do you have? The button that will spin it? Oh, wow, that's amazing. Look at it. We'll spin this globe now. All right. Look at it spinning in space. Aren't this cool? Yeah. Real cool. You guys are cool. What is this? See what I have over here? Mooney. What's Mooney mean? Hummocks and boulders. I didn't even read that. Okay, I think that's it. All right. We are going to head out of here. Much love to you guys. We got Glowbusters tomorrow. I believe it's Austin hosting. I don't even know. I have to check the schedule. And I'll be there. I'll be on the panel. And I believe that's it. Like I said, if you message me on Telegram, give me a day to get back to you because I'm a little bit behind. And is there anything else that I needed to get done now? Thank you to all the sponsors of the show. Please get yourself the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. It is the best way around the censorship that is everywhere on YouTube. We don't get the views that we get to. We'll probably never get the views that we used to. So the only way to get the numbers up or get more people to see stuff is another avenue, and one of those is the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, where you can click archive and look at all the videos that have been individually selected by David Weiss. So you're always getting the best stuff. And he's also got a new search on there where you can just search Moon, and you're going to get all the videos that have anything to do with Moon in the title. And that is pretty freaking dope, if you ask me. So I don't think there's any better way to get past that censorship. Also, the Flat Earth Wiki. If somebody can please put that link in the chat, I will get it so I have it down next time. I don't remember. It's Wiki. I can't remember the name of it. Wiki something. But anyway, that's a great place. We're going to try and put in a conglomeration of all articles and data and links there. I know they're already putting lists of
channels, so it's actually going well, and anybody can sign up and help with that project. So that should be a you. Okay, are we? What's this? Joe Rogan guest calls out Neil deGrasse Tyson on this. I don't know what that is. Sorry, always got to put things in my watch later list.
Let's get into it.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, sure. Copy this one. Okay, got that. Ready to watch that. My list of watch things is too long. Let's put it that way. Let's go here and put it there. Thank you. I'll watch it tomorrow. Okay. We are set there, I believe. And hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. I know it was a little heavy on the info, light on the hilarity, but there's some hilarity in there. For sure. Let's see here. All right. We'll be heading out. We'll let you listen to the Jaren song because I have nothing else to play for you this time. And I don't want to get a copyright strike like I've gotten the last couple times because I play other people's music. And heaven forbid you do that. Don't do it. You get in trouble. All right. I believe we are out. What's that? That's weird. Strange. That is strange. Very strange. All right. We are out of here for sure. I mean it this time. I remind you guys, please do your own research, though. When you do, you'll never again believe all this bullshit you've been taught. Till next time, this has been jeranism, and peace.
I know this dude named Jaren and he's looking real fine. And no, I'm not a homo, but I gotta try to make him mine. Cause he holds all of the secrets that the ancients once kept. But the way to Jaren's heart is proving you have once leapt from a volcano or a cliff or an airplane into danger without fear, crying, screaming, waking babies in their mangers. He can smell your fear from 1,000 miles away. And if you try to deceive him, well, today's your last day. You can bet he doesn't want a coward or a liar coming up to him saying, can you be my friend? Maybe you can man it up and lay it down in front of him, show him you are strong enough to go out on a limb. He's got enough ladies lining number on the block to fill 747's loading number on the clock. A lot of men are crying every single day, praying for a Jaren day, but they can't afford the price to pay. All the women want him and all dudes want to be Jaren, but the fact of the matter is, there's only one Jaren. He's got an internet following that forms a giant group. He can translate ancient tablets using alphabet soup, which he rarely even does, though it fetches big money. He doesn't even need it cause he sweats pure honey. His fans send him gifts, make him just jump off cliffs, just for the once in a lifetime honor of seeing Jaren take a sip of his famous oat stew. That's right, he's a stew chef. You may say, what's a stew chef? Well, you've probably never seen a stew chef cause there's only one stew chef and it's Jaren cooking it up. He's known for only filling friends and family's cups with his decadent sludge that he boils all night, every night, all night, every night. It's out of sight. He can do a dance that makes everybody pee their pants and make a mess and cause stress. He's on a mission with the Jerry Berry Blitz and the Jerry Berry Twist. He's riling up the world. You can do the Jerry Berry Blitz and the Jerry Berry Twist. You can imitate the best just like the rest. Come on, Jaren, show the world what you got now. He's gonna show you his dance. He's gonna show you his skills. His dancing skills. Check him out, y'all. Jaren's powers grow with every fight, and every fight that he fights, he destroys his opponent and leaves a sticky mess on the ground. He wages war when provoked, and when provoked, he starts to smoke out of his butthole, and that's when you run away or die. Cities topple, buildings fall, mountains melt, and rivers stall when Jaren says so, cause he does what he wants when he wants. Sovereign nations all bow down when Jaren comes around. They know they can't match his skills, yeah, they've all heard this song. He's lived for thousands of years and caused innumerable tears and broken so many hearts, I just don't know where to start. His flow's unbreakable, swagger unshakable, his style's impeccable, and you can't do anything when he competes at Pizza Prize Bowl. Girls want to marry him, but a mate would only slow him down. And besides, you know that he would never ever share his crown. He's left everyone he's met depressed, torn up, and so forlorn. What's scary is you haven't even seen his final form.